2024. As chair of the board, I recognize we have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. We'll go straight into continuing the department level budget hearings. May I get a motion to open the public hearing for the department budget?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion so passes. Kevin, over to you.
Yeah, good morning, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to continue the second day of hearings for the fiscal year 24 budget process. We do have a full slate today, which everyone's aware of. We'll take a break around midday and then resume. Departments are ready to provide any explanation that you need. If if there was something that we didn't get to in the first night, if you wanted to dive a little bit deeper into any of the numbers, please don't feel free to hesitate as we go through, or we can wrap things up at the end of the day if there are any outstanding questions. So without further ado, we can begin if the committee's ready.
I believe we are.
So great. So first on the agenda this morning is the Director of Human Resources to provide an overview of the Human Resources Department budget. Christina Ordung is the town's first Human Resources Director. The Human Resources Department was established at the beginning of this fiscal year. Christina has been with the town since 2018 and look forward to her going through her budget with you. So welcome, Christina.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time and attention today. I am Christina Ordung. I'm the Director of Human Resources with the town. The Human Resources Department consists of 3 full-time staff members, myself as the Director, a Human Resources Coordinator, and a Benefits Coordinator. Our primary responsibility is to serve as both an employee advocate and a management partner. Our core work includes compensation and classification, talent acquisition, policies and procedures, leave of absence management, health benefits and insurance, employee relations, and learning and development. We see employees through their first day to their last day with all the highs and lows in between. Over FY23, we've had several accomplishments. To highlight a couple, we completed a compensation study across all of our non-union positions. This is a total of 66 positions that were studied across 16 comparable communities. We underwent this project at the recommendation of a consultant that completed our classification and compensation study back in 2018, that we should do this every 5 years to ensure that we remain externally competitive and internally equitable. We'll use this data to remain competitive across the Commonwealth. Also, to date this fiscal year, we've hired 58 employees. 35 of those employees are full-time and 25 are part-time. Some of those hires include the Director of Planning and Economic Development, the Director of Recreation, a Public Works Business Manager, 6 police officers, 8 administrative assistants, and 11 election workers. Over the next fiscal year, we look forward to building out the Shrewsbury Way Academy. This will be a robust training and development program that will impact all of our employees. So we're going to begin on a town-wide basis and then go to departmental and positional basis to make sure that all of our employees are equipped with the training resources that they need to succeed. We'll also be embarking on updating the employee policy manual to ensure compliance with laws and regulations, to give guidance to our managers for decision making, and also streamline our internal processes. And then lastly, we look forward to reviewing and modernizing the town's leave policies with the Personnel Board. The Department of Human Resources is very, very new. It was created at the May 22 town meeting, and this FY24 budget reflects our needs outside of salaries alone. So you'll see the cost of desk phones, job postings, Federal Motor Safety Carry Administration queries for our CDL holding employees, our contracted services with NFP for health insurance processing, the Massachusetts Municipal Human Resources Association membership, the custom drugs testing services that service our CDL holding employees, budget for travel and conferences, as well as office supplies. We've seen inflationary pressures in the cost of office supplies and also the cost of fuel to travel to conferences. And the Human Resources Department ties most closely to the exceptional strategic outcome area. Our Human Resources Department supports our most valued asset, our employees, and it's through our people power that we're able to provide exceptional programs and services to our residents and businesses. A few different facts that I wanted to highlight for you was that we support over 500 employees across 15 departments. We have around 250 full-time employees, but that number swells to 500 throughout the year with part-time assistants. Over the calendar year, we had 107 new hires, which is quite a lot of new hires. We also had 24 promotions across the organization, and we processed 450 different personnel transactions. Those can include new hires, promotions, transfers, salary adjustments, information changes, and resignations. 8 out of 10 of our benefit-eligible employees do accept health insurance with the town, and 48% of our full-time employees have been with the town for less than 5 years.
A quick question. So the 107 new employees, is that a mix of the full-time and the part-time? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I get a little more information on the Shrewsbury Academy?
Definitely. So the Shrewsbury Way Academy is going to outline trainings and programs that all of our employees need to attend. This can be anything from customer service training to sexual harassment trainings, different trainings that can help our employees succeed and also protect the town. And then I'd like to move into a departmental basis because the trainings that our police department will need will vary greatly than the trainings that our accounting department will need.
How were these trainings organized and provided before?
So it's decentralized right now. So a lot of this information departments hold already, but we'll be able to compile all of it into one large document, and then we'll be able to train people more effectively, cut down the cost or the time that it takes to get people onboarded, and also budget accordingly, so everyone has access to these resources.
And what do you estimate the cost of getting this up and going?
I think that the cost to get it up and going would be people hours, so it's something that we're going to be working over the course of the next fiscal year and completing. And then when it comes to implementing the training, that will be something that we also uncover through this project.
So, and just if I can highlight a couple more things. So we started the first aspect of the Shrewsbury Way Academy with a leadership component. So I think centralized training and cohesive training is something that the town has been lacking. So we don't provide consistent customer service training, for our frontline staff, and nor have we historically really provided a core management perspective and expectation to our leaders, and and everywhere in between. So part of this is centralizing so that we consistently train our staff, and then expectations can be managed and reviewed accordingly. So last fall, we began at the leadership portion of the academy. So all department heads and division managers are participating in a 16-week leadership training seminar that's will wrap up this April. It's every other Tuesday from that time frame. And the other component that will be included in this is how we onboard employees, so new orientation. So there'll be a review of the strategic plan, and that will happen as needed. So maybe every 2 or 3 months, depending on how many new employees we're bringing on board, we'll provide that centralized training to acclimate them with the goal and performance process and things like that.
So basically, we're just bringing the town up to sort of modern day,
Absolutely.
onboarding, training, human resources,
Yep,
accountability.
correct.
Great.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Gene.
Just one quick question. Does all the town employees have a copy of the employer's manual now?
Yes, the employee
do.
policy manual was distributed in December 2020 and is given to every new employee that joins the town.
Has there been any coordination between Selco and the school department as far as consistency goes, policies, et cetera, et cetera?
Selco and the school department, we do operate under similar policies, as a lot of them are state and federal regulations. However, they do have different local options that they abide by.
We had a study a while back, there was gonna be some coordination and follow-up between the different Selco and the school, and I just wondered how far along that had gotten.
So for everything that the town implements or looks to change, we communicate that closely with the school department and Selco, and they do the same.
Thank you.
Diana, did you have something? to
No,
say?
just a comment. I think this is a really great thing, and I look forward to hearing how this year goes. So, thank you guys.
Just one curious question. How many of these trainings are self-guided versus in-person, someone has to impart on?
So I think we've learned a lot over the last few years, and I think we have the opportunity to record these trainings so that if it's not an option to hold them in public or in person, or if it's more convenient, that we can offer that option. And so I would expect that we would do both.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Just as a focus on finance, is this something that over the long run will be more efficient for both time and expense for the town? Is that what the main goal is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just to kind of underscore one more thing, the budget component of this. So we wrapped up, or one of the last things we did on Thursday evening was the personnel board. Within the personnel board, there, is a core amount of money, $25,000, that we can provide centralized training. And right now, department training has been centralized, pulled out of individual departments and placed in there as well. But when we move to fiscal projection 2, we're gonna put that back into individual departments. And then the select board has also set aside a bucket of funds that in total is about $100,000 that's used for employee continuing education, promotions, and things like that. So we'll rely upon, all aspects of that funding to provide this training. But I do think in the long run, it'll be more efficient. I'm not sure dollar for dollar we would save anything, but I think we'll be more efficient in how we train employees.
Thank you.
So Christina, if I may, I had a question on the compensation study that you mentioned at the beginning. How do we stand with comparable communities?
I think we're in a very positive place. When we did the original classification and compensation study back in the fall of 2018, we were off. But we've made adjustments over many years to become in line at the 55th percentile with our comparable communities.
Does that go across schools and as well as town departments, or is it just the town departments that were comparable?
Our comparable communities are based on, I think, 9 or 10 different factors that could be applied to any department in town. There are specific factors to each department that they may add in another community or take away a different community, but we do study based on specific positions, and so school and Selco were not included in this study.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Christina, are you done, or do you have some more to present?
If you have any questions on the operating expenses, the only thing I'd like to highlight is the reduction that you see is from the removal of travel and conferences going up to the personnel board and travel being removed.
Any questions from the committee? Further? Any questions from the select board? I open it to the public. Are there any questions for human resources from the public? If not, thank you, Christina.
Thank you very much.
Started.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Morning.
Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Amy Lee. I'm a town accountant. First, I would like to talk the primary functions in our department. The town accountant's office is responsible for the town's books of accounts and financial records. We verify appropriations for all purchase orders, process invoices for payments, process and approve all payroll and accounts payable warrants, balance monthly appropriation reports and other reporting as governed by the federal and the state government agencies. Our office maintains all records of grants, gifts, and other special revenue funds, as well as records of the town's debt as authorized by the town meeting. Our mission is to present a complete and accurate statement of town's financial condition. Some major accomplishments are we closed the book on FY '22 and completed the town of Shrewsbury's independent audit in accordance with general accepted accounting principles. We received a clean audit with no audit finding or any material weakness. We also worked very closely with town department to receive state, federal, and private funding to ensure timely grant reimbursement and to avoid deficits. Finished review all the outstanding encumbrance and liquidate old purchase orders, which allowed us, the town, to maintain a healthy, unrestricted, and unreserved fund balance. This is one of the factors that free cash certified balance increased from 7.6 million in FY '21 to 9.1 million in FY '22. Primary goals for the FY '24. We will continue to prioritize additional training and mentorship of our accounting department staff to enhance productivity and individual career development. Both of our staff are pretty new. One has worked over a year and another one worked less than a year. So they need a lot of training and mentorship. We will continue increase department to use a Tyler Content Manager for accounts payable for the enhanced audit transparency. This allows the independent auditors to retrieve the supporting documentation directly from Munis, as opposed to the more inefficient process of review paper backup documentation. This also eliminates duplicate copy of paper invoices, so department can save space, time, and paper. Another one will continue centralize our data in the digital folder for easy remote access, and such as warrants, audits, financial statements, budget report, and the department revenue reports. For the budget change, we have a decrease of $4,660 salary line change due to the new hire of the assistant town accountant. For this, we tied to the FY 2024 strategic plan. The FY 2024 accounting budget request will focus on the exceptional strategic plan by building on the strengths and the knowledge of our new staff through the attending education conferences, webinars, and training programs.
Amy, if I may interrupt, The new hire that you mentioned, assistant town accountant,
Yes.
I mean, I went a little bit ahead in the slides, and I was just wondering, is it accounted for over there? Because we're still at 3 employees,
We only have 3 employees, yes.
but one new hire as well?
One new hire, that's assistant town accountant.
That, so Amy was the assistant town accountant, and the new hire backfilled her when she
I
was
see,
promoted.
I see.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, yeah, okay. This table indicates some workload from our department. We can see the free cash from FY '21 to FY '22 increased over 1.5 million. And the returned earnings for the enterprise fund also increased from FY '21 to FY '22. The total invoices we processed in our department in FY '22 is over 28,000 invoices. And you can see from here, the check issued in FY '22 slight decreased because we increased the wire transfer. So, the hope, printing the paper check, can decrease a little bit. And our office also handle whole town payroll system, also includes the school. The average number of employees on the biweekly payroll in FY '21 is 1,356. But in FY '22, it's increased 1,542. And the number of new hires, we also set up all new hires. You can see from FY '21 to '22, almost doubled. And especially from the W-2 record we issued in the end of calendar year 2021, we have over 1,700 employee record. By the end of the calendar year 2022, we just finished, we have 1,957 W-2 record we issued.
Do we expect that to go up, or is that because we had a little bit of a reduction as well as new hires that made the number?
Yeah, because of the, the part-time
Right.
in and out employee, like parks, some, part-time people, they just hired, they left, and we have a new hire. That's caused the increase of the W-2 each year. But I was surprised that, we almost reached the 2,000 records end of the last calendar year, yeah. And you can, as I mentioned, we only have 3 staffs in our department, me and the assistant town accountant and another principal accountant, department assistant. We can see from the previous slides, our workload is increased, but our personnel, still stays the same. The salary, we decreased over $4,000. We have a slight increase for the operational expenses due to the audit fee increase. That is what I have for the accounting department.
Any questions from the committee? Diana?
How often is there an audit?
Once a year,
Once a year? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Jean?
Listening to those figures on personnel, have we got a large turnover happening here
Oh, yeah.
constantly?
Well, I don't know about constantly, but it's becoming the new norm, right? People don't come and stay, their entire career anymore. As Christina highlighted, we had 107 different hires over the last calendar year. And it's, certainly we've seen continual, turnover. We have a lot of, it happens throughout positions and, associated with, kind of a transition in the generation that's kind of working here is well documented with the retirement of the baby boomers. We're certainly impacting that, or seeing that. And, with transitions that happened during COVID, we've certainly been in a churn. All during that time as we've been trying to increase the number of total FTEs that we have to provide the services that are expected. So it's definitely hit us from a number of fronts over the last few years.
Are we looking at the areas that are causing this? Is there any trend? Is it basically just salaries, or is it conditions, or?
We do an exit interview with every employee that leaves. I don't know if Christina has any broad trends that she might be able to share with you. But, you know, when she referenced how we fare to the chair's questions as far as competitiveness, she referenced that we've targeted under the current compensation system to be at the 55th percentile, meaning 45% of our comparable communities have higher maximum and midpoint ranges than we do. So we're certainly not the highest paid entity, but we have to live within the means that we're provided. So we do lose employees to higher pay, higher paying jobs. We also have found that in order to backfill positions across the spectrum, we have to often pay new employees more than outgoing. It's something that we did in several instances with department head level positions and mid-level positions as well. So I think there's a number of forces and factors, you know, both general and specific to the town that are at play.
Thank you.
Follow-up question on that. Could you, and maybe to the Human Resources Director, so I apologize, estimate of what the turnover is costing the town versus if we maybe targeted the 60 percentile?
We can do it. We can dig in on that a little bit and
Okay,
look at
because
the
I
cost
just think
difference.
that's something
Yep.
we as a community should know when we're talking, when, you know, salaries come up and everything else, where we are and what it's costing us to be where we are,
Yeah.
or not costing us.
Yep.
Do we have any other data pointing to like happiness of employees working in our town?
We've.
I know that's a HR question.
Can you just go to the mic so folks can hear you?
Good morning. Since the fall of 2022, we've been speaking with employees and also sending out anonymous surveys to understand how we can improve their workplace experience and why they would like to stay with the town of Shrewsbury. And so we do have data on our existing staff from a variety of different points.
May I just ask one? So I think, you know, definitely you guys can provide this in the Q&A like you've been doing. Thank you for that. But I think maybe if we can get some specifics on, you know, where employees are leaving. Is this a retirement? Are they leaving for a promotion, right? Maybe they didn't have an opportunity for their career growth within the town, and so that's why they're going elsewhere, or, you know, things like that. But maybe a percentage of who's leaving and you know, so what the turnover is. I imagine it's hard to do with the seasonal part-time employees. I think I'm much more interested in the full-time employee numbers.
We can get that information.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee?
I would say, with the surveys you did anything stand out, good or bad?
There's trends, you know, across the public and private sector that people are looking for more flexibility, whether that's in their regular work schedule or the ability to work from home. And so those are two things that we're trying to work towards and balance with the fact that we're all here to serve the residents and businesses of the town of Shrewsbury.
It'd be pretty tough to have teachers, police, and fire work from home.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to accounts, Amy, I had one question. So your operational expenses, does that include your IT infrastructure, like the software you need to do all that?
No, it's not.
Operational is more of I was just wondering what it includes.
Yeah, the operational, it's basically it's you know, it's all the office supplies,
Okay.
and majorly it's audit fees. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. They increased from 37,000 to 41,000.
So the
Yeah, it's some
infrastructure,
increases, yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
The infrastructure comes in the IT budget?
So Munis, since it's used across all departments, it's budgeted for in the IT department. It's about $250,000 a year.
Good. And follow.
Any other questions? Oh, please, Dennis.
Would it be possible for the next time we go through this that we could get an estimate of what percentage of that budget each department is using?
Yeah. That's a
You know,
good idea.
sort of just to understand where the full funding is. So I know we have a $250,000, but it's shared among 4 or 5 departments or however many, but
Well, I mean, when it comes to munis, it's shared among all departments, including the school. So I wouldn't know how to, I mean, I know you're looking for more than a simple breakdown of departments divided by total number. I
Right.
just wouldn't know how to characterize that.
well, even that breakdown would be because we've taken the IT fees out of each department, we've taken all those things out. So there's probably a lot more money that the auditor utilizes, budget-wise. You just kind of know what each department is really costing us. If it's not possible, that's fine too, it's just a thought.
We can think about it, for sure.
You could break out the different module costs within Munis, if that's
Yeah.
helpful. So like, there's like a personnel module, there's a payroll module, and
Yeah, I mean, it just,
Yep.
it's good, because she's probably running on a little, more resources. She's doing the audit, the accountant's doing a lot of work, but it'd be nice to know what they have, if they need more and that type of things.
Diana, please.
At one of our, I believe, last year, committee meetings, we were a little bit asking about, how we're, the various accounts that we have, and are they in the right types of accounts, and what are we losing because of inflation, because we're not putting these in the right accounts? Are we having the right level of risk so that any of our accounts are earning money appropriately? And so I wasn't sure if this is the right time to see some of those, where we're putting our money, where the right return on investment is coming. Since this is my first time, I wasn't sure when that was covered.
Yeah, so we haven't recently covered investment in our investment portfolios during the budget hearings. We can bring the investment advisor in for a separate meeting. I think that would probably be an hour or more of a conversation to go through. And it doesn't significantly impact the operating budget, but we're happy to bring them in, and
I think we did that last year as well.
can have them come in and talk, for sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions for accounts from the committee? If not, does the select board have any questions for accounting? I open it up to the public. Any questions from the public? Thank you so much, Amy, for your time.
Okay, next one, present retirement. The Shrewsbury retirement system is one of the 104 state and municipal retirement systems in Massachusetts. This system is administered by 5-member board. The current members on the board are Tom Kennedy, Ralph Accarino, Alice Farrell, Mary Thompson, and myself. The retirement executive director, Greg Gonzalez, is here today to join us as well. The actuary funding ratio as of January 1st, 2022 was 105.8%. The budget for FY 2023 was funded $2.2 million, and for the FY 2024 budget will be $2.1 million. There are 2 components in the budget: the normal cost and the unfunded liability. The retirement system fiscal year is January to December. We just recently closed the book, and now all the information that we have for the January 1st of 2023 will be sent to our actuary, Mr. Dan Sherman, to do another study so we can see what the funding ratio is. The higher funded ratio is, the stronger a system will be. For OPEB, we also have study done every 2 years for OPEB liability. There is a pool of the money that we use for OPEB and the retirement system. So as retirement needs to be decreased and will increase the money we fund the OPEB. And that gives us the flexibility. So if we have investment income is not quite as good as we expect it to be, and we can shift fund back to the retirement system as opposed to put into OPEB fund. The OPEB fund is not required to fund it right now, but it is a liability that certainly needs to be addressed by the town. And therefore, we are taking care of both of these liabilities through these two budgets. This slide is a summary of asset allocation and investment return. For the fourth quarter, the composite portfolio returned 4.6%, which was 0.2% below the Shrewsbury Policy Index return of 4.8%. Over the trailing year, the portfolio returned with negative 10.4%, which is 0.2% above the benchmark's negative 10.6% return. Since December 2012, the portfolio returned 8.9% annualized and ranked in the second percentile. The Shrewsbury Policy Index returned an annualized 7.8% over the same period. Therefore, we should focus on long-term rate of return based upon a retirement system's investment policy. Thank you. Yes.
Dennis?
How often are you, in how many years out are your estimates based for what Shrewsbury is looking for a return versus what our managers do? Is that updated annually? Is that updated every 5 years?
Each quarter.
Each quarter?
Each quarter we receive the report from them.
Yeah, so I think I can maybe speak to this. So the Shrewsbury retirement system has an actuarial assumed rate of return of 7.5%. We meet quarterly, the retirement board meets quarterly with the investment consultant at DAHAB, and we're constantly monitoring kind of where we are in relation to the other systems. So PERAC, which is the state board that oversees all public retirement systems in Massachusetts, puts out recommendations in terms of that target assumed rate of return. We're currently a little bit on the higher end of that. Generally, the way that kind of thing gets evaluated is our investment consultant will periodically, on request, run an analysis to tell us not, the way that they do it is your probability is greater than 50% of hitting that target allocation of 75%. And if it becomes under that, then we'll look at lowering that rate of return. But the rate of return also has a direct interplay with what the appropriations for the town would be.
Yep.
Gene?
That's 7.5, that's a smoothing figure?
That's the assumed rate of return. We do use asset smoothing, but that's going to come in on the actuarial side rather than our rate of return with the.
It's actually up because we used to run about 7. We moved it. We didn't move it, the state moved it?
The assumed rate of return? I haven't been here. I've only been here since 2017, but my understanding is the assumed rate of return was actually higher, and they've moved the rate of return lower, which is the trend in the state.
Yeah.
So I don't recall if it was at 7, if that could have been a historical period in the distant past. I believe the last time I think they moved it maybe from 8 to 7.5. We have asked our actuarial to say, okay, run some scenarios. If we were to change the rate of return to 7.25, what would that do to the funding schedule and things like that? The board has chosen to stay with the 7.5 because the historical trends have indicated that that's warranted. And Dan Sherman has indicated that over the course of time, there's been, I think he said, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of off the top of it, over the last, in history, there hasn't been a 30-year period where it hasn't been 7.5%, so there wasn't an overwhelming justification for lowering the rate of return, but it is something that gets revisited periodically.
It's been great, really. Yeah, I mean, if you look at what's going on in today's market.
Any other questions for retirement from the committee? The select board, any questions for retirement? I open it up to the public. I believe now we are actually all set, Amy. My fault.
Thank you guys
Okay,
so much.
thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the town clerk, elections and registrations.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me this morning. My name's Sharon Thomas. I'm the town clerk. I'll start off with a little overview on what our office does between town clerk and elections and registrations. We do issue license and permits, including marriage licenses, dog license, business certificates, raffle and fuel storage permits. We maintain the general bylaws, zoning bylaws, personnel bylaws, and traffic rules and regulations. We maintain vital records, births, deaths, and marriages. We record all appointments and resignations of all town officials. We conduct all local and state elections in conformance with state and federal laws. We prepare the ballot for local elections, certify and report results, administer campaign finance laws for local elections. We certify nomination papers, initiative petitions, residency, voter certificates, and warrant articles. We maintain the annual list of residents, conduct the annual town census, and maintain the state voter registry. We like to maintain a high level of customer service to the public and other town departments. We're also the clerk for town meeting, record town meeting attendance. We handle the town meeting mailings, submit bylaws, changes to the Attorney General's office, and we're also the filing office for planning and zoning board. So we got a little bit of everything in there. Our accomplishments for fiscal year 2023, we transitioned to Municode as a host for our general zoning and personnel bylaws, which has saved time for our office. By not having to manually, copy and paste into a Word document. They were also, just posted on the website, as a PDF. Now with being on, with Municode, you're actually able to go in and actually search to find what you're looking for. And within it, you can, get a link, you can email right from the document, you can print this section. So it does make it much more user-friendly for, the town departments that utilize that, and also makes it easier for any of the residents or other people that are doing business in town where that's applicable. Another accomplishment for 2023, I earned my certified municipal clerk designation by completing my third year of the New England Municipal Clerks Institute. And through last year's budget, we're actually taking delivery of our new election equipment on Monday. So for the May town election, we'll have new tabulators, and we will also be implementing the use of the poll pads for check-in, which many of you might be familiar if you've early voted. That's how we track all of that. But this is going to make it much easier. It's a quicker check-in. We no longer have the paper list, and instead of after the election, we used to have to scan all of the barcodes from those paper lists into our system to get your voter information. We're actually going to be able to just upload right into our voter system. So, that'll save, it used to take several days to actually scan in from the election. Our primary goals for fiscal '24 will I added money into the budget to be able to hold an annual training for election workers so that they are better prepared for changes in election laws. You know, over the past few years, things have really changed quite a bit for us. And we will be working on creating a training binder for the election workers so they have, you know, detailed, you know, information. So they'll be better prepared to, you know, answer questions for voters as they come in. And also if, you know, if a warden is not available and the clerk steps up to the warden, at least they'll have a, you know, a list of like standard operating procedures so people will be able to step into those roles to get all the paperwork completed correctly. We'll also be working on training and cross-training within our office. We had a little shift. Under the election side, I had a part-time office assistant who was promoted to the assistant town clerk. She was part-time, so when we backfilled the position, we made the position full-time on the election side for the office assistant. Due to changes in the laws, the Votes Act of 2022, with the automatic voter registration, our workload has doubled. We have a feed from the RMV to register new voters. Used to be able to opt out. You are no longer able to opt out through that system. So it's a, you know, it's a constant, you know, we get probably about double the amount. You know, a lot are duplicates, but it still takes time. You have to process each individual one, so.
Do you have a number in terms of how many new registrations we get on the average?
I don't offhand. There's no way to, like the report comes over, but there's no way to collect that data off of the, you know, there's no report to actually see how many are new or how many are duplicates, because some of them come over as like a change of address, but it could be a change of address within Shrewsbury, but it could also be a change of address from like a new community. And under the current voter registration system that we have, there's no reporting on, you know, on that. They are going to be changing to a new system come next year. I don't know if they'll have more reporting on that in the newer system.
So taking it from the RMV, is that also a way to make sure all communities people aren't registered in two different communities?
So in Massachusetts, you can't do that. We're all on the same voter registration system. So if I went and registered in another town, you're automatically pulled from where you were within Massachusetts. So, yeah, so you can only be in one spot within Massachusetts. That's just built in within the system. So one of the budget changes within the town clerk side was now the assistant town clerk position is now a part-time position, and then another addition into the town clerk side is just the money for the Municode hosting. Was added in. Yeah. So I think those are the only really differences. I mean, the other operational expenses are just our standard, office supplies. We have, specialty paper that we do our certified vital records on. As far as, I just did some performance work indicators that just kind of shows what we're processing for, our vital records, business certificates, dog licenses.
So Sharon, do we have to maintain a permanent record of births, marriages, and deaths, or do?
Oh, yeah, they're
we-
permanent, yes.
Oh, so for a significant period of time, they stay over here?
Oh,
Or we don't-
forever.
Forever, yeah.
They
I mean,
last
they-
longer than the marriage.
You know, some of the records are, you know, we do print out like archival copies, and they are put in special sleeves, you know, and in a binder. You can access different records electronically. So our births, we are actually like electronic from like 1953 up until present, but the marriages are all strictly paper. Those are just all paper copies. And then the state started with the death records. Just go back to 2014 electronically.
And are they maintained in this building, or do we?
Oh,
have a
yes.
safe location?
Yep. Yep, they're either in our office or locked in the vault, so,
And that protects against emergency, like fire and hazards and all that?
yep. So our ties to the strategic plan is exceptional. Like through training, we're able to provide smart, reliable, and robust municipal service and proactive customer service. Moving to Municode as an online host for our bylaws enables all users to navigate and easily search the bylaws. And there is an accessible respiratory which helps build trust with our residents through transparency.
So was the decrease of a 0.5 in terms of staffing, is that creating any stress for your department in terms of workloads, or?
So my staff is divided. So my position, and then the assistant town clerk position, which is now a part-time position, is paid out of the town clerk side. And then I have an office assistant that half her salary is drawn from town clerk and the other half of the salary is drawn from the election side. And then on the election side, where it was a part-time position, that's now a full-time position. So we're still at the same amount of staff, it's just the salaries are
Distributed.
between the elections and the town clerk side. I just felt, we're better off having somebody, a full-time office assistant, because she maintains the voter list. So with all of the changes with the automatic voter registration, it was very hard to, get through that every day when it was only part-time hours. So it just allows us a little more, flexibility. So on the elections and registration side, our budget has decreased because, for this fiscal year, we're only budgeting for 2 elections. And in those operational expenses, that would include, the staff in the office, but also includes the Board of Registrars, the election workers, police for the details for election day, and also overtime for our staff because of the vote by mail, which people love, but it is a very time-consuming process, for our office. So I do have some of those.
So when the vote for mail happens, Sharon, what level of processing does your department do in terms of?
So basically, I think one town clerk timed it out that it takes, about 7 minutes to process like a vote by mail versus, when you go on election day, you check in, you get your ballot, you vote your ballot, goes in the tabulator. when you do the vote by mail, our office gets the application, it gets time-stamped, it then has to get entered into our voter registration system. So we'll enter them all in for the day, run a report, proof that all the information is accurate, because you can have your ballot mailed to a different address. So it's the proofing of that, it's printing 2 sets of labels, it's assembling the whole packet. So there's a outer envelope, a return envelope, the inner envelope that you must sign. Labels get put on it, instructions, your ballot, you have to package them up. You then have to go back into the voter system, scan it in to show that it was mailed out, run them through the mail machine, and then take them over to the post office. And then when they come back in, it's the same, process. They get time stamped, they then have to get scanned back into the system to show that they've been received. And then we have to, we sort them all by, precinct and put them in order to get them ready to go out to the polls on election day.
Thank you. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work.
But I think it's an important service for the voters.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Vikram? I have a
Yeah.
question. Sharon, we've heard a lot about supplies, and I think if I heard you correctly, you mentioned like there's some special paper orders.
Yep.
And Kev, maybe this is more towards you. Is there like one vendor we use, or do you have to like go to different vendors for different needs? I was just thinking about what you were saying in terms of what we receive in the mail, and, from envelopes to standard stock. Like, that just seems like a pretty big balancing act, I guess.
So my specialty paper that we use for birth certificates is purchased by an approved vendor of the state, so we get it from that one vendor.
So there's no, that's it, you pay what there's no competition, you have to.
Right,
buy it
yes,
from the
it's,
state,
right.
you say? Okay.
And then all of the envelopes are provided by the state that we use for the vote by mail.
Okay.
I mean, generally speaking, we source between a couple companies, and just try to do our best. There's
Right.
not a lot of variation, but,
Yeah.
so whether it's, Staples, WB Mason, kind of the standard that most people use.
No, it just got me thinking, what does come out of this building, it's probably
Yep.
quite a bit.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, even postage, which, we're spending
Sure.
$25,000-$30,000 a year on things like that. And then in higher years, or whenever we're doing mailings for, elections, it spikes up way beyond that.
Right, I mean, you can see from the numbers how many, we're actually like
Right.
mailing out. So I think it cost like, I think it was 78 cents per, your voter envelope. That's what it cost us to mail out.
Great. Thank you.
Milind?
So just to follow up, right, so what does it cost us as a town for me to vote in person versus requesting a mail back? Like, do we have that sense of numbers, or are we tracking?
Well, I mean, we have to staff, the polling locations, it's 7 election workers. So you're already paying for the staff and for the police, but it's the time. I mean, if you look at the numbers, we're paying overtime when we're doing vote by mail, whereas, you might have overtime the day of the election only because of the hours that have to be open for polling. So I don't have, I could get you more information because we do like a cost analysis after the elections. I mean, I could get you those numbers, but offhand, I don't
Yeah, that's
have,
fine.
because it's a lot, it's overtime hours, that we're working in the office
Yeah, if you can get.
in
me
order
later,
to
that's
process
fine.
that. Yep.
Carlos?
I had a comment and then a question. Want to thank you and your staff for all you do. As I said last year and probably years prior, consider myself a voting enthusiast, so everything you and your staff does is wonderful. I was curious if we've ever looked at any potential cost savings for moving the municipal election to November rather than in May. I don't know if that's something we've ever looked at or discussed.
I want to say that's set in the bylaws.
Yeah,
It's
it
in
is
One
set,
where-
it is set in the bylaws, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think maybe only city form of government. I know all city form of government votes on the state with the state election. I don't know if they're the only ones that have that opportunity or if we could do that, but we can look into it. But they have to vote. So if you're a city form of government, which we're, a town, then they have to vote on.
Yeah, just one point to that, you might save on the polling, but you're still gonna have two separate ballots. It's like running two elections on the same day.
Right.
So you're then reporting on two different things.
Right, but I think maybe Carlos's point is, we may get more voter turnout, more feedback from the community. They're maybe more likely to come to the polls at, the November timeframe than the May, so.
You would still, and I don't disagree with you, but you would still have every other year where you wouldn't have a state election.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. Just something I was curious about.
Do you have more to present, Sharon, or? Oh, sorry, Melinda had a question.
One
Sorry.
more
Yeah.
question. Are there any, have you identified any opportunities for any services that can be made online? Like dog license or?
Yeah, right now we have a Unipay, we have a payment center that's on our website, so you can request vital records and dog licensing through that portal. We started that, I think last year, so we're into our second year of that.
Thank you.
But we still get our, there's still people that still come to the counter to do it and then, do it through mail also. But it is nice for people that have moved away that need their vital records.
Thank you.
Anything else to present, Sharon?
No, just if you have any other questions.
Any other questions from the committee? If not, I'll open it up to the select board. Members of the select board, do you have any questions for Sharon? Elections and registration? If not the public, I open it to the public. There seem to be not any questions, so thank you, Sharon, for all
Thank
the
you.
hard work you do to keep our democracy functioning. We will now move on to the assessor's office.
We good to go? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is Ruth Anderson. I'm currently serving as your principal assessor. The assessing department is responsible for valuing all property in Shrewsbury, including real estate and personal property, for the purpose of taxation, which accounted for just under 62% of the total funds required to meet the fiscal '23 budget. We process abatements and exemptions, maintain accurate sales information, perform property inspections to ensure correct assessment, and prepare and submit the tax recap to the DOR to determine the annual tax rate. We prepare the quarterly and supplemental bill files for real estate and personal property, as well as up to 9 commitments for motor vehicle and boat excise each year. The office is staffed by myself and 3 full-time employees, an assistant assessor who manages our inspection program, a financial assistant who takes care of all administrative tasks, and an assistant to the assessor who shares in both those workloads and balances the needs of the office. We also have a part-time data collector who spends most of their time out in the community performing inspections and completing the associated data entry. Our overall mission is to provide fair and equitable assessment for all property in Shrewsbury, and do so in a manner that is informative and kind. No one loves getting a tax bill. We understand that. But if we can explain the process so that the resident is aware of the law that determines the calculation and timing of their bill, we consider that a win for the department. We also work very hard to make sure that anyone who may qualify for an exemption of any kind is made aware of that option and given all the support necessary to get them into the program. In fiscal '23, our main financial accomplishments were certification of values by the Department of Revenue. which included $1.61 million in new growth. A key component of our growth total was implementation of a personal property audit program to discover and assess business personal property that had been underreported in previous years. We invested $10,000 in this project and generated over $298,000 in additional revenue. We also updated our statutory exemption program after approval at town meeting so that income and asset limits to qualify were increased and the amount of the credit is now up to double what is required by law. We've just begun following up with residents who received an application but have not yet responded so that anyone who qualifies doesn't miss the deadline for the current fiscal year. And finally, we have established the Standing with Shrewsbury Tax Relief Fund, which is financed through donations from the community and managed by a committee of 5 members appointed by the Select Board. Public service announcement, applications are available at the assessor's office or on the town website, and the deadline to file is May 15th. Our goals for fiscal '24 are to update our cyclical reinspection program and to develop and implement procedures to increase digitization of assessing records. Data quality is one of the primary responsibilities of any assessing department within the Commonwealth. Taxpayers should have the assurance that they are being assessed fairly for what they own with the most up-to-date information possible. The Department of Revenue requires that we inspect each property once every 10 years. We accomplish this by visiting properties that sold during the prior year or pulled a permit for some type of renovation. If neither of those triggers occur within the calendar year, we draw from a list of the least recent inspection and go door to door to try and update our information. Now, 10 years is a long time to go between inspections. Properties and markets can change significantly over that time. So our goal is to increase the frequency of our inspections to every 8 years so that our assessment information is more current across the board.
A question from Dennis.
Yes.
What is the, average increase in taxes after a house has been re-inspected?
There isn't one.
There isn't? Okay.
So honestly, people are often reluctant to allow the assessors to visit their property because the assumption is we're there to hunt for things in order to increase their assessment and thereby their tax bill. That nothing could be further from the truth. Our goal is for every resident to be assessed for exactly what they have and not one thing more. So there are times when the assessment goes down and thereby the taxes go down the next fiscal year. The best simple example is, let's say you built your house in 2010. And nice house in 2010. So we went in when it was new and we graded it as good and gave it a condition of good. 10 years go by and you've lived in your house and you've taken care of your house, but you haven't really changed anything. It's still assessed at good. It's probably closer to average. Nothing wrong with it, it's just different now. It's older, it's depreciated. And if we're not able to see that, we can't make a change to the data, which would then affect your assessment. So the goal is to be accurate and fair, not hunt for every little thing we can get.
But if you do come by and you find that someone redid their basement, would that increase the assessment and then the taxes?
It would.
Okay.
Because that's fair.
Yep.
Everybody needs to be assessed for what they have. A common comment that we get is, I'm happy to pay my fair share, but they want it to be fair, and that's our goal.
Right. You hear all the time people say, oh, my taxes just went up. I have people say 30% over 1 year, which I'm not sure is anywhere near accurate for most people. But that could be they've done some additions, they've improved their property, they've redone the bathroom.
Yep.
And they
That's
went from
exactly right.
average to good, or
That's
good
exactly
to great. So, okay, I just wanted to.
Then how does market value fit into that?
Market value, we have to assess by law at 100% market value. So our first step is to make sure our data is correct. And then we look at the market. So if we know that a 2,400 square foot colonial we know that our data is right because we've been there, then we can take that property information and compare it to the market to see what that house or a similar house was selling for and make adjustments to the value based on that. But the key is that the data has to be right so that we're comparing apples to apples.
And just to add on what Ruth said, so the market value of your home represents your portion of the total taxes required to be raised by the town. So a change in market value of, I'll use an extreme number, 50%, doesn't mean your taxes are necessarily going to go up by the same amount. So as the Finance Committee is well aware, we can only increase the tax levy, the amount of money that we raise, 2.5% every year. So as we've seen in the past, as market values have increased greater than 2.5% every year, our tax rate has actually decreased. So again, your individual market value of your property represents what portion of the nearly $8 billion in total value that we have in town you're going to pay to satisfy the tax levy.
Gene, you had a question?
I, one follow-up on that, but I had two questions too, but that valuation is about a year behind too.
Correct.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
it's always, it's
January of the
not
prior
current,
year.
It's not current, yeah. I just wanted to ask on the personal property tax audit, how far along are you on that? Because we were way behind for years.
Well, we just started it for fiscal, we did it last year, that hit the fiscal '23 recap. We're doing it again, we're in the process now for fiscal '24.
And you can assure us that you're 100% in the whole town has been audited?
So personal property is a weird thing, because it's completely self-reporting, and most people, to be honest, don't really understand what they're supposed to be telling us. So they do the best they can. Often they don't have a really well-educated accountant to do it for them, to say, you're this type of an entity, you need to report X, Y, and Z. So they just tell us what they think we need. We have a vendor who reviews all of those forms and enters the information, but we can only go by what they tell us. So the audit program allows us, we have a different vendor, we pick certain properties out, and then he has subpoena power, so he can go in and request the last 3 years of their actual information. He knows what to look for based on the type of property that they are. And then we make adjustments based on that. We're allowed to build back 3 years, so the current year plus 2 prior, and capture that additional growth. And then we know that that company is going to be right going forward. It's not always an increase. He has found times where people have over-reported based on the kind of company that they are, and we've reduced their assessment accordingly. So again, it's all about being accurate.
I had one other on this tax relief fund. Can you share with us how much is in that fund, or how many people have asked for help?
We just put the applications out, so we haven't received any back yet. I believe we're just over $16,000 that we've received in as donations.
Thank you.
Said,
Jim?
Just quickly on, could you just highlight briefly, what does it mean on a visit? I know you're trying to bring it down to 8 years, but if someone does come to the property, what does that entail exactly?
So, first of all, we've all got photo ID. We're on record with the police department. They know what kind of car we drive. Anyone that has any question can always call them and say, I've got this person that's driving a blah, blah car. And the police department can say, yes, they're with the town. We go to the door, we ask to do a walkthrough, so essentially we're looking to verify room counts, bathroom counts, things like that, finished basements, see what we
Is
have.
that just all notes? You're not videoing or anything?
We're not
like that?
videoing anything, we don't take any interior photographs at all. And then it's figuring out the grade and condition, like I said earlier. So grade speaks to quality of construction when it was new, condition is condition, self-explanatory, and like I said, things change over time, so we want to be accurate. And then we measure the outside of the house, because with homes, you own the outside, so all of our measurements are based on that. And then we usually take a photo front and back, just to update our records.
Just a
Please
quick
go ahead.
follow-up. Do you need permission if someone's not home to walk the outside of the property?
We do.
Okay.
Well, this is also, this is a funny thing with assessors. So if there's no trespassing signs, we don't go in. If there's a fence, we do not go through a fence.
I see.
If nobody's home, we leave a notice. We have a card. It's brightly colored. It's kind of a heavier card stock, so it doesn't blow away in the wind, to say who was there and why.
Okay.
And then if we can measure safely, we do try to do that when nobody's home. It's a brave new world. There's a lot of ring
Sure.
doorbells. So we ring the doorbell and nobody's home, but we've got somebody talking to us
Right.
from another location. We're showing our ID to the doorbell to say, yes, I am who I say I am, and then we can get permission to measure that way.
Right.
Also like to stress, no one ever has to let us into their property.
Right.
It's strictly a courtesy. If you're not comfortable with us going through, can we ask you some questions at the door? Can you verify some information? How many bedrooms? How many bathrooms? Have you done any updating? That kind of a thing.
Thank you.
So is it by appointment or just?
It can be. So, like I said, there are different reasons why we try to inspect. If a property sells, we send out a questionnaire, and on the questionnaire, we ask that they call to set an appointment, so that is sometimes helps. When there are building permits, we kind of tag team with the building department when they're doing their inspections, and we can go out then. And then, like I said, if neither of those two triggers happen in a certain time frame, we have a list of the oldest inspections, so the least recent, and then we go door to door, and then on that tag that we leave, if they're not home, we ask that they call. We're certainly happy to make an appointment with anybody.
Just a question. So you spend a lot of time going door to door, and it seems like it's a little inefficient just for people to say no, not let you in. Is there a percentage of people, like, do you have a percentage of the people that do let you in? And is there like a way to streamline that to make it more efficient, to not be going to people's houses just for them to say no? Or is this just part of the process?
One thing that we've started this year is with those older ones that we haven't been to in a long time, that's called cyclical. We've started sending out postcards that say, you haven't been visited in a while, we need to see your property. If you'd like to set an appointment, please do so. So we're doing what we can to get the word out that we're coming, and if they want to set an appointment, they certainly can. Honestly, people, to the point earlier, they're afraid to let us in. They don't want us to come because they're afraid their taxes are automatically going to go up. There's a lot of non-response. That doesn't negate our responsibility and the directive of the Department of Revenue that we have to inspect it. So we do the best that we can, and hope people are courteous enough to let us do what we need to do.
Yeah, so this is, we're legally, or this town is legally obligated to do these re-inspections, or attempt to do these by the Department of Revenue.
So it's a Department of Revenue
Right.
directive that we have to. It's,
Right.
like I said, it's, for lack of a better term, it's a kind of wonky thing that we do. If you think about it, you go to somebody's house, you're unannounced, and you say, I'm from the government, and I want to walk through your house. So it's bizarre. We still have to do it because it helps to ensure that the town as a whole is assessed fairly.
Right.
Nobody has to let us in. I know that there is pending legislation before the state that will allow assessors the same legal protection that a surveyor has to walk on a property when somebody is not home. That's, like I said, it's pending.
Yep.
We're hoping it goes through just to give us some protection.
Diana?
Not really a question, more of have you been using kind of the new town app, the new town website to find ways to educate the community on what you do, why you do it, how you do it? I think with a lot of us being our primary mode of getting information is online, you know, I suspect there are some opportunities for you to do like a nice video or an FAQ that could help educate the community.
So I believe there is some information on the assessor's page of the town website. Like I said, we've started sending out the postcards to try to get the word out of why we're doing what we're doing. And often it's being a face in the neighborhood. We call it the goodwill tour. Okay, so we go out, we have a good experience with somebody. It's we're actually able to correct an assessment or an error on the assessment. And we usually say, tell your friends that we're nice, we're kind, we're professional, and we do hope that, I mean, you'll see later on that our inspection rate has gone up significantly in the last year, and I credit that to my assistant assessor, who is a people person extraordinaire. So he's the king of the goodwill tour.
I can say that was my family's experience. We recently purchased our home, and I was like, oh, they're coming in, and that was not the experience at all. So thank you and your staff for that experience.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna follow up on that.
Sure, please.
Yeah, I think it'd be really good if we could get even more user-friendly information on the website about the whole tax process and,
Sure.
you know, property tax process, because I think people are just, they don't understand how it works, they don't understand how valuations work and can actually lower the tax rate, even though the overall tax might be going up, et cetera. And there's a lot of misinformation, not from you, there's a lot of people that just don't understand it, they talk about it, and it balloons. So I think it'd be helpful for the town to get that out, because as I say, you can see people say my taxes just went up 30% and for no reason, and,
Right.
you know, maybe there is a reason, maybe there was an error, I don't know, but it'd be good to have that information out there and sort of quell.
We do a classification hearing every year, which is our big educational opportunity. And that classification hearing is on the town website every year. As soon as I finish here, the next day, I put all of the slides are on the website as well, you know, so that's all of the information as to the values and the market and why things changed and what the rate, how the rate is calculated. So all of that information is there.
I was kind of thinking of Classification for Dummies book, because as you can tell, this place is full of people here today in the Finance Committee meeting. So no one shows up for these things, unfortunately, in town. They probably don't check the website very often, but if there was something easy, you know, highlight, maybe more people would, you know, try to understand what's going on in the town before complaining, before, you know, making a decision. So.
Sure.
And that actually comes back to a question I had, Ruth. You did mention that there is some reach out to people who may be eligible to the exemption program. So how does that actually work? Because we have a lot of seniors and people with disabilities and veterans in the town. So how do we let them know that you're exempt? There are certain exemptions in your tax bills.
So there is information, again, on the website. We work with the Council on Aging. So we have had several presentations over there where we talk about what's available, how to apply, what the income and asset limits are, and that's been very fruitful. We'll probably continue to do that at least once or twice a year. We meet with the men's club, we meet with the women's club.
What about
We
disabled-
partner with the veterans agent, so he's well aware, and we'll point people in our direction as well.
in the disability, people with disabilities, is there any special reach out for them as well?
There's not, but the Council on Aging does have some connection with that demographic. So I think the information can come from them. We can certainly try to increase our outreach going forward. That is part of our ongoing goal.
Right, because many of the disabled citizens may not have access to even the council, but you said they have data, so, which could be very helpful. Any other question? Okay. I'm sorry, Ruth, we started asking a lot of questions.
That's
I think
okay.
you still have you have a couple of slides
That's
to
okay.
present.
I just have a quick question on expenditures and just a change in what looks to be car allowance and mileage. Is that because of more inspections being done?
With that and the price of fuel. So instead of counting our miles, the town of Shrewsbury does a stipend, so that stipend has increased for anyone that goes out into the field.
Thank you.
I think you'd like to proceed.
Keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. So increasing the other goal is to increase the level of our digitized records, which will cut down on the amount of paper used throughout the department. And we'll be able to provide information electronically to taxpayers or other departments without printing and copying our record cards. And we'll be able to store much more historical data within the office instead of having to resort to off-site storage options. The fiscal '24 budget includes a request for individual scanners for staff workstations and an increase in the mileage stipends, as we just talked about. And these will help accomplish our goals and align with the strategic plan outcome areas of exceptional and sustainable by helping the town with fiscal responsibility and long-range planning, ensuring fair and equitable assessment and taxation, and by reducing the town's carbon footprint, using less paper and needing less storage space off-site. The cost of our assessment software has also been transferred from the IT department into our budget. So our first performance measure relates to improvements to the statutory exemption program. So far this year, we've granted 126 exemptions to people who qualify 126 exemptions to veterans, 39 to seniors, and 19 to blind. These numbers are slightly less than last year, but that's only because the deadline to file isn't until April 1st. As I said earlier, we are reaching out to anyone that got the exemption last year and hasn't applied yet this year so that they don't miss the deadline. However, the total amount we've been able to grant so far this year is over $179,000 in total, compared to over $159,322 and $155,821. This is a direct result of the generosity of town meeting in approving the higher exemption amounts. Our second set of graphs shows the changes in new growth value and tax dollars, and specifically highlights the increase in fiscal '23 that resulted from our personal property audit program. We gained over $93.3 million in real estate and personal property value through our regular channels, plus over $21 million in new value through the personal property audit program. Corresponding tax increases were over $1.3 million in tax dollars, plus the additional $298,000 through the audit. And our final graph shows the progress we're making in visiting properties to ensure data quality. Our office is at full staff, and the efforts of our Assistant Assessor, Greg Hamilton, to organize and coordinate the inspections are showing great results. After a couple of slow years that we can blame on the pandemic and staffing turnover, we are well on our way to meeting the DOR's guideline of visiting 10% of all properties this year. And I think we've built a good foundation for future years to be even more productive. So I thank you for your time and attention, and are there any additional questions for me?
This may be a question for Kevin. Was there any reason, Kevin, why we moved the software budget of the assessor's office away from IT into her budget?
Yeah, because this is a software package that's solely utilized by the single department. So
I see.
that's that's why this migration occurred, as opposed to like Munis or the financial software system that's used by all or many.
Is it a user-based software, like a user license, or is it was one of the reasons why that you made this move?
No, it's just trying to illustrate the exact cost of the operation of the department.
Okay.
So just to follow up to that, so I'm assuming that the support to this software will be provided by a vendor? Or
Yes.
is there a personal assigned to it?
I'm sorry?
Is there an internal IT resource assigned to the assessor, or is it vendor support?
Oh, vendor supported.
Vendor support, that I contact them directly.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ruth from the committee? Not, I will ask the members of the select board, do you have any questions for Ruth? The assessor's office. Beth, please.
Thank you. I was actually watching from home before I arrived here. When we talked about the fund for taxpayers that was funded by the community, is there also ARPA money that's being directed to that, to kind of seed it? Because I didn't hear that mentioned. I heard it at $16,000, but I was expecting the amount to be more because of the ARPA funding.
That's correct. Yeah, the select board set aside $50,000 for taxpayer relief as well. So that's on top of the $16,000 that was donated.
Are there any other questions, Beth or members of the select board? Thank you. If not, I will hand it over to the public. Are there any questions from the public for the assessor's office? Thank you, Ruth,
Thank
for all
you
the
very
work
much.
you do. It's the top of the hour, and I know we're running late, but let's have a brief 5-minute recess. We will reconvene at 10:05.
Or just like the stuff that they.
Thank you, everyone. We shall now recontinue from where we left off. We will now go to the Interest and Debt Department. All over to you.
We'll start with the treasurer collector. Right before,
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one.
Combined,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry, my bad.
unless you want to be skipped.
Oh, that's fine. Good morning, I'm Amy Perkins. I'm your treasurer collector. I work in the treasurer collector's office. It's composed of myself, an assistant treasurer collector, and 2 financial assistants. We do all of the billing, so tax billing, real estate and personal property, we bill quarterly. Motor vehicle excise is multiple commitments throughout the year that go out. And then we collect all of those taxes, so real estate, personal property, motor vehicle. We also collect the utility bills in office, process all the online payments, and we collect the cash for Selco as well. And in addition to collecting the taxes, we do all of the department turnovers. Any revenue that they've collected, they turn over to our office. So we collect all the money and then we pay it out as well. So we do the printing of the payroll checks, filing of the taxes for payroll, and then all of the AP checks and wire payments that go out. Some accomplishments. So I began here in October of 2021, so I've been here a little over a year. It was a bit behind with the reconciliation, so we've caught that up in time for the audit. Had a successful audit. One of our new additions is the bill inquiry portal that allows the taxpayers to go on and see any payments that have been made for their excise, real estate, personal property. Some confusion with our UniPay is that you could see any payments made on there, but you can only see an online payment from there. So you'd go on, and if you hadn't paid through that system, it would say you're still unpaid. So this is a way to show whether your mortgage company has paid for you or you've made cash payments, check payments. Goals for this coming year is to improve the online payment system process for both the staff on our end as well as the residents. Just try to streamline and make it easier, kind of include everything all together. Significant budget change would be 1 full-time staff member. When I came, there were 2 open positions. Pretty early on, I could determine that there were ways that we could improve the processes, that we wouldn't need to fill that 5th position. I did say this last year at the budget hearing, and we held on to the position in the budget, I think just to make sure I knew what I was talking about and that it was correct. So we're officially getting rid of that position. Throughout the year, we had a little bit of turnover. We had 1 financial assistant that left to go to another community. We replaced that position, then we had a staff member go out on leave. So we have been functioning a little short-staffed this year, but we've been managing and have not fallen behind at all.
So Amy, the decrease to 4 is a result of turnover?
No, so that was a position, when I arrived, it was a 5-person office, and I determined that what we were doing could be done with 4. But we held on to that position in the fiscal '23 budget, just to be sure that that was the case.
So you've cut a significant portion of your budget then through this, which is good.
That 1 position, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Could
Gene, please.
I ask a couple of quick questions? How are we doing on tax collections?
The collection rate in town is very good. Usually we're at about 90% of collection. 60% of real estate is paid by mortgage companies and escrows, so that's a big help, but there's never been.
And how about on excise tax?
Similar, a little, I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, but because of the process, so we do the initial billing and then demands go out. So anyone that didn't pay the first time, we usually collect in the second.
And one additional question, if I may. How far behind are people in tax collections in general as far as real estate tax goes? We used to be running close to $1 million behind. Do you know what that figure is now?
It's similar. There is some in tax title, and we are behind in putting people in tax title. The last year that was put in was 2018. So we do have a few years that need to be put through that process with a tax lien.
Would that additional staff help that?
Not the extra position. If we are functioning where we haven't had a full year where we're just a 4-person staff, we'd be able to tackle a lot of those. So that's our hopes in the future, is to have everyone on board for a full year and kind of get a lot of that backlog in the tax title.
Are there any other questions? Diana, please.
Most of my bills from, companies come, I'm able to opt into a paper-free. I think the vehicle excise is probably one of the only paper bills I actually receive. So is there like a statutory reason why we have to send out paper, or is there a mechanism that we could allow citizens to opt in for a paper-free instead?
There is e-billing that can be done. The board has to vote to accept that. So that is something that we've discussed. I don't know that it's been brought to the board yet.
Okay.
But that would be like a checkbox option for, like through our online portal, they would be able to opt in for e-billing.
Okay, I just think that's maybe an opportunity, right, as we look at the sustainability, the cost of paper goods going up, the cost of postage to send all these things, maybe an opportunity worth exploring. So, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Amy on the topic of treasurer and collector?
Could I just do one follow-up? Manage had indicated we're gonna later on have our investment people come in and talk to us as far as investments go, but we are really lagging behind on income from investments compared to past years. Do you share any information along those lines in general?
I don't think we're lagging behind. The auditor had requested that we change to a different form of reporting. And we have since had many conversations and hope to wrap things up actually on Monday through a conference call with them to go back to the former way of cash reporting of just the investment income that we receive. So they had asked at the beginning of the year and through prior audits, which for us to show our unrealized losses and gains on our general fund investments. And the Department of Revenue has since come down and said that cities and towns don't need to do that. I can't see any rational reason why they ever ask us to do that, because it doesn't make sense. But so we hope to have for the committee a report at your April meeting that is much more similar to prior years, but it's not because of any changes, except for how the auditors had requested us to report through this part of the year. But
well, just quick follow-up. The only reason I mentioned that, you had indicated back in February that our income was going to be down compared to previous years. And that amount was up there substantial, so I was just concerned.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think so obviously there's a little bit of less interest being earned. We have a less money in the general fund buckets because we have less funds that we had borrowed that were sitting out there for projects like the Beal School and things like that. So I think all in all, I'm sorry, Gene, I thought you were talking about the reporting change that was discussed, at the February meeting.
Correct.
But, I mean, I think year over year, we will receive less investment income, but
Yep.
just market conditions is
Yep.
really driving that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Milind?
So you talked about 90% collection rate, so what's that 10% look like? What's the average aging report?
It's like
How far behind are we? And, do you have a categorization, commercial versus residential?
It's mostly residential. A lot of the commercial properties, those are paid. I don't have a like an aging report on that. That's something I could get for you, though.
That would be good.
Yep.
Any more questions from the committee? Before I say that, are we done, Amy, with treasurer and collector section? Okay. Any questions, further questions on this particular topic from the committee? If not, the members of the select board, do you have any questions for Amy on the treasurer collector office? No? I open it up to the public. If not, we can move to interest and debt. I believe you're going to continue that. Thank you.
So for the debt and interest, the only change in the past year was we did the final borrowing for the police station in October. So that was additional $4,530,000. We've only made an interest payment in fiscal '23, so the first principal payment for that will be in fiscal '24.
Any questions from the committee? Willett?
One quick question, what's the debt level that we are comfortable with as a town to continue to take on?
There are no future projects, so there shouldn't be any borrowing in the near future that I'm aware of.
Okay, so what's the current level look like compared to revenues and?
Well, so there's a couple of ways to look at that. So under the general laws, we're allowed to borrow, have principal debt of up to 5% of assessed value. And our assessed value is about $8 to $8.5 billion. So we're nowhere near that. I mean, we have less than, or I think we're about 1% maybe of assessed value in total principal. I would say, broadly speaking, the town of Shrewsbury has a very low debt service requirement in compared to other communities. Again, with our annual operating budget, about $140 million at this point in debt service, making up less than 10% of that, so we're actually quite low. I don't really know how to answer what would we be comfortable with, but I certainly don't think we're really stressing any aspect of our capability to pay, and I think that's clearly reflected through our AAA bond rating that we're in a good spot.
Thank you.
Just wanted to add as well, on page 29 of the budget, some of the information the town manager reviewed on debt ceiling and the capacity is listed there as well.
Thanks.
So if we were to increase our debt, our AAA bond rating could get affected. Is that one of the parameters that is used?
It could, yeah.
Could.
I mean, if we begin to, drastically increase our level of debt service on an annual basis, the one benefit that we have is that the system in Massachusetts, and since bond ratings are of course worldwide, the system in Massachusetts of utilizing debt exclusion questions, meaning the voters specifically raise dollars just for covering debt, puts us in a much stronger position. So in some ways, we can't overstress the community, at least without its acknowledgement that we're really pushing the service levels higher.
Any further questions from the committee? Not, I will request the select board, do they have any questions for Amy and Kevin on debt? If not, I open it to the public. Are there any questions on this particular topic? I see that there are none, so thank you, Amy, for your time.
Thank you so much.
We will now move on to the school department.
What's that, Bob?
Oh, we don't have the slides.
There we go.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't have one for you, but it's coming.
Come on, Carlos.
updated version.
Are we ready to get started? I believe.
Wait for more from Mr. Collins and we'll be fine.
Oh, yes, sorry.
No worries. Not retired yet?
You just
This is the last one, you're not gonna have, leave him up now.
Notice how we all just sat down and he ran around.
The last minute.
All set. Okay, we're ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
Yes, please proceed.
Wonderful. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lindsay Heffernan. I am the chair of the Shrewsbury School Committee. I want to thank the members of the Finance Committee, some of whom are new to me. Nice to meet you this morning. Certainly, Mr. Chair, and I know we have members of the Select Board, town meeting, our town manager's office and his team. So good morning. I want to make sure you know who the members of the school committee are. I'm joined today with a member of our finance committee for the school committee, Ms. Sandra Fritz, but also behind me we have our vice chair, Jason Palich, and also members John Wensky and Aaron Boucher. On my left here, of course, we have the formidable Dr. Joe Sawyer, who I think everybody in town knows, and Mr. Patrick Collins, for whom without him we would not be here today. We're here to present to you the details of an $83 million fiscal year 2024 budget. But before we move into those details, I'd like to provide just a little bit of background and context. I first presented to this committee 4 years ago with a dire projection on the fiscal health of our district. That year, we cut programs and services in the school budget. 1 year later, in the middle of a global pandemic, the community rallied together and passed our most recent operational override, and we were able to then expand staffing and enable the opening of the Beale Elementary School, changing the landscaping of programming across all of our elementary schools and providing full-day kindergarten to all the students in our district. Last year, as we began to come out of the pandemic, we began to build back some areas that had been cut in the lean years, including support for English language learners and also the allied arts. Most importantly, last year, we made strategic investments in providing mental health supports for our students as they struggled with the impacts of the pandemic. We carry forward those investments in our staffing in this year's budget. This year, the high-level story is strong, but we are presenting a fairly level budget. Given the impacts of the inflationary environment that we are in, which I'm sure you've already heard a lot about today, we have few major new investment areas, and the pandemic does continue to impact our programming and therefore our budget. From a budgetary perspective, we have variability from our last year in a few key areas: in transportation, in vocational programming, in substitute costs, in out-of-district tuition, which we'll cover more for you this morning. These are fiscally balanced by that high inflationary pressures in some of our areas and entering the year with a very strong circuit breaker account. That said, the override has provided significant stability to our overall programming. We have spent meaningful time this year on strategic planning for the district to set our path for the next 5 years. We will also be sharing today about our plans to develop a new in-district program for our 18 to 22-year-old students, largely funded with grants to cover our first-year capital costs. Finally, we hope to share a preview of our space needs to support the educational programming going forward, focusing today on our greatest priority, the severe overcrowding at the high school. I am honored to be at the table today with 3 individuals with significantly more experience than I. I'm honored to chair this committee of very committed professionals who care deeply about our schools. And most notably, I'm honored to be the parent of 3 students of the Shrewsbury Public Schools who benefit from the tireless work of our educators. With that, if I can ask Dr. Sawyer if you can go forward a slide. The topics we're going to cover today, one back for me. So the topics we're going to cover today are 5-year strategic planning update. We'll be really brief on that. We'll spend the majority of our time on our fiscal year 24 budget, and then we'll conclude with some acknowledgement about the capital space needs for the district. Go forward. This year, we engaged in a consultant, Focus Schools, to help us to facilitate our strategic planning process. somewhat similar to what the town engaged in, but really focused on the schools. And frankly, coming out of the pandemic, it was time. This new plan will cover our years 23 to 27. It will be setting our core commitments, strategic priorities, and really importantly for the committee, or for the community, excuse me, it will be setting success metrics so we can know how the schools are doing and be more transparent in that process. We know we have had lots of opportunities for stakeholder input from focus groups and surveys and thought exchanges and also targeted meetings, for instance, with the parents of special education students, right, and having special meetings to hear all of the voices in our community. We hope to vote on that plan in late April, and I will say that continues to be an area for us as we think about the budget. Where might we want to make some targeted strategic investments is a conversation we're continuing to have through this process. Go forward. We will cover these various budget topics, so a quick note on the override, our budget overview, moving into the cost projections to keep our programs functioning, some enrollment, and particularly in some target areas around enrollment, vocational, special education, et cetera, and then our recommended new investments. So the override agreement, I can't state enough how different this experience is from where we were many years ago, and it needs to be said over and over again to our community, how important it is for us to have budget stability as a committee. The override agreement limits our school budget increase to a maximum of between 4.25% to 4.75%. The potential for it to go up to that higher level, the 4.75% on an annual basis, is only if there's sufficient additional revenue projected by the town manager. I will note that this agreement should cover us through at a minimum fiscal 25, but as I'm sure you've heard from Mr. Mizikar, we are all thinking that it'll extend longer than that. We can go forward one more slide. So why this slide is important is that the budget gap is 0. So as a committee, we have a memory, for those of us who've been here longer than I, that we started off this process with gaps, and then we talk about cuts, and then we talk about reductions, and that is not where we are beginning. We are beginning presenting a budget based on what we understand the town manager has available for us, and so we will spend the rest of our time this morning really walking through that $83 million and trying to explain how we planned to spend those dollars. And with that, I think I will turn it over to Dr. Sawyer and Mr. Collins.
Yep. Thank you. So we thought we would start off first by conveying some kind of very high-level information about our cost in comparison to other school districts, or our so-called cost efficiency ratio, if you will. And so this is a longitudinal graph here of the average cost per pupil statistic. And it's really important to note that these statistics are produced by the Mass Department of Education. So these are not school department derived. These are independently derived based upon data that all school districts are required to provide to the Department of Education annually. So you can see from this chart here, we've traditionally been below the state average. The state average is in the blue line. Shrewsbury's in the red line. And the most recent data that we have is fiscal 21. And that year, we were $3,900 below the state average, or about 20% below the state average in terms of cost per pupil. I will tell you that the Department of Ed did a Friday afternoon drop of the fiscal 22 data, and so we'll be presenting that as going forward with the budget process, but didn't have time to incorporate all that for this morning.
Quick.
But it's been traditionally, we've been pretty significantly below state average.
It's kind of interesting that our 21-year 15,200 actually is less than 2016 or 2016 average for the state. To show how far below we've been.
Yeah,
We're
absolutely.
We're trailing by 5 or 6 years the state average.
Sure.
I also had a follow-up, Patrick. Does the state average also reflect the population size? Because we are extremely burdened, I think, from the number of students we have in our system. Is that comparable? Are we really above the average student population size in the state? And how does that factor in?
Sure. So the way that they derive these statistics is, as I said, we have to provide very detailed annual financial reports to the Department of Education in a standardized reporting format, almost like a tax return, if you will. And what goes into the dollars, which is the numerator, is all of our expenditures, from the general fund town appropriation to grant funding to private donation funding. All of that is gathered as the numerator, and on the denominator is our school district enrollment. And they do that for every school district, so it's a pure average cost per pupil for the entire district, pre-K through 12.
I see.
The next slide is, a much smaller, kind of peer group comparison. And we didn't pick these communities ourselves. These were selected by ClearGov, which is kind of a government transparency website, of course, that I know both the municipal side and the school department uses. So this grouping is of school districts or communities with similar socioeconomics. So it's a tighter group, if you will. And you can see how we fare there, which is second to the lowest in terms of the other communities: North Attleboro, Franklin, Chelmsford, Natick, Belmont, and Arlington. So again, these are just kind of broad-based to give a sense of reassurance around the stewardship of the dollars that the school committee takes to heart, and that we're spending them wisely.
I'm sorry, Patrick, I just had another question on the previous slide, the per pupil expenditure data. So there is a significant increase in the state average from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021, a little bit over $1,600, and that's like a spike in the graph. Whereas we have a little bit of a spike if you see the slope of that graph at that portion, but it's not similar. So do you have any comment on that?
So that's also going to factor some of the initial COVID funding that all school districts got. So depending on and some of that monies was able to be spent over multiple fiscal years. So some of that might be based upon the rate of people spending COVID dollars that were available to them. And certainly, when we carry this out to fiscal 22, for example, we would fully expect to see the Shrewsbury red line go up a little bit more sharply, because that was the first year of the override. And so our budget went up more significantly in that year. And so, I would expect to see that, when we rechart this again for next time.
Thank you.
In terms of the $83 million in total, which is the town appropriated ask, if you will, the school committee recommended budget at this particular point, where does that money go? And you can see that the largest portion, we're a staff-intensive organization. And so you have 85% of those dollars are going into staff salaries and wages, or just over $70.4 million. And everything else is kind of overshadowed by that. But, the next kind of largest combined category would be transportation and special ed transportation combined for a 5%. Special education out-of-district tuitions. These are the students that with very intensive disabilities that we can't educate in our own school district, 4%, or $3.2 million net. Vocational tuitions, just under $1 million. Contractual services are services that we contract on a basis for that we don't have our own staffing, or things like repairs and maintenance would be another example. Educational supplies is kind of what you would think it would be, including textbooks. And then other expenses would include things like office supplies, telephone expenses, custodial expenses, things like that. So that's kind of the, really, again, big picture where the resources are allocated, mostly in salaries and wages. The next slide breaks down that larger category.
Milind had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so on the allocation of resources, is this dollar amount excluding any grants that we receive, or is it inclusive of that?
That's a good question. So all of the information that you're seeing is purely the town appropriation ask, so it excludes grants. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. And this chart basically just breaks down the salary category into smaller categories. Again, the biggest category, the blue, is all of our professional educators, which are the teachers, the nurses, the psychologists, counselors, 72%. Paraprofessional staffing, our ABA techs, our instructional aides, our one-to-one child-specific aides, just over 13.4%. Clerical workers at 4.5%. Substitutes, this is an area of growth for fiscal '24, just about 2%. Other wages would include instructional technology staff. Tuition and other reimbursement are tuition reimbursement benefit to our teachers when they are advancing in their academic credentials. And then district administration is what you would think. It's the principals, assistant principals, athletic director, central office, all combined at 5.8%. So again, you can see the basis of the investment is in our classroom, focused on students and teachers at just over 72%.
Quick question, if I may, in regards to the increase in substitutes and long-term subs. What is that as a percentage from last year as an increase?
We'll have a whole specific slide about that coming
Okay,
up.
I was trying to find, thank you.
And do we also have like a breakdown of, the salary allocation, union versus non-union employees?
We don't have that broken out. We could provide that to you. I would tell you that, generally, that the teachers and the paraprofessionals are all union staff, and most of the others are not, with the exception of a small portion of the assistant principals, which is a union of 11 members, is a portion of that $4.1 million, but all others would be non-union.
And the paraprofessionals as well, Patrick, right? The red,
They said
the red,
you-
okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
paraprofessionals. So the vast majority of our staff are union staff, for sure.
May I
Diana
ask
had a question.
one question? You may not have this, but I know we've compared our per student cost to the, the similar socioeconomic communities. Do you get data that shows like, teachers versus central staff and how we compare, if that question makes any sense?
Sure. I don't have the specific figure, but in terms of where we were relative to administrative costs, I think we saw we were like in the bottom 2% of the state.
Yeah.
For teachers, we're not quite that low, probably more at bottom, on a per pupil basis, certainly well below the average. The only place we were above the state average in expenditure on a per pupil, when they break it onto many different categories, was for paraprofessional expenditures. Part of that reason is that we very intentionally try to educate as many of our students within the district as we can. And so a student that perhaps in other school districts might be go to an out-of-district placement, we may educate them within our schools, but they require paraprofessional support. So there's a bit of a trade-off there in terms of those numbers. But those categories are all, there's a number of categories that are broken out, and, all, I think, except for paraprofessional, maybe one other, which I can't recall,
I
are
think it's
below
professional
the state
development.
average. Professional development, I think, is a little higher above as well.
Gene?
One quick question, under tuition reimbursements, do we have any agreements, if somebody takes some additional education, do we have any agreements that they're gonna stay on for a certain period of time, or how is it handled?
Yeah, that's not part of the teacher's contract. It's, and I forget the exact figure, it's about $1,000 per year, $1,000 per year that they could get reimbursed towards a master's degree or whatnot. There's no requirement in the teacher's contract for that. The only place where that is in place is that administrators who are here for a certain amount of time are eligible for reimbursement of a doctoral program, and they're required to stay 2 years beyond the completion of their program. I've stayed a few more years beyond that, whether people think that's a good idea or not, but those programs typically take about 3 years, and then so we'd benefit from at least 2 more years of someone being here if they were to do that. We haven't had someone in the program in a few years. I'm hopeful some of our earlier career administrators will take advantage of that program at some point.
Thank you.
Dennis?
And what is the percentage reimbursement? Is it full reimbursement? Is it 50%?
For a doctoral,
For doctoral, and then for the other courses teachers take?
teachers, it's $1,000 a year towards
$1,000 a
whatever
year.
courses they take as a maximum. And then for the doctoral, and we just increased this, what the ability is, and I want to say it's up to $7,500, I believe, dollars a year toward a doctoral.
But getting back to the teachers, it's 1,000 per year, but per course, is it pay the whole course up until they hit the $1,000? Or
Yes,
is it a?
as soon as you hit the, so
Okay.
if they take one course at $750, to be entirely reimbursed. If they take a second course that costs $750, they'd get whatever's left of that
Yeah, the
$1,000
$250.
put toward it.
I was trying to see if you can make you guys do math.
Yeah, there you go.
Checking on the.
And that's part of the collective bargaining agreement with the
Yeah.
teachers, so that's part of what's, that's not on an individualized basis, that's a, overall for the bargaining unit.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering how they bargained it.
Sure.
On the next slide, this table here, you can see, again, just a high-level summary of, obviously, as we put these together, we're trying to anticipate the frequently asked questions, so we're slicing and dicing in a number of different ways here. But in terms of salaries, from year to year, it's an increase of 6.1%. And so what does that include? That includes all of our staff, all of the cost of living allowance increases, step increases. I know that you, as members of the Finance Committee, are familiar with public sector contracts and step increases, lane changes if a teacher were to move from a bachelor's degree to a master's degree, and new staff that we're going to talk about later. So all of that is just kind of rolled into that. Transportation is up 2.6%. Our tuitions combined, both special education and vocational combined, is down 12%. We're going to talk more about that. And then supplies and materials, we're trying to keep some pace with the inflationary pressures, and so we regulate those on an individual basis as needed, and we're up in some at 5.4%. But again, the budget is 4.75% overall.
Just coming back to salaries, Patrick, do we still have a flat, does this represent a flat number of people that we are still paying, or is it because the 6% increase? Like, I'm just trying to understand, is it a 6% increase on the average of a individual salary, or is it because of fluctuation in numbers of people that we're employing?
It's going to include the additional new staff, which is one of your slides in a little bit further on. And we're also going to go through, I think maybe even the next slide, the actual COLAs is the next slide. If I could do that, it might help answer the question. So the actual COLAs, the cost of living allowances for each collective bargaining unit for fiscal '24, and what's implicit in the fiscal '24 budget overall of $83 million is for teachers on their salary schedule, it goes up by 2.25%. The Unit B, the assistant principals, their scale goes up by 3%. And then the paraprofessionals, depending where they are on in terms of the type of job, their wage scale will go up between 2.5% to 2.75%. And then as part of the collective bargaining agreement, one of the larger categories of that group, the NC3 group, we added an additional step as part of the collective bargaining process. So those are the COLAs. And then, of course, included in that, in addition to that, if you will, is we have people making steps. So if they've been here for just 1 year as a teacher and they have a master's degree, they're in master's degree step 1. We put the salary schedule for the teachers in the back of your budget book, so you can see the actual salaries by step and education level. It's on page 61. And so when they make a step increase, we factor those cost increases as well as the new staff. And so all of that combined accounts for the 6.1% increase.
So a question on COLA, is this a negotiated rate, or is it something based on the state mandate?
No, this is all a result of collective bargaining negotiations between the school committee and those individual bargaining units, those unions. Okay, a little bit more information on kind of the big picture. So we're doing salaries, now we're switching to transportation, and this is just various types of transportation services that we provide. I know everybody's familiar with probably your child getting on a big yellow bus, going to school, and then coming home with a big yellow bus. That's the kind of the first line there, the regular day. Get them to school, bring them home. McKinney-Vento transportation is with respect to homeless students. Foster care transportation. Again, these are specialized subpopulations with some additional requirements for transportation. We transport students over to Assabet Vocational Transportation. We have 2 buses that we're budgeting for next year. Some student activity transportation, special education transportation, and bus monitoring services. And those are just for the special education buses. We don't have monitors on all of our buses, just special education buses. And so you can see, overall, we're at $4.3 million town appropriation for next year.
Could I ask one quick?
Sure, Gene.
On the transportation contract, is there an inflation clause?
Yes, so we, of course, have to procure those services in a competitive environment in accordance with the state procurement law. We did that in January because our contract, our current contract, runs out at the end of the school year. We have a contract, ending a 5-year contract with AA Transportation. They're headquartered right here in Shrewsbury and on Route 20. And so when we went out to the marketplace, we went out to bid, and they rebid the service. And for the next 5 years, there will be a 6% annual increase in that contract, including next year. Our rate isn't going up explicitly by 6%. We have some other residual fee funds that we're able to apply to help moderate the town appropriation ask. And also sometimes our services are adjusted a little bit. So to answer your question, you have a 5-year go-forward contract for fiscal '24, '25, '26, '27, and '28. And in each of those years, the rate will go up by 6%.
And there's no other inflation clauses in there?
No, that's it. So if fuel goes up for them, fuel goes up by 20%, then they bear that cost. If insurance goes up by 13%, they bear that cost. They bear whatever cost that they work out with their employees in terms of their wage increases. So there's no other pieces. It's just a simple, predictable 6% for each year going forward.
Dennis?
I believe during COVID, with AAA, AA Transportation, we actually kept paying a little bit to the buses, et cetera. And did they give us something back in the bid? Was their bid much better because of what we did before, where we weren't busing students, but we didn't completely cut off the contract, if I remember correctly?
No, there wasn't something in this contract that kind of compensated for that. I would say that generally that the school marketplace for school transportation, this is the SAT word. It's an oligopoly, right? It's a marketplace with few players.
Yep.
It's not a monopoly. It's not there are other providers, but there's very high barriers to entry into that marketplace. All the capital, of course, it's very difficult to find bus drivers these days because of the labor market. You've got fuel prices that, are kind of going like, a wave up and down, and things like that. So, we were, like other school districts during the pandemic, we made agreements to help our transportation providers stay afloat, if you will. I think we struck a fair deal, and AA Transportation, I will tell you, has been a very good transportation partner. There are some real horror stories with school transportation. And I know if you read the Boston Globe, of course, Boston is just, those parents and students and staff are in an awful situation. Not too far to our east, in another community, they have fill rates of their busing routes, around 80% on a day. We've never experienced those problems. We started this school year with only 2 substitute drivers. They only had 2 positions that they had to fill out of like 48. So, I think we're as a school district, as a community, we're in a solid place where, the service that you would expect to show up is showing up, and we're not struggling with a lot of other school districts are.
And just to clarify too, the AA Transportation was the only bid, and that's been the reality we've had the last few times that we put it out to bid. There was one other company that had asked for information, but they ultimately decided not to bid. And what some other school districts are experiencing, You know, a 6% annual increase is a significant increase, of course, but they're doing a calculation, obviously, of what they think it's going to take to cost. Yeah, I think Mr. Budenhing might be referring, there was a number of years back where we had a contract, there was sort of a clause in there to, that the rate every year would float with the consumer price index. And I know that there was a situation where another district in central Massachusetts went out to bid with that kind of specification. And their year one bid, one bidder was like 35%. And they had to, because the bus company had to factor in, like, we don't know what the CPI is going to look like, so we're going to bring this up. So I think it was a much better approach not to try to bake the CPI in. I know that other district basically had to scrap it and go back and rebid because there was just no way they were going to be able to afford that kind of one-year increase.
Great, thank you.
So it's a complicated landscape for transportation, but we're very fortunate to have a partner that's very realistic, we think, in terms of what they're charging us, and they're also very responsive to us.
Like it's just real
And
quick.
Mr. Chair, the other piece on this, which may be helpful for all of you, is that two important things to know about AAA transportation. When we sat down as a committee before early in the fall and started to think about this, we were estimating 7 or 8% might be the growth rate that we were going to expect. So we were pretty happy with 6. Sure. No one likes 6, so that's not a great number, but we were comparatively, just given what the market, what we thought the market could bear, we thought it might be higher than that. And in addition, I would just note AAA, I'm sure many of you have heard, we're changing our school start times next year. That's significant for our transportation provider, and they have been at the table with us all the way along through that process to be really good partners to help us think through how to increase efficiency in our transportation processes for all of our parents, in addition to their ability to maintain staff in a way that in the transportation marketplace right now, people just can't, we're not seeing that.
Please, Dennis.
That's what my question was actually getting at, is we helped them out 2 years ago in a partnership, and it sounds like they actually came back and helped us out. Their bid was lower, obviously. They've worked with us with the new school time changing, et cetera. So I guess my point was we made a commitment as the school system out of the budget, and town made a commitment to do that, and it looks like it has paid benefits.
Thank you.
So I was trying to bring that point out, so maybe it came across wrong, but.
They even came to one of our school committee meetings, so I give anyone credit for doing that.
Well, can we come to finance committee? We don't have anyone.
But really around that issue of start time, really saying, like, we're here to help you figure this out. It's gonna be some work and some change, so.
So great.
I think there were some more questions.
Yeah.
Milind?
One more question. I know, I think in recent years, we have started late bus program. So where does that?
Late bus.
Late bus.
Yes.
Where does that cost come from, which category? And
Sure.
are we tracking, is it, like, what's the usefulness, right? Like, how many families are using that facility? Because I know it's no cost to,
Yep.
there is technically no cost, nothing is free, but somewhere it is coming through, right? So.
Sure. Well, it kind of goes back to your prior question around grants, and the reason you don't see late bus service here is that we are funding the late bus service out of one of the federal COVID grants, the Assessor 3 grant, and we will plan to do the same for next year as well. The ridership has increased, I'd say every month on some days we could have 70 to 90 kids. And I just want to go back to, like, what is the primary purpose of the late bus? And, the school committee and the school administration made a concerted effort to bring that service back after the impact of COVID. So you have COVID, and we have to shut down basically all of our after-school activities. Clubs and students are, disconnected from their peers, and they're going to school and then they're going home. And so as we reopened the schools and restarted programs gradually after school, we certainly wanted to make sure that students would take advantage of those after-school activities and kind of reestablish those social connections with their peers and have something that they really enjoyed participating in. And so that's the reason for running the late bus service. I will tell you that, we're running basically 3 routes, and the other aspect of this, I'll tell you, is that this whole idea of equity, and that, some parents who have the types of jobs where they can work from home, sometimes are the more white-collar jobs, higher-paying jobs, And so they could pick up their child after school easily if they wanted to be in a club. Whereas the more blue-collar jobs, you have to be on site, and you can't do that. And so we, the school committee and the administration wanted to make a very concerted effort to bring this service back to make sure those students, especially those that are economically disadvantaged, were able to stay after school and participate and then have a ride home. And so those bus stops, they don't go all over town. They're primarily hitting, the kind of major apartment complexes first and foremost is what we put as bus stops, and then some other various stops, kind of neighborhood regional stops. But that service is funded through a grant right now and will continue through fiscal '24.
Right.
My question is one, I hope to be brief. In the instance of a no-show bus, who pays that price? Does that come back to us as a credit through AA transportation, or how does that work?
So if we have a chronic situation, with buses not performing, then, and we have in the past, we haven't had to do much recently, but we have in the past, we would take a deduction off of that daily rate that we pay.
Thank you.
Okay, in terms of the other big category, out-of-district tuitions, for special education, you can see that we have a kind of a net decrease here, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the reason for that with respect to increased use of circuit breaker funding, but we're down in terms of that population. And these next couple slides are going to kind of bear that out a little bit more. So what do our special ed tuitions cost? So for fiscal '24, we are budgeting $7.2 million. And that's for a population of 59 students. Again, these are students with significant disabilities that we send to private providers in the area. And one probably more familiar to everybody is located right on Route 9, the New England Center for Children is an example of that, where we send a number of students. So $7.2 million, those, the year-to-year change is 11%. I think one of the key takeaways from talking about this topic is that from year to year, the population of kids that we're talking about changes a lot. So trying to make some sort of straight line between this year and next year is not always very useful because the population changes. Some students age out of those services. Some students enter into those services. Some students change placements. There's a lot of different variables going on from one year to the next. But in terms of the total, what we do, like other school districts, is we reduce that cost by using circuit breaker funding, which is a state reimbursement program. And you can see year over year, from fiscal '23 to '24, we're increasing significantly our use of that fund by almost $1 million. And so as a result of that, we've got a net decrease to the town appropriation of $268,000.
So Patrick, does the circuit breaker only apply to when we use facilities that we cannot provide? Or is it only for all special ed students?
So it's actually for all, that's a great question. It's actually for all special education students. So, and actually the next slide bears this out a little bit. That's probably a good segue to the big picture takeaway of circuit breaker is a program to, I think it started in 2004, where school districts struggling with all these high-cost students, whether they're in district, at Oak Middle School or Sherwood Middle School or the high school, or out of district. And so the funding mechanism is that if you have a so-called high-cost student in district, an example would be a student with a child-specific aid, a one-to-one aide who has to spend their entire day just with that one student. And then in addition, that student might get some speech therapy services or occupational therapy services. They might also have specialized transportation. So all of those costs get accrued to that student, again, in a state template that we have to do every year to submit to the state. And then once costs exceed about $57,000, the district pays first, almost like a deductible, if you will. We're paying that first, and then every dollar thereafter, they've been reimbursing about 75% back to the district. And so that's the net sum of that. You can see for fiscal '24, we've kind of near the bottom, projected reimbursement amount. I'm projecting that we will receive next year $3.5 million of circuit breaker reimbursement. So it's a vitally important revenue source for the town and for all school districts. And so it covers both in-district and out-of-district students, to answer your question.
So Patrick, just a follow-up question to that. I'm pretty sure you all have done this analysis, but I just want to understand from my, as well as the committee's understanding. If we were to invest into infrastructure to provide internal support for our special ed kids rather than sending them to other institutions, would, over the long term, that be financially more beneficial for the town?
Yeah, and I think, I guess two ways to answer that would be, the first thing that our special education office does is to find out what is the most appropriate educational environment for the student, absent of financial considerations. And that's the law. It's, educating a child with disabilities is not simply a financial equation, and the law doesn't say that you need to take that into account to try to find the most cost-effective way to educate a student with significant disabilities. They say basically, set that equation aside, and kind of in its purest form, kind of like going to the doctor, if you will, or a doctor's medical assessment. What's the best way that I could treat this individual? What's the best treatment plan, if you will, absent of costs? And so that's the purview of the special education department and the IEP team to put together an educational plan for that student. That being said, the intention also is to keep as many students in district with their peers and in our community to the degree that we can provide those educational services that best serve the student. And then when we find that we don't have either specialized staffing or specialized facilities, then that's kind of the tipping point where other private providers have those. Again, the New England Center for Children is a great example with just their facilities that they have to educate children with autism that we could never replicate. So kind of on implicitly, the special education department is working to keep students in district for educational purposes, and in most cases, it's financially advantageous to do that. But then there's always that tipping point where they need to go out of district.
And I think part of that as well, Mr. Chabra, is that some of this is economy of scale. There might be a student whose disabilities are so unique that there's just not a scalability factor there in terms of providing resources. An example might be a student who is might be attending a school for the deaf, for example. We certainly have children who have disabilities related to hearing loss, but in some cases it might be so profound, and to put together a whole program, it would not be cost effective, nor would we probably be able to provide the right kinds of educational services, just as one example. So it's something we've considered, but when you consider that we have over 1,000 students essentially who get some sort of special education service in some way, shape, or form, then about 59 of them are students who go out of district. It's a very small percentage of students already, and there's definitely some scale piece that we're part of the Assabet Valley Collaborative, not the vocational technical school. This is a collaborative of districts in central Massachusetts that has programming for that reason, because districts who have small populations of students who might have a particular disability, we share costs to provide programming that are regional in nature. That's one example of an out-of-district program.
I would just know, we'll talk a little bit later in the slides, and I realize we are over time, so I'm happy to take all the questions, but if you need us to hurry up, please let us know. We're going to talk about a program that we're trying to bring into district for next fiscal year for our 18 to 22-year-olds, and in this case, educationally, the cohort's large enough, we can provide the services. We think we could do a better job at helping make connections within the community, and so we're trying to make that move. But to Dr. Sawyer's point, the tipping point made that make sense. If we had a smaller cohort of students, it wouldn't make sense to hire the staff and do those things. So,
I think the only other piece of a big takeaway here is that, and this is a slide that we presented to the school committee to kind of get into the real nitty-gritty of circuit breaker, which we didn't intend to do here, but you know, the fiscal 24, looking ahead to fiscal 24 and the end of fiscal 24, you know, this circuit breaker funding, all those funds go into a specialized account, and you know, our intent is to have a good measure of those funds unreserved in case of unexpected costs. And this is something that happens frequently in school districts. If a student were to move into town from out of state and had significant disabilities, we would have no knowledge of that when we're developing our budget. So this provides some stability if that were to happen. So our projection is we'd be at 2.9 million at the end of fiscal 24. The next slide, basically, the school committee asked us to put together, so what is the right level of circuit breaker funding to keep in that account? And so this kind of green, yellow, red stoplight visual is intended to do that. And what we think is that having 75 to 100% of the maximum that you can keep in that account, because it's capped. You can't just keep building that circuit breaker account. It's capped. What's the right amount? And we think it's between 75 and 100%. And as you saw on the previous slide, all of our financial planning right now would end fiscal 24 with about 85%. So we think we'll be in a strong position for fiscal years going forward. Turn it over to you.
All right, another topic that's been discussed at length over the past year is around vocational technical education. And this is about the Aspet Valley Regional Technical High School that provides vocational technical education to students, one of many high schools across the state, but not enough high schools across the state because there's a shortage of seats for students across Massachusetts who would like to participate in that kind of education. Last year, the state made some shifts in their policy around admissions to those programs that Aspet Valley, their school committee, in turn adopted, which made it extremely difficult for students in districts like ours, communities like ours. This is really based on a community, not on a school district basis. But because the town of Shrewsbury is not a member of the Aspet Valley Regional Technical High School School District, we tuition our students in. And over time, there would be a number of slots that would be available for non-member communities. But when they made this shift in admission, that essentially made it easier for students in their existing towns that are part of their regional agreement to access and be admitted to the school, there were very, very few seats left over that a Shrewsbury student could take. And as witness to that, typically would have anywhere from, say, 25 to 35 students enter that in grade 9. Last year, to this current year, we have 2 ninth graders who are attending Assabet. It's a significant difference. And that's going to be happening over time unless something changes as a result of the admission policy changing back, which I don't really see happening anytime in the short term, or there were some ability to open more seats or add on to the capacity, which again is more of a long-term state issue. We have been taking, with the school committee and the select board jointly wrote a letter to the Aspet Valley Regional School Committee inquiring as to whether Shrewsbury might be able to work with them to become a member community of their regional agreement, which would provide better access for Shrewsbury students. We made that request last fall formally. We asked to see if they would meet with us. Ultimately, the school committee chose not to meet with a delegation from Shrewsbury, but on their own, after having inquiries from Shrewsbury and a couple of other communities, Sudbury and Boxborough, I believe, who are in similar situations. They determined that they are not interested in expanding their membership at this time. And the basic reason is that they want to preserve those seats for the students who live in their communities. That makes sense. That wasn't unexpected necessarily, but we felt it was an important exploration point on our part to do our due diligence to see if there was any possibility there. We have been doing work within the district. We are looking at exploring a program that is sponsored to a degree by the State Department of Education called Innovation Pathways. that provides some sort of vocational, vocational technical education opportunities within a more traditional high school. And we are going to be applying for a planning grant for that potential approach. In the meantime, and actually families who applied to Assabet either last year, our current 9th grade families, or who are applying this year as 8th graders are going to receive a communication from Shrewsbury High School over the next few days. We have been looking at sort of an advanced piece of that to create some career pathways, sort of clusters of courses that would lead, what our intent is that by the time our students who are current 9th graders, current 8th graders, by the time they reach their junior year of high school, we will have built a more robust opportunities for job shadowing, internships, on-site vocational types of pieces, potential partnerships with Quinsignment Community College. We already have an early college partnership with Worcester State that's in its infancy, starting last year, and providing sort of capstone and real-world work experiences when they are upperclassmen. And that's something that we're going to continue to look at, and I'll mention when we get to some of the additions we're making next year. But some of those career pathway sequences could be clusters of courses that we already offer in business, child development, computer science, and cybersecurity, TV production and film, biomedical, and engineering. So those are some things that we're working on, and as it mentions in the third bullet, I am recommending an additional position at Shrewsbury High School, an additional science teacher, to provide more access to these Project Lead the Way engineering courses that we've had, in additional to biotechnology potentially in next year's budget.
Dr. Sawyer, just coming
Yes, sir.
back to the Assabet Valley topic.
Yep.
I think you're doing some really great mitigation to offset this. But I just wanted to understand, are the students who are affected by this decision currently in the 8th grade, or are they the existing?
The first group that was affected are the current 9th graders.
The current 9th graders. And do you think that these mitigations that you are working on will sufficiently offset their inability to? It won't?
No. Because we do not have the capacity to offer the kind of program that a vocational technical high school provides. I mean, they have, full-blown shops for automotive or auto body, HVAC, plumbing, electrician, health sciences, there's 16 or 17 or 18 different programs they have there. The model of vocational technical education in Massachusetts, which is the best in the nation, frankly. Students typically go to their academic classes 1 week, and then they spend an entire week in what they would typically call their shop. And they typically leave school with a type of credential where they can go right into that field. Now, without getting too deep into it, what's happened over time is that as the bar has been raised around expectations academically for students and the attraction for a lot of students for these kinds of programs, more and more vocational technical graduates actually go to 2-year and 4-year colleges. A relatively small percentage of them actually stay in the field that they were intensively in when they were in the Voc Tech program. And so one of the things that, in terms of the opportunity for us, we don't have the capacity to offer that level of programming. However, through these types of career pathways programmings and creating some more robust opportunities, we think we can give some of the same skill set that a student who might go to Assabet and then go on to a 4-year college would have received with more hands-on kinds of education and more career-oriented education. And at the same time, even making sure that students who never would have thought to attend Assabet, or maybe even in the past wouldn't have received admission to Assabet, will also have those opportunities. So we're hoping that it's going to be a benefit to a lot of students in terms of developing this kind of programming, but it will not, and I want to be super clear about that, it will not replicate that kind of intensive vocational technical education that you'd find at Assabet or Worcester Technical High School, Blackstone Valley Technical High School, and so on.
If I may also, Dr. Sawyer, when we look at the communities that were impacted that were not a member district, right? So there's a certain number of regional vocational high schools in the state. That number does not expand often because it is so expensive to build and run these programs. And in Assabet's case, the partnership was designed before I was born, and Shrewsbury decided not to join that at the time, and they've added no new members since then. And clearly this year said we're also not adding any new member districts. We have a supply-demand problem across the state for the interest and the need, partially because we're running the best in the nation vocational programming when you can get into one. But in terms of why it is particularly pernicious for Shrewsbury, We were amongst all of the communities, and there's 100 plus that were not a member district out of the 350 towns in Massachusetts, we were the highest sending out-of-district community, meaning that we were choosing to pay the tuition dollars, and it made sense for us, but we had a much larger pool than a lot of the other towns. They were smaller towns, they were sending 1 or 2 or a handful of students a year. For us to be sending 25, 30, it really does feel, we feel it differently in a whole bunch of ways. You'll see it in the budget, but you'll also see it in terms of programming. And so to reabsorb 100 additional students at that level of programmatic complexity, we don't want anyone to think that we can do that. I think there's a huge state level problem here in terms of investment in dollars that we can try to mitigate at the municipal level, but mitigate is the best we can do, not replicate. And so I think that's just really important for people to know. We have, Dr. Sawyer and I, over the past year, we've met with the members of our legislative delegation. We've met with members at the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to try to sort of advance our cause. There doesn't seem to be an immediate option coming forward to help us on this matter, but we're doing the best that we can within the budget constraints that we have to kind of try to offer our students some different experiences from a traditional high school as best as we can.
Dennis, please.
One comment and one follow-up question. Comment is, I think you are doing an outstanding job with the situation we've been dealt. You're right, you can't just build a technical high school overnight, staff it and everything else and go for, probably cost us the budget that we have for the whole school department to do that in a 1 year. So I think the project Lead the Way is a great thing. On the internships, are they also looking at potential summer internships for some of these students so that they can?
Yes.
Yes.
So they don't necessarily miss all the class time, but they can get out in the, okay, I just wanted to
We are.
clarify that.
We are.
And the other last comment would be, I know you've met with the delegations, but I think anyone watching this should probably also contact the representatives, contact the governor, contact whomever, because they only listen when there's enough people talking. So I would say, maybe parents can organize as well to bring that we need more of this training available.
Thank you.
So just very quickly, in terms of the tuitions themselves, there's a number of people who have applied. There's a fewer applications because there's a sense it's probably unlikely they'll get in to the current 8th grade. We're assuming 4 students for budget purposes next year in grade 9. We think that's optimistic. Of course, we'll continue to carry tuitions for people who already are at Assabet for the next few years. And so for next year, we're budgeting for 51 students at Assabet, 30 in grade 12, 15 in grade 11. The 2 who are currently grade 9 moving forward to grade 10, and we're just estimating 4 to be safe, but we think that's probably a little optimistic. And this is just the numbers. So these show you that in terms of the tuition difference, a 34% reduction over the current year's budget is what that translates into. Just briefly, we are basically increasing 4.25% across a lot of different line items just to account for price inflation, which may or may not cover all of that, but it's within the constraints of the budget we have, of course, that we're trying to push on that a bit. And of course, we try to base that on information about what our needs are and going forward. Similarly, in terms of enrollment, that can make a big difference. We are fairly flat in our enrollment projection for next year. So we do not have pressure around sort of adding, what this community dealt with in the 90s and the early 2000s, where we were explosive in our growth and needing to add additional teachers just to maintain reasonable class sizes. We are not in that kind of situation, so that is helpful. That helps to add to the stability to the budget. Our paraprofessional staff, I mentioned them before. That is Mr. Chabra asked about the salaries, how much of that is just the increase in rate and how much of that is new people. This year, we've taken on 25 positions sort of above what we budgeted a year ago. And that's just a different landscape. 6 of those were for students who had an IEP change who just needed more support. And the net balance of 18 is really just a churn of people moving into the community, moving out of the community. But there's been a net increase in students needing that kind of intensive support, once again, so we can educate them within our neighborhood schools. And then there's a small increase that's entirely grant funded and some literacy tutor support as well.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Just to go back to the enrollment projections, are we tracking the new students, like who are coming from out of district versus, like there is a lot of development going around in the town, so like Market Basket complex came up.
Sure.
So Are we tracking that? Just
We are, in
Because there are
in
rumors
conjunction
that
with the
this
town,
is wrong.
yeah, in conjunction with the town manager's office, and I think that it's probably a surprising number for a lot of people, because they see these large apartment buildings going up, and they presume that we're getting a lot of pressure for enrollment increases. But previously, Kristen Loss, before she left to become town manager in Westford, but the town manager's office has always worked closely with Mr. Collins with regard to whether it's Lakeway Commons, variety of complexes, what kind of enrollment we've had. From the new Market Basket Complex right now, we have, I think, about 27,
It's actually at 17.
I'm sorry, 17, 10 off. So 17 students spread across pre-K through 12. That has a de minimis impact on our district. And obviously, apartment, the size of the apartment, the kind of development, what sorts of renters, families or not they're attracting, all makes a difference there. So we're not experiencing significant pressure as a result of that.
May I ask a question on the enrollment projection? So the decrease, do we have any feel for like how many families are deciding to homeschool or send to private schools, and is that impacting our enrollment?
Yeah, there was a bit of an increase in homeschooling during the height of the pandemic. It's come back down. We're probably at about 25 to 30 homeschool students entirely in the community. Our number of students going to private school has been pretty steady over time, so that's not really doing one or the other. There's a little bit of a shift a couple of years ago when St. John's added a middle school program. But it essentially just meant that some students were leaving earlier and would leave for 7th grade, but it didn't, the number of 9th grade students that would come down because some of them were already there. But it's been a pretty typical number. I think it's in the budget book at some, or maybe it's in our enrollment report at some point. But.
Yeah, and on page 46, you'll see that the other part of the projection for next year by grade level, you'll see that the K and the 1 grades are generally lower than some of the upper elementary and middle school grades. So the cohorts coming in seem to be a little bit smaller as well. But it's going to vary year to year.
Thank you.
Okay, I know there was a question earlier about substitute staffing, and in terms of this item, this is something that we're experiencing a spike in cost this year that we have to allocate for next year. There's a variety of issues for why. Last year, back in November of 2021, we asked the school committee to increase substitute rates from what had been $90 a day to $100 a day because we had fallen behind some other local communities who were having trouble procuring substitutes. And then we also, at the behest of the leadership team, created a position that's known as a building substitute, which essentially rather than being able to get some predictability with some folks around committing to us essentially every day, that we pay them a higher rate. So we pay the rate of $140 a day in our school. We don't use this model at the high school, but at the other schools, there'll be an individual who is committed essentially to being there every day at that higher rate. Rather than on a day-to-day basis. Well, I already committed to Westboro for today, so sorry. And there were fewer people willing to substitute during the, certainly as the pandemic, that's eased up a bit. And so our fill rate's been a bit higher. Of course, we do have more staff after the override, so there's more folks. But then, just in terms of sick time, with COVID, we've had over 200 staff members have COVID this year. Thankfully, outcomes are not an issue. We're not living in the same environment we were a few years ago, but there's still some of the requirements. Depending on the timing when you got it, you could be out for 5 days, even though, no matter what, you're out 5 days. So it's going to push on things. Family sick, if someone's child has COVID and has to be out of school, they had RSV. There's just a lot of things that we're pushing on that as well. Just the concept, of course, that was really impressed upon all of us. Like, if you're not feeling well, stay home. And I think people who would typically come to school maybe when they weren't feeling great are heeding that advice. And so all these things sort of combined are pushing on our substitute costs. And you can see that we're projecting next year to increase that line item by over $440,000. That's probably the most significant sort of shift just because of the environment that we have to bank in for next year. This year, we had to add a few positions. We have a dynamic program, obviously. We have over 500 professional-level staff members. After the budget had closed out, we, at some point, determined we needed to add a half FTE of an elementary special education teacher just to meet our legal obligations. We have a world language program in Heritage Portuguese that's had stronger enrollment than we anticipated, which is a terrific program where students can earn a seal of biliteracy. But we had to add a fraction of an FTE there. We continue to become a more and more diverse community in terms of languages spoken, and students who don't yet speak English. We are mandated to provide supports for them to learn English as rapidly as possible. We needed to add one at Spring Street School this year. And then we do have some existing positions for school nurses that are covered by grant funding, but that will expire at the end of this fiscal year. So we're baking those in. So that's a fraction, like a third of a nurse at high school and a 0.4 at each Oak and Sherwood middle schools of the funding for some nurse staffing that's already there that we have to bake into next year's budget.
Dennis?
Question on the English learner language.
Sure.
Do we provide support for the parents of the English language learners? Because typically they're not probably fluent in English as well.
Right. Our translation services are doubling in this budget for next year, for example, and certainly there's a benefit with more electronic options for using Google Translate and things of that nature that people can access things. The communication system we use has a translation function. There was a gentleman who came to my office. He was a grandparent. He wanted to speak to me about he was trying to register their grandchild maybe for busing or something, and he was insisting to the front office staff that he wanted to speak to me because Dr. Sawyer speaks Portuguese, which I do not. I took French in school, and it's not so great, but in terms of, but because he was getting my translated emails, he presumed that I was writing the email myself in Portuguese, which I was not. But we're a much more vibrant community in terms of diversity than we were when I came here in 1997, and there's a lot that our English language education program is doing. Our staff and the teachers in that program and the director, Christina Manos. There was a presentation of the school committee several months back. There's a program called Talking Points that automatically converts text. Most families, that's probably the best way they communicate is through text. That's pretty universal. That's a very strong translation function that we use. If we have a meeting with a family that's necessary, we'll hire an interpreter. So there's a lot of ways that we try to support those families as well.
I was actually going to go one step further.
Yeah.
Question was support for helping the parents with, with their kids learning English, and things like that. Maybe, like Babbel type of courses that could maybe be made to the parents, so the parents could start to learn some of the language as well, and
Sure.
at least the language would be spoken at home a little bit more than it probably is. And I don't want to get into a long thing. I'd probably go to a school committee meeting and bring this up. But I was just wondering if that was already being done.
Yeah.
Can I
Go
do
ahead.
it? Yeah, I think as we go through our strategic planning process, certainly the growth in English language learners is something that we're asking those strategic questions. What else could we be doing? What other partnerships? Our library is providing some incredible services, which I think it's incumbent upon us to think about how to dovetail those on the language front. And so I think there's more work to do. You're not going to see it baked into our budget here today, but as we think about those families, I think it is very clearly on our agenda and on our radar that it's something that there's always a little more we could be doing, right?
And you guys have a great program. The town has a great program. I just didn't know if that was already in it.
Sure.
Just thought I'd
Yeah.
ask.
We do use our public library. A lot of the parents are directed to the English courses that the library offers. Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
One quick question. Is this world language teacher a part of middle school, high school?
That's in the high school program.
Okay.
That's what that begins. The Heritage Portuguese program is a high school program.
Okay. And is this list of positions in addition to one science teacher that you mentioned? Or-
Yeah, there's a slide later on. There's only 2 positions in addition. These are positions that we actually added during the school year that we just need to make sure we put in the budget for next year.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk briefly about our new so-called RISE program that Ms. Heffernan referenced earlier. This is a program, special education program for students who are age 18 to 22 years old. Again, this is a required program by law that we provide transition services post-high school to students with disabilities based upon their needs. If you want to go to the next slide. Right now, in decades past, we've been sending those students to our educational collaborative in Marlborough. because they have a transition program for those students called the Evolution Program. And we pay an annual tuition along with transportation costs for every one of those students. Because of the growing population and because we have this kind of critical mass next year, we're projecting 18 students to be in that program. We've decided to bring it in-house. And I think the next slide talks a little bit more about that, which is basically keeping that population in our community, closer to home. We have rented, we have leased space from the owner up at the former Walgreens. That property was purchased by actually a resident in town, Mr. Chacharoni. And we did a competitive procurement process again to find appropriate space for this population. And Mr. Chacharoni submitted a proposal to that end, and we ended up securing a 5-year lease agreement with the assistance of town council to negotiate that lease terms. But that is kind of and I'm sure many people have read, we've been talking about this, is that property, there's 2 components to that program, or there's many components to that program. Kind of the most visible piece will be a retail store up at the Walgreens property. And if you take a look at that kind of rectangular shaped building, the front third, whereas before it was all just a pharmacy, all retail, only the front third, about 1,000 square feet, will be dedicated to a retail space, a general store concept. And then the back 2/3 will be behind partition walls and be all the educational programming. And so there's a lot that goes into that program. It's basically providing further education with life skills, social skills, basic navigation skills, how to walk to the library, how to take WRTA bus. And then, of course, in the retail store, students will get some basic retail skills as well. And we thought that bringing that in, because of the critical mass, that we can provide just as good a program as our educational collaborative, hopefully better, and in a more cost-effective manner. So it kind of made a lot of sense to do that. So that's the plan for that. And then the next slide is...
Jean had a question.
Could you just share a little bit more now? What is your total budget on this? Have you projected, what's the rental going to be? Are we going to do the build-out? What type of a lease are we having? Are we doing a triple net? Is it an open lease? What are some of these?
Sure. I think the first basic way to approach that is that this student population, which we're estimating 18 students next year, that had we not created this program in-house, we would be sending all 18 students on a tuition basis with transportation to Marlboro. So this is not a situation about it costing more dollars, net more dollars. It's actually, we believe, going to cost less. Next year, the program will be primarily grant funded. So there's not any cost really in our town appropriated budget. We receive federal grant funding, recurring federal grant funding every year, just like every school district. We're going to use those funds to start up this program. The budget for that for next year is just over $1.1 million with staffing, transportation costs, and all of the facility costs, including the rent. And so what we've done is we've entered into a 5-year lease agreement to occupy that property. It's a triple net lease. And so we kind of own all the other expenses, utilities, trash removal, all of those types of things. And there is a build out, there's a renovation going on right now. And all of those costs are being borne by the owner. And those costs are implicit, to a certain degree, implicit in the annual lease payment that we'll be making. So
That's to your specifications, the build out?
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
question.
Lena?
So do you expect it to be an average of 18 students per year, or is that going to fluctuate? Do you expect that to increase or decrease for the 5 years of the lease? And then, yeah.
So next year, we're expecting 18 students. The year after, 24. The year after, 31. And the year after that, 32. And that's, you know, the further out you go, it's a little bit more projection based upon the student profile right now. But certainly, you know, starting at 18, the number's going to go up.
Okay. And then the retail store, is this going to be a partnership with the retail store? This isn't going to be a town-owned retail store? This would be the owner of the building or someone else is owning the retail store, and then you're partnering with them?
Part of the school department operation.
Okay.
And so we own it, if you will. It's going to be a general store concept. And in terms of all of our financial planning, to be the most conservative, we have basically factored 0 profit margin in terms of the retail operation. So it's and even when you do that economics financial comparison, this is a more cost-effective manner than sending the students out. So we're hoping, of course, you know, our plan is to, in terms of pricing of certain things, that, you know, the pricing model would be certainly to cover the cost of goods sold. You know, if we do that, then, you know, we're happy about that, but we're also hopeful that this will generate some additional revenue that would in fact offset the facility costs. So it would make it even more financially advantageous. But we didn't even go down that route because it's too speculative right now. But the whole point of this, and this is what I want to just kind of reiterate, is the point of this is not to, the retail store, for lack of a better term, is kind of like the shiny object over here. The mainstay of this is providing educational opportunities and transitional services for this population. And this retail store is just one way to do that. That's not the only place that they're going to get these skills. Right now, we have 3 students in the program, and our program coordinator has already made connections with the WooSox, for example. And so we're trying to create other business partnerships where those students can work for the WooSox at Polar Park. Certainly, we're going to be exploring other places like Market Basket and other job opportunities, because that's really kind of the mainstay of the program, that when they age out at 22, that they are as independent as possible, that we can make them and be successful.
Can I just add, Patrick, just as we're not the first district to consider something like this. Westboro is running the Sugar Shack, it's a candy store. Grafton has Bread Guy Breads. Hopkinton has a similar based program. And so the idea of a small retail commercial establishment as a way for young people to gain some life skills, as we're not on the avant-garde here, but we're trying to bring it in-house and then build on that and make sure that these young people have opportunities to learn over time in a bunch of different varieties and areas. One of the costs includes you know, having some transportation funding, because then we got to bring them. If we're going to get at WooSox, we got to get them over to Polar Park, right? And have those supports. But you could think about everything in a commercial space that one might need to, say, go and work at the WooSox, about, you know, making eye contact and good customer service and working a cash register. And so you will see on the next slide, one of the hires we hope to make this summer is a retail store manager. The school department is looking to hire somebody with some expertise here to help us in this and decide how much do you price a t-shirt, right? We need a little help there. But that even building that in, this is, you know, I think about it as essentially cost neutral. There may be some savings in the first year, which would be great, and maybe we make some profit to offset it in the future, but that is not the purpose.
Gene, please.
So what have you projected after this initial startup as far as the rental fees will be?
For leasing costs?
Yeah.
So next year's, so we have a 5-year agreement with fixed leasing costs. So the lease escalates by about 2% per year. Next year, $108,000.
So it's a little under 10,000 a month.
Yep.
Yes.
And I think it's 30, if I remember right, it's 3,666 square feet.
6,000?
No, 3,000.
3,000.
3,666. Not a good number. 3,665.
There you go.
3,667.
I'm sorry.
One question. No, this sounds like a phenomenal program, and I'm really excited for this. So thank you guys for doing this. Was there any? And I apologize, I've not followed along with all that have come at the school committee and things. But was it looked at using a town-owned building or a school-owned building to run this? Was that one of the considerations you looked at before, and then decided to go with this lease option?
Yeah, in fact, we a couple of years ago, a similar type of program was run out of our high school. Basically, because we needed the space for high school purposes, we were renting to the collaborative to run a similar type program. But because we needed the educational space for our own population, grade 9 through 12, we ended that relationship. And there's just no other school or town-owned space available to have this program exist. So the short answer is no. The other secondary part of that is that given the age of the students, there's some intention here to take them out of a school building and put them into the community, because that's really what's going to help elevate their development and skills.
Thank you.
I just also like to emphasize that I think this is a wonderful program, and thank you. This is very well presented and very well thought out of, so thank you for all your efforts.
We're excited for it to come online next year, so.
There'll be a grand opening. We'll get
Yes,
you
for sure.
invitations.
A lot of excitement next fall. So I just a couple quick topics here. Again, I mentioned this, but there are very modest increases to new things in the budget. Really only 2 professional level positions that I'm recommending. One being a high school science engineering teacher for the Project Lead the Way courses, which we're redirecting some of that vocational tuition to provide that. And then a reading specialist at Sherwood Middle School. We will be implementing some significant changes over the next few years to our pre-K through grade 6 literacy program. And whereas at the pre-K to 4 level, we have a lot of typical expertise among our instructional coaches, and we have a Title I reading specialist. We felt that this was, we haven't had a reading specialist for a number of years at Sherwood. That was a budget cut many years ago, and we felt it was important to build back in some more of that expertise there, who would both work directly with students who need some assistance, but also work providing training and teaching for the teachers in delivering and that literacy program as we develop it. And there's because of population shifts, we basically have a net reduction of elementary teaching positions. Where at Floral Street, Patton, and Spring Street, we actually need 1 fewer class section in each of those schools, but we need to add 2 sections at Beale. Coolidge is staying static. And with some retirements, it won't affect any staff losing a position or anything like that. But there is a 1%. We're sensitive to not carrying a position that we don't need, essentially. So, very quickly, in tuition and fees, the school committee just recently voted to keep our bus fees and our athletic fees level for next year, and our preschool tuition rates as well. We're still a relatively high fee district compared to others, and given the fact that our constituents are paying obviously more in property taxes as a result of the override, and we want to try to keep those as steady as possible. We have 2 self-funded programs, one being our extended school care program, the other being our instrumental music lesson program, where just for market reasons, we needed to make some increases there, but to keep those as being entirely self-funded. So to recap, we have this 4.75% increase. We do have this circuit breaker funding that we have a very healthy balance we're projecting. The school committee will be looking at the strategic plan when that's presented over the next few weeks and is finalized by the end of April. If there are any other sort of one-time expenditures potentially that we might be using, or if there's something that were really a critical need that we felt, we do have some room there while staying really steady. But the 4.75% is baked in. Obviously, it's one of the benefits of the override agreement. We do have some one-time expenses under our umbrella of our normal budget, whether those are the curriculum materials for this new literacy program, for example. We are planning to do another equity audit now that we've done some work over the past few years since the original one we had a few years back, to give us some feedback onto where we are and how we can continue to improve around diversity and belonging and inclusion and equity. So there's a variety of things that are under the umbrella that, certainly it's a complex program and lots of different things that we do within the confines of the budget. It does continue a strong reserve. So with that, I think we've addressed all of these. Budget stability, we're still addressing significant impacts from the pandemic. A student mental health crisis. If you tune into the school committee meeting next Wednesday, there'll be a full report on the impact of what we've been doing around student mental health. We're continuing to maintain desirable class sizes, again, thanks to the override, and looking at strategically what we need to do to benefit our students. Which leaves us, just in terms of calendar, we're here on March 25th. There'll be some more reports to the school committee, and then the school committee will vote a final recommendation to town meeting on April 12th. So with that, Ms. Fritz was just going to give an overview quickly of another topic that's been important, which is relative to looking at for long-term capital planning for school facilities. So I'll turn it over to her to wrap up.
May I ask one question?
Sure, please.
I know we're over time, but as a working parent, I've got to say the extended school care is phenomenal. It's great that it's a self-funded program, but one of the things I was wondering is it was a bit painful that it stopped at Sherwood, and then has there been any thought or any consideration to having some sort of extended school option for those students at Oak? Or something you may consider in the future?
Yeah, a number of years ago, matter of fact, it's when I was principal of Oak Middle School, so it was a while back, probably 15 or 16 years ago now, that we did tried to implement an extended school care program there. It was not successful. The demand just was not there. A lot of people signaled they were interested. When it came down to actually sending their child and paying the fee and given the age of the students, it was not financially feasible. And that's based on Karen Isaacson, who directs the program, her knowledge of sort of that field, that continues to be our perspective, is that at Oak. And we do try to provide some different after-school programming there and different things that kids might stay for anyway, such as athletics and clubs and things of that nature. But that full-blown program for kids to remain until 6 o'clock, there's just not enough families who don't feel their child could go home on the bus and be self-sufficient enough. So that's something that we did try a while ago in the past, but there just was not sufficient demand.
Is it something I know there's been a lot of talk within the community about a place for kids to go instead of walking up, so it may be something worth reconsidering.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And I'll
Milan, you had a question?
You wanted to add something? Okay. So, quick question. I know we talked about, the positive impact of override, and that's great. But I know prior to that, we went through some painful decisions to cutting down certain programs, whether it worked or not, right? So do we know which programs we are planning to bring it back now that we are good with the override?
Sure. I can't say that there's a specific program that is on my screen right now to say, this program existed in this way and now we're going to bring it back. And a lot of that will certainly depend on what the economic conditions are year over year. We're very fortunate to be able to have this 4.75% increase to the appropriated budget and some other grant funding to work with. But looking at programming that we've had in the past, whether that's many years ago when we cut our media specialists from our elementary schools and we use a paraprofessional there, our media aide, who does a wonderful job with one media specialist overseeing all of them. In a perfect world, I'd love to see a full-blown professional media specialist in every one of our elementary schools. We used to start foreign language, many years ago. We even had some exploratory things in 3rd and 4th grade, but we used to start in 5th grade with foreign language, world language instruction. That was cut back to only now starting in 7th grade. That would be a pretty big lift in terms of the number of staff we'd need for that. That's not realistic in the economics we have right here. Could that be something down the road we could look at? I think every year we look at what we can anticipate, just the inflation factor to bring our program forward. And I think when we look strategically, it's going to be, if we want to do some different things, either restore something we used to do or do something newer, like these pathways programs at the high school. In some cases, it's going to have to be done by shifting costs within the budget rather than a new layer that's on top. So that's sort of the work we're doing every year.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I know we're running over time, but we want to update you on our recently completed pre-K to 12 space enrollment study, and that was funded as part of the Beal School feasibility study itself. We hired Lamro Pagano, our architect, in spring of 2022 to do all of the assessment work, and they completed their very detailed document in the fall of this year. And the bottom line is, from that study, is that it is identified that the Shrewsbury High School is our current highest priority due to the status that it is significantly overcrowded. And if you look at the next slide, you'll see the school, Shrewsbury High opened in 2002, if I can say it right. So we're looking at that. It very rapidly became overcrowded. Right around 2005, we were already overcrowded, and it was designed originally for a capacity of 1475. And if you look, we're projecting out into 2031, staying pretty steady with a very high population at the high school. And since that school was built to today, there's different guidelines around how school space should be utilized. So today, we should only have a population of 1250. So that just shows you how much that school is overcrowded. So the space study itself, they said that the academic and technology deficit should be the driver for any future space needs. And if you look at the high school particularly, the core academic spaces, our special education spaces, as well as any space for voc and technology is also undersized. So this is what's driving this space study for us.
So, Sandra, does the
Sure.
space study have did it discover any correlation between student performance and overcrowding?
There's nothing in the study that would state that I believe. It's very dense, it's about 375 pages, but as a parent myself who had children, I would say that there's issues around space available, and to the question about adding courses. It's detrimental to not be able to add courses when you have no real estate to add something additional for students. So if you look at it from the two perspectives of the physical needs, again, at the high school, severely overcrowded, tremendous enrollment pressure there. We also know from the report that there are other areas within our school buildings, particularly Coolidge is another area that we have to be looking at going forward. But right now, the high school is our number one concern. And the MSBA is looking at adding, if we met their new criteria, we would have to add about 88,000 square feet. So it's a big need. And also at the high school, it lacks HVAC. There is no air conditioning at the high school. That third level gets extremely hot, as anybody knows who's been there. Then educational needs, and I think that goes to the question of things we have cut in programming. What can we do? We don't have any space. If we had all the money to add whatever we wanted, we couldn't add anything. There is no space. So that is a huge deficit to our students at the high school. And if we look at the process, most of us are aware of the Massachusetts School Building Authority. They partner with communities to support the design and construction. We have partnered with them on the Sherwood Middle School as well as the new Beal School. And they provide grant funding, which is a huge asset to any community building schools. We know they're extremely expensive. So the process would be to get into, the first part with the MSB is to get into their pipeline, and that is submitting a statement of interest. And right now we have a window that closes on April 14th of this year. This is a non-binding submission. We get into the pipeline with the MSBA, and they will look at all of their applications for the particular year and then decide which ones they want to submit grants to. But it's very, very competitive. And it's more so now due to inflation. It's significantly harder. And just a way of reference, in 2022, only 10 of 54 schools were awarded grants. So the rate of us being admitted is probably very, very low.
So do we have, any study in terms of what it would cost us, irrespective of whether we got the grant or not?
That's down the road.
That's
You
down
know, the architects could give those estimates, but any building with the MSBA, if you look at the Beal School project, it's 5 to 6 years. So, you know, they could project out, but you won't know what building costs and material costs will be further down the road. So this is very, very, very early in the process.
When they built the high school, did they, provide for easy add-on? Or are we gonna have to build,
Mr. Collins can probably answer that, but yes, but he can give you more specifics on that.
Yeah, I think that the short answer is yes. Between the A and the B wing, they're kind of like two fingers that stick out that aren't connected. And so, preliminary plan would be, and was anticipated back then, that you could.
That's what I was asking about too. I think it was anticipated, so we should be in good shape on that front.
Yeah, and I would just note, if selected, again, that those numbers are not,
Very
don't
good.
really lean in our favor, but if selected or the first time we submit, and again, if we don't get it, we would most likely be trying to do this again next year. The next step would be a more robust feasibility study to look at how would you use the space, design the space out, what would we be talking about when we think about vocational type programming. I'm talking about the real simple stuff, like another computer lab to do some design classes, right? These are not, we're not gonna build an auto shop, I don't think. But we would go through that process during the feasibility study, which would be the sort of the first step once admitted to that process.
Right, and the MSBA process is extremely detailed. Every step is a check and balance, and that, as Ms. Heffernan said, that feasibility study is a huge piece of what they look at to make sure the building that they're going to help fund is sustainable for a long period of time. So again, the school committee and the Board of Selectmen have met. We've had 2 workshops around this space study just to have everybody on board to see what we're looking at in a long-term plan. We have voted on the 15th to submit it in as an SOI into the MSBA. We've sent a formal letter to the select board to ask them to also support us in that. And if we don't get submitted this year, what happens next? We can reapply in 2024. And it should be noted that some communities never get submitted into the MSBA program, and they end up paying for that totally out of the town, which is not something as a taxpayer myself, I would want us to see. So the longer we wait, the more expensive these projects become.
And sorry, Sandra, just one question going back. The study identified the high school as the highest priority.
Yes.
But it doesn't imply that we have space problems in the other schools as well? Or do we have problems there as well?
Yes, if you look at the study, they looked in depth at every single school building within the district. And it talks about all of the deficits in academic and space needs in every building. It's very detailed.
I think one of the next thing that's coming up for us when we look at our order of priorities, right? So high school capacity, that's the number one that jumps out of the page. I will also note that the capacity constraints are more likely to be funded by MSBA, and so that's important to us, right? That we want to get those reimbursement state dollars if we can. Next up for us certainly is a more comprehensive look at some of our other elementary schools, and I think that is not near term, but it's not far out term either. And so we have begun to think about what is the best way to look at. We have our pre-K is an open question for us. Is universal pre-K coming? Some states have done it. I don't know. Should we be planning for that and thinking that through? Coolidge certainly has an awful lot of needs. MSBA doesn't really appreciate the use of modular spaces, and we have a lot of those at our elementary schools, and some of which are nearing sort of end of useful life. And so the school committee, in partnership with the town, is hoping over the next, say, 6 to 9 months to really engage in a process to think through what are the elementary space needs. So the assessment study tells us the space needs. Now it's what the educational needs on top of that, and what's the right best path forward. In the near term, we'd like to move the high school forward. That feels like a clear priority, and then really have a conversation with the community about, how important is walkability? How big do we think elementary schools should be? What do we think about pre-K? If you put pre-K in the buildings, MSBA's funding is a little bit different formula. So there's a lot of complexity there, but I think you're going to hear over coming years. That's an important conversation for us to really be planning forward for the future.
There's one.
Dennis, please.
It probably is, but is the study up on the website so people can?
Yes.
It's on the school committee website.
School committee website, so we can get even more information on that.
Oh, yes, right. And we can make sure you have a copy if you need to. Yes.
Right. And you don't print it out, please. Save the trees.
Yeah. No, don't print it.
I think,
375 pages.
Dennis, to your question about the high school, when you look at that study, you can see the different variations of ways we could add on to the high school or any of the schools.
I just you know, it's a big thing. You guys have done a great job after the override. You know, your budgets have come in, you know, I really applaud you for that. But now everyone's saying, well, we're gonna have to put them in the high school and do this. Well, I think people should also educate themselves and look at these studies and, you know, figure out would they want their kids to go to an overcrowded school for 4, 8, 12 years.
Thank you.
So just, it's there, and I think people should take some time and read it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. I know we really overshot time, but these were very important discussions, and we wouldn't have done justice to the community if we didn't have these discussions. So I thank you, the school committee and Mr. Collins and Dr. Sawyer for all the great work you have been doing for our community, our schools. I'd like to put in a special word for Mr. Collins. Sir, you will be missed, greatly missed.
Thank you very
You
much. I
are-
appreciate that.
Over the years, I've just grown every year in every finance committee meeting. I've grown, my respect for you has grown, the way that you plan out things and present. It's really awesome. So thank you for your service and very good luck for your future retirement years.
Much appreciated.
Are there any other comments from?
If I could, certainly, I appreciate you recognizing Mr. Collins, and just so you know that the school committee recently voted on my recommendation to appoint Mr. Christian Girardi, who is the current principal of the Beal School, to succeed Mr. Collins. And Mr. Girardi sends his regrets. He's at a family wedding today. He was hoping to attend, but it conflicted with a family event. But confident that he will be do an excellent job, and Mr. Collins will be mentoring him over the coming year, and I know that he'll get a lot of good instruction that way from him. So, but you are right. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Collins is the best in the business, and he certainly will be missed. It's the beginning of his goodbye tour.
Yeah.
He might work in the retail shop in the center.
I was gonna say that, is he gonna take over, is he gonna be the retail manager?
Yeah.
Are there any other comments from the committee? If not, the select board, does anybody in the select board have any comments or questions regarding the school budget? Yes, Teresa,
I don't know where you want me to.
right there.
Hi, Teresa Flynn on the select board. I know this has gone long and everybody's hungry, so thank you for allowing me to ask one question. So thank you for all your time. This is about 50% of the town's budget, so it's really important that we do take the extra time on the school department budget. We're saving, presumably, about $500,000 on vocational tuition this year. And I hear you loud and clear that we can attempt to mitigate the absence of the vocational education, but we can't completely replace it. But this plan calls for sort of one additional teacher that's somewhat related to vocational education. I guess my question is, over the next several years, where we may continue to see a reduction in that out-of-district tuition, is there an opportunity to continue to build on that? And I see all of the moving pieces and that you have to balance a budget and you would otherwise be over budget. So in a perfect world, we can't redeploy all of those dollars. But curious, no, I do anticipate at town meeting, this is going to be something that is asked and challenged. So would love to hear your thoughts on sort of the longer term opportunity.
Sure. If I can start, and then Dr. Sawyer, I'm sure you have some additions to add on to it. You're completely right that, one could see the change in our vocational line items as a savings, and one can see it as a loss in programming, and it is both. And this year, to be quite frank, we are managing some of our inflationary pressures through that change in that line item. Some investments, some targeted investments around a staff are important. We also, over the next couple of weeks, will be having Dr. Lazat present to us about on a more robust, sort of one slide about ways to sort of mitigate those losses. Many of them are not going to hit the budget in the same way, but how do we increase internships and maybe some travel costs and some more small dollar items over the next year to ensure that our students have the opportunities for some more hands-on programming. But the balance that we're in, given the ways that some of our line items are growing, is an offset on that line item and an offset in tuition in circuit breaker, right? We were nearly 100% funded on circuit breaker last year, and now we're at closer to 90%. That's a choice that we're making to say, well, we're covering some of those costs, but it is a concern of ours and something we're trying to pay attention to and think about how can we strategically invest. in the space constraints that we have, right? So these are all connected pieces that even if we wanted to, even if we said, let's put that $500,000 and hire 3 more staff, we have nowhere to put them, to do what, right, with what, and in particularly vocational programming, one of the reasons MSBA calls it out separately is because it has a higher space need, right? You can't run any sort of shop or a biomedical program or a child development program without more space than you would have for a traditional classroom. So I do think these are all interconnected, and I think it's important when we talk to the community about things like our space needs. While we cannot run an Assessor program, and we were trying to be clear about that, we also can't run some basic natural expansions that one could put at the high school without an investment in the space that we have. And so it's something we're continuing to look at, really open to dialogue with the community about if we're not meeting the mark, but within the constraints that we have, we're trying to make some of those targeted investments.
Sandra, please.
And that's an excellent question, because I think we're very concerned about this, but we're also looking at inflationary costs, which drive the budget, and we just had a workshop this week. And one of the concerns was looking at more hands-on opportunities, getting internships, things that aren't going to cost us money in our budget, but provide those opportunities, particularly in the trades and other areas that there's just no way that we can duplicate. But it also wouldn't have an effect on the budget. So we're definitely talking about this, and there's more to come, but there's a lot to decide as well.
Just one.
Dennis?
Yeah, I actually think that's a good approach. If we don't have the ability to actually do anything today with those dollars, where can we effectively put them? Because we can't just store them in the bank.
No.
It has to be spent, so I think you've chosen a great way to do that. And I do think, as Sandra mentioned, if we can get the community to step up, there's people that business owners, there's electricians, whatever, maybe they can do a partnership with us and get some of these kids some hands-on experience. We may have to give a stipend for that, obviously, because they'll be, hitting their bottom line by doing this. But I think that's a great way to start. We're not going to put a technical school in Shrewsbury.
And I think the key is that we need to be thoughtful about
Right.
how we move forward.
Yeah, I'd rather have you guys
I
take your
think we
time.
can look at, there's definitely going to be, less tuition over time to ask about the way this is trending.
Yeah.
And this year, thankfully, that was able to offset some other costs. But, if there were going to be something to do with some off-site programming, for example, might require some transportation. That could be a good use of some dollars in the future. But I also think it's really important. Some of these can be very heavily regulated. They're not things you can just jump into and say, oh, this is what we're going to do. It takes, that's one of the reasons we're applying for this planning grant from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And they're definitely, we have some very generous benefactors to the Colonial Fund around this kind of sort of real life, job, connection sorts of things that Dr. Lazat and her team and the high school folks are looking at very carefully. But I don't want to give anyone the impression that, just to respond, we want to respond in a very high-quality way with the idea that there is definitely time is of the essence, but not things can't move as quickly maybe as some people would like all the time, and that's something that's a reality we have to deal with.
And I really appreciate that. You guys are taking that, instead of just reacting, you're going to react in an appropriate way. The last question I have is, I know there's tuition money coming back, but is some of that, that's not all coming back free. I mean, we still have to keep teachers on, et cetera, because they're coming back into our system. They weren't in our system, they now are in our system again.
Right.
So it's not the full money is not free coming back to us. Some of that, it's not going to be the whole thing, probably when it's not even half, but I think we have to realize that we do have to service those students within the school when they come back into the high school.
Yes, it's a very good point. In terms of our enrollment projections, which had assumed
Yeah.
in the last few years that we would have 100 or so kids at Assessor, they're now in the high school,
Right.
right? As we gradually go through this process. And I think that the reality is, and if I was a town meeting member or a member of just our community, people are upset about Assessor not having access, and it is hard for us as a committee or the school district to completely respond to their desires. And it doesn't mean they're not completely valid and appropriate, and I think that we would look on the members of town government writ large to kind of help explain that the unfortunate position that we are in, that the building of a technical high school in the town of Shrewsbury is not a one-year project. I'm not sure it's a 10-year project for us, right? And I'm not sure that's the right path at all for us to be taking on our own, or that we could support it financially. And so it is It is going to be hard for us to yet again go in front of town meeting and people say, what are you doing? And to have an answer that feels sufficient to some of the upset there. But I think we're trying as the committee to mitigate in the best ways that we can. As I said, mitigate but not replicate, because we can't financially do that.
And to give a quick sense of scale, it's actually, you had mentioned earlier, Mr. O'Connell, it might be more than our budget. It's multiple times of our budget. I mean, the current vocational technical high school is being built and elsewhere in the state is on the order of about $340 million. Just to build it, not to staff it.
Right.
Yep.
And, you know, even if we had all 130 kids, you're not gonna build a high school for 130 students.
No.
So it's just that there's some realities around losing access to Assabet that are just not easily shifted someplace else.
Yep. And those, unfortunately, we could not have predicted it with the aspect thing, but, you know, I know you guys will take care of it in a good way.
Gene, you had a
To
question?
just give you a point of history, back when I was in school, Worcester Boys Trade and Worcester Agricultural used to come to the high school to recruit students.
Right. We're in a different world, a little bit, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are there any other comments from the select board, any member? I open it to the public. Any member of the public wishes to, yes, please. Could you identify yourself and introduce yourself and with your name, precinct number and address?
Yeah, Rajesh Velagapudi, 355 Grafton Street. Thank you for the wonderful presentation and all the great things that's happening in our school district. One quick question related to Assabet Valley graduates. Do we track the graduates, where they are going? Are they continuing their trade after they graduate, and where they're progressing in their career as we track our high school students? My second question is related to space. So with the addition of 87,000, potential addition of 87,000 square feet, are we looking at, is it fulfilling the current needs, or what's the projected enrollment? Because it seems like we have plateaued in the enrollment as we go, as we project over next years. So what's the timeline we are looking at that will fulfill the space needs in the high school?
And Mr. Collins could probably respond to the tracking of what Assabet students do, and then I can speak to the high school enrollment.
Sure. With respect to tracking high school graduates from Assabet Valley, it's Assabet Valley that has the responsibility for the tracking, and that's part of the regulatory environment with so-called Chapter 74 vocational technical programs. So we did ask them to share some of that data for the Shrewsbury students. I can't recall it all specifically off the top of my mind, but I will tell you that generally you know, and this is not the case just for the Shrewsbury students, but for all Assabet grads, that the tracking part is just pretty simple. Like, how many kids from the plumbing program are working in the plumbing trade? How many kids from automotive are working in the automotive industry? And what I'll tell you is that there's not a strong correlation. There's not a strong correlation between the program that they studied in high school and what their current employment is. And having worked there for over 7 years, it's a fabulous program. Students are successful, but as Dr. Sori mentioned, 2/3 of them do go on to further their education in higher education institutions. And I think that many of the students there found success in different ways, and they're also able to, they use that opportunity to explore a career. And so, just anecdotally, some of them would report, like, I did 4 years in the food service program, and I do not want to work in a restaurant. It is hard work. You're on your feet all day, and so I'm going to school to be X, Y, or Z. And so that's what I mean by exploratory. And that's great too, right? Because you understand then, you've learned something about yourself, about what works for you and what doesn't work for you. So I wouldn't call it a complete negative. It's just part of the, like any adolescent, when you enter that school at age 15, it's hard to understand what you want to be doing as an adult. So it serves that purpose very well.
Do you have any follow-up question, Rajesh?
Oh, no, that's good, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public has any question?
I think he had a second question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the second question,
Yeah.
just very briefly, my slide won't project, but that slide that showed the overcrowding at the high school, that was projected out to 2031, which is the demographic projections that were made as part of the space study. So the idea is that addition would handle long-term enrollment growth, as well as being able to help with additional academic programming.
Just one quick follow-up. The demographic part of that, did that, I can go read the study myself, I know, but did that take into any account future housing developments within the community? Or, you know, know some of the high-density housing that we're being asked to do, did that demographic part of it include that, or just only assume our town development stays the
I think
same?
it's important to know that we look at the demographic stuff every year as part. This is important for our school. We need to know how many kindergartners we're going to have, right? Every year we're paying attention to this. So both at the state level and at the town level, we're looking at the demographics. And then the space study did another overlay. We actually did one of these 2 years ago when we redistricted. We spent a lot of time on demographics again. So there are lots of different ways we kind of are trying to get at what's happening in the community. By and large, the story in the community is fairly flat on our demographics. I think the change we're going to see is on the Assabet side, right? And so most of those were done either before or as this change was happening at Assabet, and we haven't yet felt the impact at the high school. So if anything, our demographic numbers are probably a little lower at the high school, but we're not seeing, even though, as Dr. Sawyer mentioned, some of these developments that go in, there is a lot of public concern about the pressures on the schools, and while I appreciate the community's concern, we're not seeing major trends that any one development is really shifting things, that we can take a development with 17 students and put them across 12 grades, and we can handle that. And so while we're paying attention to it, it also, those do have a long tail too, right? And depending on what the development is, whether it's obviously 55-plus community isn't going to impact the schools, and some places with much smaller apartments, you just don't see a lot of families there, or maybe families with really young children, but by the time they're school age, they're trying to get into their first home. So we're trying to pay attention to it as best we can.
And I think it's important to note when these developments go in, like the Market Basket, there are professional demographers that do that, and thankfully, it's always much lower. I think they predicted 27 to 32, and we have 17. So it is always looked at various levels and by various departments.
Yeah, and I just think, especially at the high school level, right, I'm trying to understand, you know, what decisions were made to build it the size that you built it, and then like almost immediately seems to be overcrowded. I just want to think, as we're, you know, I know it's several years away, but as we're doing this next build out, can we make sure that we aren't having to do another build out very soon after, right? And your building costs go up.
The MSBA process was not in place when the high school was built. Sherwood, and I think it was Newton North or South, the big Taj Mahal kind of got that going. So they want to make sure that it's a building that's sustainable 50 years out, and they look at all of these facts. So it's a much better process to build under now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions from the public? So we can close the session on school department. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for
very
all-
much.
Thank you.
I apologize that we went over time. We have really overshot our lunch break, so I suggest that we break for lunch, and we have a shortened lunch period till 1 o'clock. So we'll break now for lunch. Thank you. from where we left off. There's been a little change in the order. We will now proceed to town council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Stephen Madaus. I've been town council for the town of Shrewsbury since 2015. I thank the Board of Selectmen for their support and reappointment every year. For the committee members who are new, my firm also serves as labor counsel. I serve as kind of general town counsel for the term, for the town. And we generally divide the legal services into two groups, if you will, the general legal services, which I provide, and then litigation matters. My firm has a litigation group, so Attorney Dave McKay handles a lot of the litigation matters for the town. Relative to general matters, I work predominantly with the town manager's office on any matter that may come in that involves legal issues or legal concerns for the town. I also provide services to the building inspector relative to zoning interpretations and enforcement matters. Provide services to the planning department, reviewing applications with the planning staff relative to the scope.
Sorry,
of-
Mr. Madaus, I have to interrupt. I think the slide there's a mistake. It says street lighting.
Oh,
I'm sorry I interrupted, but just want
sorry.
to clarify that first before.
Since we went out of order, the town council slide.
No, but it says,
No,
we're on the town council slide, it says street lighting. I
Yes.
just want to clarify that.
We can, yep.
It's just an editing mistake.
Yep.
The numbers are applied to you, correct? I just want to make sure that we have the right information, that we're able to correlate the right information in front of us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption, please
No,
continue.
no problem, Mr. Chairman. So working with the planning department, I also draft or review drafts of decisions and for both the planning board and the Board of Appeals. Work regularly with the Public Works Department on a lot of sewer and water issues. Also, to a lesser extent, Board of Health, Board of Assessors. And then litigation, as the board is probably aware, is a bit of a wild card for the legal services budget because it can cause a great disruption in what is predictable for the general day-to-day legal services. But as the board is probably aware, when a board or committee issues a favorable decision for an applicant and an abutter appeals that decision, the applicant is usually responsible to defend the decision of the board. We do file an appearance and file an answer on behalf of the town, but we try to limit the costs, and the applicant that received the favorable decision carries most of the laboring oar in defending that litigation. However, when a board denies an application and the applicant appeals that denial, then that's a more expensive matter, of course, as we defend the decision of the board to deny the application. There's no party that is going to do that other than town council. So that's a general overview of legal services. Open to any questions that the committee may have.
Does the committee have any questions for Mr. Madaus? Yes, Gene.
Could I just basically ask, what's about the average hourly rate right now?
So we have a reduced rate for the town at $2.15 for all the general. The litigation is higher. I'm not certain of that number. I can get it to the board.
It's kind of interesting because reading a few articles in the local papers lately, there's been some sharp increases in the hourly rates of the attorneys in the Worcester area.
Yes, we are in inflationary times, and my firm is always putting pressure on me to increase rates. So, but we've haven't had many significant rate increases in my tenure, but it's going to be a challenge moving forward, I would say.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the council? Any questions from the select board? I open it to the public. I believe there are none, so thank you, Mr. Madaus.
Thank you.
Thank you. We shall now go back to street lighting. The town manager, Kevin, you will be presenting that.
Yes. Thank you. I'll just provide a quick overview. So, through the operating budget, the town funds the fees associated with the operation of the streetlights. Although they're owned by Selco, we work in partnership with them. Finance Committee members will recall that over the past several years, as we transition from the cost associated with transitioning from the conventional to the LED streetlights, we have recently seen a decline in annual cost for street lighting, but this year there is an increase. And that's all associated with utility cost itself. So there's no major capital improvements associated with this that's driving the cost up, but it's just the electric service fees. So we have worked with Selco to kind of mitigate that extreme increase through other means, but it is roughly a 30% increase year over year.
So Kevin, I just want to confirm, we are moving to a more green, sort of environmentally friendly street lighting?
Yes, and we've had LEDs, I think, you know, the initiative was actually about 6 or 7 years ago that the majority, not all, but majority of the streetlights were transitioned over.
Milind, please.
I mean, do we have any target date as to, you know, what rest of the streetlights will be converted to LED?
I would have to check with Selco on that. I don't know of one. Happy to do that.
Are there any other questions from the committee on street lighting? Not, I request the select board, any questions for Kevin? No? The public? I guess we're done on street lighting. We can now move to the select board.
You're gonna start, right? You're gonna start. I'm happy to just provide a quick overview. I know Chairperson Apollo will provide an overview as well, but obviously a lot has been accomplished by the board, and Mr. DiPaolo will go through those details, and I'm happy to pick up anything and answer any questions after his review.
I'm going to be quick, I hope. We have had a busy year. We have a lot that we got done, and we're still working on. I think one of the most important things we did was we continued to meet the objectives and our joint commitment with the board and the school department to the voters on the commitments we made for the override in 2021. As you know, we committed to the voters that we wouldn't come back for at least 4 years asking for an override, and at this point, we're pretty confident that we're going to go at least 5 years before we need to come back. And, you know, depending on what happens in with the inflation situation in the next couple of years, we may be able to stretch it out even further, but we'll have to see what happens with that. Also, we implemented the town's first strategic plan. That was a year-long project. We had quite a comprehensive public outreach program. We had extensive participation from the public. We had a national community survey, which is used throughout the country so that we can benchmark ourselves against other communities and see how we fared against other towns, see how we're doing. And we had a few questions that were specific to us, and we fared pretty well. We found some areas that we needed to, that needed some improvement, but we fared pretty well on that. That survey got a response of a little over 1,100 people. We're told by the people from the survey company that that was one of the higher response rates of anybody that had those, so we were pretty happy with that. We got some good numbers out of it, and we felt confident because of the response rate that they were valid. We did mailings, we did online surveys, we did on-site surveys. We had staff volunteers out at various organizations. They were out at various events that we had around town and solicited information from citizens, and we got a good sense of what citizens were thinking, and in the end, put the strategic plan together, and we think we have a good document. Seemed to be accepted well from the public, and as a result of all of that, the finished product, you see in the budget that we've tied back a lot of what we've done in the budget process back to the strategic plan, and we'll be doing that each year, and this will be updated every couple of years, and then 10 years, we'll start the whole process over again. But it was a pretty intense process, but it worked out really well. We're happy with it, and we think the public's happy with it. The staff seems to be happy with it. They also did their own versions of this that tie into it, and it seems to be working out well. People shared the vision, and it looks like from this budget that people understand it, and hopefully it'll continue. The next thing that we did, we created a DEI policy. It took us a while because we wanted to get it right. We had created a DEI task force about 2 years ago now. They did their work, and then we wanted to take from there and create a policy from it and see what we were going to do with those recommendations. Decided that we were going to take our time and try to get it right. And we took some time, found a consultant. They were experts in the field, and we worked with them to develop best practices and something that we thought was applicable to Shrewsbury. And we did create a commitment statement. We created the framework for a DEI committee, a standing committee, and we formed that committee, and they started their work recently. So we're happy with that. They are excited about getting started, and we're looking forward to seeing that work come to fruition. We also had one thing that actually was a big thing in terms of, well, not just money, but in being able to get some projects done that we haven't been able to do for a number of years, and that was with the ARPA funds. We had around $7 million to allocate, and the boards took some time with that. We decided that we wanted to use that money to get as close to the people, to the residents as possible, stuff that would affect them as directly as we could, and not put it into town projects, if you will. And so we ended up putting a lot of money into social services. We put a lot of money into parks because we never had money to do that. So there were pots of money for different parks, for Lake Street, for Dean Park, and other parks around town. Maple Ave, we allocated about, I think it was 2.1 million for the parks, Kevin? Is that right?
I think a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit more than that.
Somewhere around there. We haven't been able to do that for 20 years. We allocated about $425,000 for social services. And that money will be spent over several years. For food insecurity, for fuel insecurity. We did allocate $1.5 million for sewer infrastructure for a much-needed sewer project that came up that was unanticipated. We allocated $888,000 for public safety initiatives, one of which was to hire 4 more firemen that we weren't able to get hired through the Safer Grant program. We had tried for several years and couldn't do it, and we decided to use money for that. So those were the major things in that, but we think it was a good use of the money. It was stuff that we were not going to be able to do through the budget, and certainly not for the foreseeable future. So we think that the public is going to appreciate that, particularly the park, the park work. The board also worked with residents to begin the work on a climate resiliency plan. It was a cooperative effort. We got started, so we're excited about that. We also had applications from 3 40B proponents. At this point, we only have 1 active application, but Shrewsbury does not have 10% affordable housing, so we're subject to developers coming in and proposing and actually being able to build these things if they follow through, because of the nature of the law. The first company that came in with the proposal for a 40B, they were going to do a 55 and over project at Chestnut and South Street. Actually decided to back out, probably because of the economic climate, certainly the financial climate at this time. So we dodged that bullet for now. That was a couple of hundred units. We don't know what's happening with the one that was being proposed for North Quinsigamond Avenue and Main Street. That was about 250 units. Currently, there's a proposal for Green Street and South Street, right at Route 20. That's an interesting one. That one is not a rental project. That is going to be condominiums. It still will be affordable, but it'll be ownership. That just started. We don't know what's going to happen with that, but and we do still have the one on Route 20 that was approved a couple of years ago by Hebets. That's only about 97 units, but it's scheduled to start in May. So those will be coming online. And finally, the police station, finally, after almost 30 years, we've been trying to get that police station built for almost as long as I've been on the board. We managed to get a small addition that was supposed to be a stopgap for a few years. That was around 1997 or 98. Finally get the police station built. It's completed. Landscaping in the other building has to be torn down, but it's completed. It was done on time. It was done on budget, and it might come in. It looks like it's going to come in below budget. Right now, it's on budget. So we're happy about that. We're happy we were able to support the police department. So those are the things that we were working on. There's a bunch more, but we had a busy year. So I was happy to be part of that this year. As you know, this is my last Finance Committee hearing. I decided to retire after a while. I think I made a career out of this. I think it's time to leave. So I'm glad that I was involved in in this year, being the chair, being involved in all of this, because this is one of the busiest years that selectmen have seen, I think. And I was happy to be involved with all of it. So anyways, any questions?
Dennis, please.
Yes.
The opera funds that you spent, just want to confirm, most of that, if not all of that, is done on one-time expenditures. You're not funding things that we'll have to then fund out of the budget later on. Is that correct?
Almost all of it is one-time expense. It won't be funded out of the budget. The firefighters will be funded as that funding goes away. And there were a few other relatively small expenses that'll be funded. I would say probably 80% of it is well over that.
Yeah.
It's a very small amount that's going to be reoccurring.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that. That's.
Yep.
Gene.
Those total funds received were actually over 11,500,000. The other funds we used.
The other funds it was just a little bit over 11, but the 7 million was the second batch. The first batch was used for a lot of operational issues back in, when did we use those? Like April?
Almost 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Brian, please.
Sort of thanks for the time that you put into this town. It's really appreciated by all of us. And then just a quick question on what is the percentage that we have for affordable housing right now in town?
Somewhere around 6.5% of the 10% that were required.
Thank you.
Yep.
And that's a moving target. The more houses that get built, the number changes. The number that we have now, even if we didn't build any more houses, is going to change. And the number's going to slip because the number we have now is based on the 2010 census. When 2020 comes out, we know it's going to slip. Yes.
On all the new developments that are coming in, is there a minimum, besides the 40B, which will be fine, covers it, but is it a minimum amount of affordable housing that we're pushing for any, like Lakeway Commons, Edgemere?
Yes, they was 12.5%.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Yeah, for every 8 units that are constructed, 1 affordable has to be built.
Great.
Carlos.
First comment, then a question. Mr. DiPaolo, thank you for your years of service. It's been really just incredible. Going back to ARPA, I was curious if you could share a little bit of any preliminary thoughts for the unallocated funds on where you may use that on?
Unallocated on ARPA?
On ARPA, yeah.
Well, it's about 360,000, right?
Yep, 380, yep.
Yeah, curious if there were any conversations of where those might go, or?
The 360?
Yeah.
There might be a small amount to cover, a very small amount to cover one of the items that we were going to fund just to make up the difference because the bid came in a little higher. We were holding that for a buffer in case some of the projects came in a little bit more than we thought.
Yeah.
I have something you want to use it for?
No, I mean, just all the project areas that you are using it on, I think it's great, so, and it's good that we have a little bit of a cushion to use more on any other projects if we need to, just curious about, the thoughts, so thank you and the rest of the board for that work.
I'd also like to thank Mr. DiPaolo. Thank you, sir, for all these years of service and leadership. You're going to be sorely missed. So thank you so
I'm
much.
sure somebody can take my place.
Yes. Any other comments? Diana, please.
No, I just wanted to say thank you for the strategic plan. I think in a community, in a large organization, there's a lot of trade-offs that have to be made, to maintain a good budget and be fiscally sound. And so I think having the strategic plan and the voice of the community certainly helps make those trade-off decisions much more easily. So thank you.
Okay, yeah, when we first started talking about the strategic plan and doing it, I thought it was a good idea, and to be honest with you, I was a little skeptical that we were actually going to get to the end and be able to implement it, because it was such a big project, it was a big idea, hard to get your head around it. And as we got into it, and we got closer to fruition, and you could see how it would come together and how the ideas came together. And then as the departments got their parts of the plan together, and we came into the budget, it worked. And it really, it surprised me we were able to do it so quickly, and that we were able to get, on the first try, I think we got it we did a really good job with it. You can see how the stuff aligned. So I think it came out really good. And the other thing that we did a couple of years ago, which really worked out great going into actually into COVID and going into when we realized we were going to need an override, was 5-year projections on the budget, which Mr. Mizikad did an unbelievable job on, and we've continued. It made a huge difference, and it also has helped with the strategic plan. And having both of those things and continuing to update them has made a huge difference going forward. So those two things were, I think they were really important steps that we took, and they're going to help going forward to keep us focused on where we need to go. It's great. I know you would appreciate it. It's great to look at the numbers all the time and be able to refine them and be able to look out a few years and get a sense of where you're going and where you need to make adjustments. So both of those things worked out really good.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Does anybody from the select board wish to add on?
I have one more. 'Cause
Sorry.
I did want to go, I was just looking at the budget for select board. It goes like 19,000, 40,000, 24,000, 40,000. Why are those, like almost every other year, it's a big jump and then it goes back down?
Because we had projects or something that we did, and like last year, part of that was for the strategic plan, and we don't need the funds anymore.
I was just wondering, because pretty good pattern.
And if
So
you
we'll
see-
expect more next year.
Yeah, it wasn't for bonuses for us, I can tell you that.
And I do want to thank you for your leadership for the last, I think, almost as long as I've been in town. It's going to be very different after you leave. We've gone through, it's almost a brand-new select board, over the last 5 years or 7 years with the retirements of Jim Kane, John LeBeau, and now yourself. So
Yep.
thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up question. There was a request for 46,000 odd, but actual was just 23,000. Was that a canceled project that didn't get through, or?
What was that for?
Yeah, the National Community Survey is what those funds were for, and we will use some of the communication dollars that are allocated through ARPA to cover those costs.
I see. There are no more questions and comments. Anybody from the select board other than Mo who wishes to make any comment? No. I open it to the public. Thank you. Thank you. We will now move to town manager, and I believe Kevin will present for himself.
Thank you. Members of the Finance Committee, this is, continued pleasure as I move towards the end of my 6th year as town manager. We've seen a lot of change over the time, and really proud of the accomplishments and the things that we've all worked through together. We continue to see change as residents' needs and expectations shift as to what their local government, what's expected of their local government. We look forward to that evolution and continuing to meet those demands by full engagement and transparency with them. We, of course, are seeing much more interest in providing more than just the services that we always have behind the scenes. So we're looking to elevate quality of life programs, finding ways to allow residents to thrive, to meet their own expectations and life desires. And this is certainly different than what was the historical ask of the local government. To that end, we've focused a lot over the past 12 to 24 months to enhance communications, increase transparency, and broaden our engagement, which I look forward to sharing with you in just a little bit of detail. First, I just want to take the opportunity to recognize the work of the more than 200 town staff employees across all departments for their dedication each and every day. It's a tremendous group of individuals to be able to work with. The leadership team that we have, those that you've gotten to talk with over these past 2 hearing dates are tremendous. Their dedication to the town is second to none. I've had the privilege of working for 6 different municipalities across the Northeast, and this is certainly an exemplary group of individuals who are completely committed to what it is that they do. My office staff and the staff that supports the select board meet that same characteristic. Always happy to have them, always engaged in everything that we do, and provide incredible support in managing me to make sure that we can accomplish everything that we're expected to do. I've seen a lot of growth in individuals, had the pleasure of promoting a lot of individuals, and it's something that we strive to do to grow our employees, to keep them in that Shrewsbury way tradition. So we have a lot of focus on those initiatives to allow employees to have meaningful careers and stay with us as long as they're willing to. With that, of course, sometimes people leave. So, of course, the major change in our office with Kristen Lass's departure, we're currently seeking a second assistant town manager for operations. So thoughts are with Kristen today. She has her first Westford town meeting. So she's in the thick of things just like us on a Saturday afternoon. So I hope she's doing well. And of course, throughout the course of the year, we were able to promote Mr. David Snowden into the assistant town manager for finance and operations. Dave started with the town over 5 years ago in the town manager's office and served many roles. Interim COA director, business management division director in the Department of Public Works, management analyst in the office of the town manager. And of course, in this current role, he will do well and has hit the ground running and help us managing the finance and other operations of the town. So with regards to specific comments for fiscal year 23, town staff through the manager's office supported Keith Baldinger in his leadership through the development of the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan, town engineer Andy Truman and his leadership in orchestrating the town center multimodal studies. Both are critical in terms of physical and future development and resiliency of our community, both economically and environmentally. And we are currently about to embark on the unified dispatching study to further consolidate and bring efficiency into our emergency communication process for police, fire, emergency management, and other dispatch services. Of course, we hit the ground running with the development of the 2030 strategic plan, began implementing it really transparently and fully in the fiscal year 24 budget process. I do have to say it warms my heart each and every time we talk about the strategic plan and how it's being integrated into the budget process. As Select Board Member DiPaolo said, it takes a long time to go from visioning to implementation. And we've seen that happen over the past 6 years, and we're very proud of those efforts. With regards to communications, a lot of significant progress has been made in the redevelopment of the town's website, through conducting a communications assessment and communications strategic communications plan, which we'll be sharing with the Select Board in the coming months. And those efforts
have led to the creation of a communications coordinator position. So Taylor Galusha, who's here in the back of the room, who served as principal department assistant in the select board and town manager's office, has been promoted into the town's first communications coordinator position. With her leadership and assistance, I have the pleasure of participating with her in the Town Manager Download podcast. We've recorded 11 episodes and have on average 110 downloads per episode, so it's an awesome opportunity to talk about local government, what's going on in the town of Shrewsbury, have a little fun along the way. So if you haven't had a chance to listen to some episodes, I encourage you to do that. Provides good background, at least in my opinion, of what it is that we're doing on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the business systems assessment in just a minute. With regards to staffing changes, I do just want to flag for the committee that whenever I get into the details on some of the numbers for our budget, we are evolving that as we have shaped up how we're going to handle the second assistant town manager position and the administrative assistant positions within the town manager's office. So there are changes coming in fiscal projection too from us. With regards to the strategic plan, we have 3 key initiatives that we're going to be broadly influencing and implementing throughout the course of fiscal year 24. We'll continue to focus in the exceptional area for the implementation of that communications plan to develop programs and practices to enhance our internal and external awareness for services, activities, and accomplishments of the organization. We will leverage and consolidate technology and business processes and systems to increase self-service and convenience and transparency for residents. I'm sorry, the first was engaged and connected. The second is exceptional. And then finally, across the spectrum of prosperous, sustainable, and thriving, we will enhance programs, services, and physical infrastructure to increase health and well-being for all. Of course, the town managers' initiatives are broad, and departments attach under there as the goals and process cascade to their individual responsibilities. So I just want to take a minute to talk about some really important work that we've done behind the scenes that has been led by Julie Tierney, our business systems analyst, over the last year, and really looking at our software programs and how we operate from a strategic standpoint behind the scenes. Julie is the business systems analyst that was hired last spring. She comes to us with a lot of private sector experience and a lot of technology experience. And she's done work to inventory our software systems and business processes, identify gaps and overlaps. In the gaps, we look to fill them through both better utilization of existing products and implementing new solutions where we need. And then we're going to reduce overlaps, which will save money and provide greater efficiency. As we do so, we will use the town manager's office really as a leader through an agile management approach to assemble a small and effective teams to handle the challenges that the department face. It'll allow us to provide extra resources out to departments, allow for them to help find solutions quicker to the challenges that they face. And again, we'll be really focusing on everything that's customer and citizen-centric over the next 12 months. So when it comes to the actual budget numbers themselves, as I noted, there'll be some changes, especially among the 1, 2, and 3 lines within the town manager's office. With funding for the town manager and 2 assistant town managers. We're evolving our approach with administrative staff and technical staff within the department. Our operational expenses cover the ClearGov budgeting software and tools and communication tools like Archive Social and things like that associated with our social media accounts. And the balance of those funds are office supplies, stipends like cell phone stipends, travel stipends, and things like that for staff. So we continue to have 7 full FTEs within the office. We will be likely reducing that as we rethink our administrative staff approach, but I'll provide more information on that with fiscal projection too. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
So Kevin, I may have missed it. As far as the staffing adjustments were concerned, they were intra-departmental moves?
Yes,
Okay.
yep, they will be.
So
Yep.
that's why your number stays at 7?
Well, they will adjust a little bit. We just haven't fleshed them all out, but we'll be moving between the 2 and 3 line items mostly.
Any other questions for the town manager? I open it up to the select board. Any member of the select board? The public, any member of the public who has any questions for the town manager? Not, thank you, Kevin, for that very comprehensive work and the great work you and your team are doing. We shall now move on to Public Works and Administration. Jeff, I believe you'll be covering that.
Good afternoon. Before we dive deep into the divisions or the individual budgets about DPW, I'd like to make a short little statement before we get deep into each one. First, I want to recognize Kevin in the town manager's office, along with the select board, for their continuing support as we continue to morph as an organization and make changes within the organization over time. DPW affects all residents, businesses, and visitors to the town of Shrewsbury 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. DPW does not close, nor do we shut down. You have heard over the last, from several other departments, mainly on Thursday, of concerns with staffing levels versus national standards. There are no such standards that I'm aware of for DPW type functions. And I am actually going to put a spin on this on a positive way when I finish. About 10 years ago, a study was done in Metro West for highway staffing levels, and this is an example that seems to resonate through most divisions of DPW. The average for highway staffing based upon population, lane miles, and/or budget. The study stated that the towns that they looked at, which range from very small and rural communities to small cities, that the average staffing levels per population was 1 staff for 525 residents. Our highway department currently is at 1 staff for 3,000 residents. The average budget per lane mile back in 2010 was $33,000 per lane mile. Currently, at the FY24 budget, it's $7,300 per lane mile. But I'm going to put a spin. This is not a negative comment. I think that we are very proud of the staff that we have, that we are exceptional in our work ethic, our dedication to the town, and I think that we should be very proud of all staff that we have. And that's from the division managers all the way down to our operations staff. They don't complain, and they show up every time we ask. So I want kudos, and I said it's a positive spin, and I think that the staff that we have has really gone above and beyond, and we've become very efficient at tasks because we have to. I will say
Jeff, if
that,
I could just ask a
Sure.
question related to that.
Sure.
First of all, I concur. Thank you to you and your staff for that wonderful performance, given the shortage of, and those numbers that you're up against, those metrics. One, I would request, could you share those metrics with us?
Sure.
Later, if we can get that, that would be great. I wanted to understand a little bit more. how do you really attain this efficiency? Is it, because you're doing a 24/7, as you mentioned, you never shut down, it's 24/7, and you've got a huge town to support. The numbers that you just presented really signify that. But what, could you get into a little bit more detail in terms of how you've managed to attain that efficiency given your shortage of staff?
And I do want to use word, it's not necessarily a shortage.
Okay.
I want to say we're lean.
Lean.
I think there's a difference. But I want to say the work of the division managers who have looked at alternatives, ways of being more efficient. We have utilized the use of contractors. We have utilized other methods of getting the work completed that is necessary for the town to continue to run. I have to give a lot of kudos to the division managers and even department heads in the past who have been under the same conditions. So, again, I don't want this to be a negative comment, but I think it's more of a positive. And I think I really do appreciate the work that they do. And again, basically 24/7. I will do a quote from Nick Ropeka, our highway division manager, and it's, "We make things happen." Basically, that's a common quote that he says upstairs, and I want that should be repeated because we do make things happen. And to try to attain Kevin's goal, which is we make things happen to be the best DPW in the world. And I strongly believe that we are on our way. You will hear today, though, a common theme amongst most of the divisions. And that is, as we prepared this FY24 budget, we were hampered by high cost increases in utilities, materials, equipment, and contractor labor. We are also still experiencing very long lead times on certain items, materials, and equipment. Items that we used to get in 3 or 4 weeks, we are now seeing 50, 60, 80 weeks out, which is hampering some of the projects that we have moving forward. If you have any other general questions, I can answer, but I would prefer if you have specific questions for each division that you wait and have them at that time. I was told I only had 2 minutes, so I think I did well. Am I okay? All right.
You did better than us.
What's that?
You did better than us.
I'd like to introduce Chris Muse. She is our new business manager who took over for the defected Dave, who went back to the town manager's office. Chris, take it away.
You mean defective or defector?
He defected from.
Okay, I thought you said defective.
Well, no, defected.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Christine Muse, the business manager for the DPW, just joined the town in December, and I'm very glad to be here today. So thank you for the time. I would like to start off by echoing Jeff's comments about the strength of the team. The business management division, kudos to you all, are a great group of folks. We have 8 FTEs supporting basically the back office of the DPW, all the DPW divisions. So it's our central business support role, so think customer service, accounts payable, payroll, permitting, utility billing, procurement, on behalf of all of the DPW divisions. We work very closely, as you can imagine, with all of the other division managers and the superintendent and their teams. Our mission is to proactively support DPW-related needs of residents, businesses, really the first line of support for the residents, and all the other DPW divisions. So between all the residents and the DPW folks, we have a very large customer base that we are happy to serve. So I'd like to talk a little bit, just take a couple of minutes to talk about
what we've accomplished in fiscal year '23 so far, and it's really, as you can imagine, we're a people shop, right? We're not out there, working on the roads. We are, the vast majority of our budget ask is our people, right? So it's about really the what and the how. What do we do and how do we do it? So for me, that comes down to the people and the processes. And really what we're focused on is trying to maximize the value that the team can bring to the town and to the DPW every day. And so I've listed, just a few of the accomplishments so far. Really working with the team on team focus and shared support of our broader BMD, Business Management Division, goals, as well as the DPW goals, and really just trying to increase transparency with the team and make sure that they feel involved and engaged and aware of everything that's going on a broader level. And I really think that's helping to drive their, their ability and their, quite frankly, their desire to really help out with all of those larger objectives. Another thing is we shifted, you may recall from last year, but we shifted the approach to the roles. So in the past, there were a few people within, say, water and sewer that were doing payroll and were doing accounts payable. And last year, David, in his wonderful leadership efforts, functionalized those roles. So we've got a couple of people supporting accounts payable and payroll across all of the DPW divisions, which is fantastic. And one of the things that we're focusing on going forward is just making sure that we are maximizing the utilization of the team across the board. So on any given day, some of those roles can be very busy, kind of up to their eyeballs in work. And, it might be a slower day, perhaps, within the customer service roles. So we're really trying to flex the staff into supporting all of their other colleagues among the 8 of us. And again, just trying to maximize that value delivery for the investment that the town is making in us. And I think it also provides some wonderful learning opportunities. And to the point around trying to retain folks within the town, giving them different opportunities to kind of float perhaps among the roles over time and really learn the ins and outs of all of the organization. So definitely still, we're working on that now. I think it's a good accomplishment for this year, but continuing to move that into the future. And then just system and process improvements. We've gotten some additional permitting and licensing online with our OpenGov platform and some online payments, et cetera, which again, we're going to continue to focus on going forward. So really the goals going forward for FY24 and beyond is really around those process improvements, improving efficiency and effectiveness, modernizing, trying to eliminate the paper where we can. We're going to be working very closely with Julie Tierney, as Mr. Mizikar mentioned, just around those process improvements, centralizing processes within our OpenGov platform. I'd like to identify more measurements and metrics that we can leverage so that we can then focus on, okay, how do we want to improve this going forward and how do we measure our success? And then, around the lines of cross-training and working together, there's this concept of it's referred to as a shared backlog, where we can have some additional transparency around all of the work that's going on across those 8 roles, centralized so that we can all see it. And it makes it a lot easier for folks to flex into some of those goals that we have and things that need to be done without, walking around talking to people. We'll have some transparency around all of it's basically a big to-do list, our big to-do lists, put them all together. And Julie gave me a technology that we have existing within the town, a Miro board that we can leverage for this. So the good thing about this is that there's really no additional budget ask from us. I think we can just leverage some of the existing resources that we have in place within the town to really, make things better in that regard. And then very importantly, improve communication with the community. We really want to get more proactive in terms of building awareness. I think Jeff just gave us our "We Make Things Happen" quote that we'll use perhaps for some of those outreach materials. But letting the community know the value that the DPW is bringing, I think is very important. And then, even things like the news flashes that go out, we'll get a lot of phone calls from residents saying like, hey, why didn't my trash get picked up? And, we'll say, oh, we sent a news flash out about the delay, but if you haven't signed up for the news flash, you wouldn't necessarily have received that information. So, just thinking about ways that we can reach out to the community and really try to broaden that, that impact that we have on that proactive basis to let people know, which will give our team more time to work on some of the other improvement aspects, as opposed to just answering the phones all day. And in terms of the significant budget changes, I highlighted just one line item there, the utility telephone, where we've got some iPads that Nick's team uses in the trucks, so that we can have real-time communication about issues, say during a snowstorm, if we have some calls coming in about a particular area that needs attention, so that they've got that real-time communication, and that hadn't previously been budgeted in that line item. So that was a bit of an increase there, up to, it's just $7,000 in total on that. And
That comes in the operational expenses, Christine?
that's correct. Yes, that's in the operational. Yep, in the 4 account. Yep. And, in terms of the ties to the strategic plan, the aspects that I noted around the process improvements and improved communications with the community, we feel tie in very nicely with the exceptional and engaged and connected aspects of the strategic plan.
I just had a question. I think that was a wonderful presentation, Christine. Thank you. It seems a lot of great stuff is happening, and it's very evident. As far as your focus on process improvements, do you have any metrics to collect that help you do that?
Yes. So, and as a matter of fact, the next slide, we decided to just put one of the slices of data and performance measures that we have around the DPW permitting. Given that we're about to launch into our very busy permitting season as of April 1st when the roads open. So you can see here an example of some of the metrics and measures that we do have around the work that we do. And I think this is also a nice reflection of how the functionalization of that role is helping. Like in the past, highway permits would have been handled within our person who was assigned to highway, and then somebody else would have been doing the water and sewer. But now it's all together under that, permitting resource umbrella. But honestly, I think this is an area where we can improve a lot in terms of determining what it is that we want and need to measure. And I'm new, so I'll be the first to admit I'm still in the process of learning about what is currently available. But then just capturing that in a way that we can stand back, admire it, and say, okay, how do we want to improve this, and how do we want to create efficiencies within these processes, and make things better over time. So that'll absolutely be a continued focus area.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on that one, right? So this is great, but you mentioned about sometimes people call you about like why trash is not collected, and that happens when there is a snowstorm or a particular street is not cleaned well. So do you have any kind of numbers as to how many such calls that come along?
Yes, so there are, I don't have them with me,
you don't have
currently.
the estimated number?
Yes, so we have, tracking in terms of the phone calls that we receive, the voicemails that are left and responded to, and I think it's just a matter of capturing those a little bit better and memorializing them.
Yeah, I would suggest like maybe, putting something like on a Facebook feed or Twitter, you
Yes.
might be doing that, or, having a virtual assistant on a website, where person can just say like why trash was not removed, and then the virtual assistant replies rather than a human responding, because this is pretty same messaging, it's just how do you convey that,
Yes.
So that's something that efficiency can be gained.
Yes,
That's my suggestion.
completely agree. Thank you for that. Yes, and that's actually one of the things that we've been kicking around is like it would be lovely to have some kind of a chat bot sitting on the website, right? That people could just, rather than having to hunt for information, you can just type it in and it'll come back with something. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Gene had a question.
Quick question. On sewer or water permits, in case of an emergency, how fast can I get a permit?
Well, we strive, if it's an emergency, it goes through a different workflow. So I believe it's same day or next day, right? If it's a true emergency.
So does it have to be permitted, or can it be a verbal? Go ahead. Say I got a broken water pipe in my yard. I got to call in a contractor.
Mhm.
Would you give a verbal?
It has to be
So-
permitted because of the dig safe issue. So they really can't start digging anyways unless it's backing into your house and it needs to be like today.
That's what I'm indicating.
Yeah, so they just, most of the contractors know, they contact us, and it's usually, if push comes to shove, they talk to one of us, and can be verbally over the phone, but the permit still needs to be filed, because the permit is, that's how we know how that it was done on your house back 16 years ago. We already know, because we can go back and look at the history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any more to present in Public Works and Administration? Or?
Nope. The next slide is really just around the numbers, and our, like I said, we're mostly people. It's 82% of our budget is salaries and wages. Our ask from an overall budget perspective is actually down $8,000 from last year. So, so I don't think too much to be discussed here.
Any other questions from the board or the committee on Public Works and Administration for Christine? Brian?
Looks like a big piece of the decrease came from a training or conference being removed.
That is exactly correct, yes.
What was that for?
It was just centralization of that
Okay, understand.
budget.
Yeah, that got moved to the personnel board.
Yep, I got it, thank you.
And for fiscal projection too, we may see that disperse back out to the departments. It was, yep.
Any further questions from the committee? The members of the select board, do you have any questions for Christine or Jeff on this particular department? I open it up to the public. Thank you. That concludes Public Works and Administration. We can now move to the next item, which is solid waste and recycling, and I believe, Christine, you will continue.
That's correct.
Please, go.
Thank you. And I'd like to introduce Keith Baldinger, who is the Assistant Director of the DPW, and Gosha Stolarska. Oh, I'm sorry, were you going to do that?
No, I forgot.
Oh.
It happens, sorry.
Sorry.
And Gosha Stolarska, who is our new Solid Waste and Recycling Program Manager, effective as of August, I believe, that Gosha joined us. So, yes, so, we do now have, under solid waste and recycling, one FTE, who is Gosha, who, and this role was created last year to really just to provide centralized oversight of our contracted solid waste and recycling collection services. And it has made a big difference, I will tell you. There were a lot of folks in the past who were contributing to the success of our solid waste and recycling oversight efforts, but having it all centralized has given us an ability to have some great things happen currently, as well as looking towards the future that we're very excited about. So I think one great example of the difference that Gosha has made in the past 6 months is she has achieved a $100,000 reduction in our receivables from vendors from the pay-as-you-throw bag. We had some aged items that had been sitting out for a long time, and Gosha, to use a phrase, has been like a dog on a bone with those receivables. She has been going after it, and we were at $152,000, and we are now at $51,000 in terms of those receivables. So, so kudos to Gosha for all of her efforts in that area. Another aspect, as you are all aware, we had some challenges last year with in the fall with yard waste removal due to our contractor unable to secure the necessary personnel to complete the scheduled pickups on a timely basis. So we certainly recognize the importance of not only meeting but exceeding resident expectations regarding yard waste pickup, and we've been actively working to improve this process for the spring, and Gosha and Keith have been working on that very diligently. They did a yard waste survey that was made available to residents back in December so that we could solicit input on preferences and priorities for us going forward, and created a new yard waste program with a new vendor, and that information will be shared with residents in the coming days, I think.
Maybe in your mailbox today.
There we go. Great. Any questions on that?
Yeah, thank you. I did have a couple questions. It's regarding the data in the next slide.
Oh, yeah, certainly. And yeah, sorry, I
You
just
want to
meant-
talk about that first?
Yeah,
or-
yeah, there was just one other aspect I think we can hit on this slide, if that's okay. Gosha, could you tell us a little bit about the mattress program and the changes there?
Yes, so I started with the town in August, and right when I started, we had the mattress ban by Mass DEP. So the town received a grant from Mass DEP to fund a container where we can store mattresses, and that's been a long process and difficult for everyone. It was a big change, going from $12 sticker to large disposal fee for mattresses that have to be recycled right now. But since then, we also established curbside collection option for a resident that is done through the private vendor, and it's working. And I hope in the soon it's gonna, I don't know, more vendors gonna come up, and we'll be able to lower the cost to residents for mattress disposal.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, and that was a new state mandate that became effective in November. So thank you. And then, obviously looking forward, we're looking to continue to improve services and education efforts around solid waste and recycling. As I said, Gosha's doing a lot of research on industry trends. We're looking very proactively towards funding and grants that we may be able to take advantage of going forward, as we look to kind of what the future is going to look like for us in terms of the potential for updated recycling carts, things like that. So, and just in terms of the budget changes, the yard waste collection, the new program that we're implementing has moved it from 7 weeks to 12 weeks, so a little bit of a cost increase there. And then we just had some slight overtime dollars that we added just to ensure that we can cover any overtime needs for the highway folks and for Gosha in those busy times.
Gene, please go ahead.
Are we gonna increase our mailing a little bit on some of these environmental items that need to have special disposal of, and some recommendations? You say the mattresses, I see mattresses all along property lines now, waiting for somebody to pick them up. They're all over town on there, and some of the solid waste stuff, we used to have some vendors that did it on a regular basis. I would think a mailing once in a while to the people in town would be a helpful thing. Upcoming recycling programs, that type of stuff.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. And yes, I think that's absolutely, kind of going back to my earlier comments just about outreach in general and increasing the awareness within the community, making sure that we not only have the information available on our website for folks to find it and look at it when they're looking for it, but just to increase awareness. Like Gosha is actually planning a recycling event for June 11th that will be marketing and advertising, and just recently I think you sent out a news flash about the recycling awareness and what should you be recycling, and so we're really trying to get more proactive around those communications, but I thank you for that suggestion.
Milind, please.
Yeah, I would say, I see a couple of opportunities, in terms of, educating residents or, providing more material is like, I know PAT was introduced, to kind of reduce the solid waste, but, I see sometimes, like once in a while you have a party or, Super Bowl party, you can understand, right? But you consistently see, X number of bags outside of certain doors, and I'm like, okay, do we need to educate ourselves is how I asked it. So I think it will be better to kind of educate people, in my opinion. And, if there are some resources available, I think we should make them available. And the second opportunity I see is like maybe collaborate with school department and see there is a lot of food waste that happens, and not because of the kids are careless, it's because, we need to partner with school to educate them about the importance of you know, we are not going to solve world hunger, but, you know, it needs to start somewhere. And I think I see that opportunity.
Want me to talk about that?
Yes.
So we actually, GOSHA has brought food waste disposal to our attention about a few months ago. And so we have actually met with a few vendors to learn about that and how it works. And we are working with the school department to come up with at least a pilot program in one building to see how it works. There are only a couple other communities that we know of in the state that do this. Franklin does it, Needham does it, right? Franklin, Needham, and so we're actually going to visit Franklin to see how their process works and understand their challenges with the whole process. And you know, it is a change of culture on how that has to be done in a building. So that's all part of GOSHA's goal, is to educate and outreach, you know, more to working with the school department. That helps. It starts with children, and it'll work up into the household. So definitely, she is bringing a lot of stuff to our attention that we can certainly work towards changing and reducing solid waste.
Perfect. Thank you.
I had a similar question to Melinda. If we go to the second slide, Christine, with the solid waste and recycling, with the numbers that you have in terms of the refuse and the recycling in terms of the tonnage, is there any way we could, I mean, I know the 2023 is just through December 31st, so we don't have the full information, but if we were to somehow extrapolate this, do you see any behavioral changes over the years that we're producing less refuse and more recycling? Is there any way we could determine from this information that is the case?
Yeah, and it's a great question. We were actually discussing this a bit yesterday morning when we were admiring this data. And the interesting thing in looking, you know, kind of backwards the last handful of years is the implications of COVID on behaviors, right? So we all worked, or a lot of folks worked exclusively from home back during the COVID days, which obviously changed consumption, you know, things that people were consuming and throwing away within their workplace environment shifted to the residential environment, right? So so I think it's challenging with the I'll call them the bumps in the road relative to COVID, to be able to then turn that around and project going forward. But that is absolutely, you know, as somebody mentioned earlier, one of the key objectives of Pay As You Throw was to really try to increase the recycling. And I think the more community education and awareness we can drive, will, you know, continue to help make that better. And I don't know if anybody else has any.
I can. So we met with Mass DEP 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And they showed us a terrific graphic that we can try and find and share with you. But it shows the difference of type of curbside collection, and Pay As You Throw is always, you know, the lowest tonnage per capita or per however they laid it out. And Town of Shrewsbury is doing even better than what the average is. So we are actually in a lower, in general, our community our residents do a very good job of recycling. And, you know, we're just increasing to try and improve that from DPW's perspective and outreach and education.
Just one follow-up question, sorry. Just correct me if I'm wrong. This data does not cover commercial refuse and apartment
Correct.
refuse. So we don't know the behavior as far as
Correct.
those two
Yep.
categories are concerned.
And that's actually another area that we're starting to work on a little bit of outreach, because many large complexes, they're not required to have recycling on their in those communities. So we're working towards a little bit more outreach with those businesses to maybe they can bring that recycling into those, because we regularly get phone calls from residents that reside in those type of complexes. Hey, where can I recycle my stuff? Where can I bring my bottles and cans and all that stuff?
A minute.
Just quick extension to your earlier comment, you know, you talked about, you know, connecting with Franklin. I think there was a article where City of Newton, I think, has launched a program where they educate residents about, you know, you have to wash your milk can so that it needs to be you know, like just throwing it into a recycle doesn't mean it's useful to recycle. So I think, getting that kind of a knowledge base for our residents will be helpful too, to more productive, more recyclable, more sustainable.
Is contamination a problem in our recycling program?
Actually, our town is pretty good. If it comes to the contamination, we're under the 10%, which is considered a very small amount of contamination. But I recently requested from Casella, who is our MRF for processing of recycling, if we could make some audits just to make sure that we're on track and we're doing the right thing. And if there is a street or a day that we have to improve, that will help us a lot, and we will be able to target that specific area.
Gene, I think,
Just
I'm
one
sorry.
quick question. With the change in the school times, that's gonna mean some rescheduling of these routes. Where I particularly live, I live on a bus route, okay? And the rubbish man is sitting down, 3 streets down there, just sitting there. He can't do anything because the school buses are coming. So this change in time, I don't know what's gonna happen there. It's kind of a waste.
Sure, we'll certainly work with the haulers, so maybe they can redirect where they start or finish, around the school area.
Yeah.
Dennis?
On the contamination issue, my understanding is the lower contamination we have, the better, better it is for us financially. Is that correct? Okay, so that would also be a good thing to get out to the residents, because I can tell you, I walk by plenty of containers on my morning walk with my dog, and I would say 30 to 40% of them are definitely contaminated the way they recycled. Or they mix their cans in with their paper, with everything else, and my understanding is it's paper or it's cans and bottles, and it's not both.
Correct.
Yes, and waste management is helping us a lot with that. They're placing tags on the containers that are contaminated with different material. If the residents are placing incorrect material on the week, they will place the tag in.
I can say from experience, and no offense, I didn't mean that, but they're not doing that very well in my neighborhood.
Okay,
So.
I'll address that. Thank you.
Yep. Which now my neighbors hate me, but so I'm not going to name anybody by name, but there's a large amount of that.
Just for informational purposes, when Dennis asked, it's a loss to us, how does that work? Do we have to pay waste management if there's contamination, or do they just cut? How does that work? How is that loss?
I'm happy to help answer that. So waste, just as a good clarification, waste management is our collector. They collect the solid waste and the recycling. We bring our recycling to Casella, which disposes it. So we pay initially on the billing process as a disposal charge. And after they've sorted through all those items, they determine the market rate for them, and then we'll either be reimbursed off of that, or maybe there's a slight additional charge. So some months we may be invoiced for our recyclable materials. Last year we were receiving payments because of the quality of the recyclable materials. But that's more driven by the market rate for the material, not always the contamination level. There's sort of like a base disposal cost at first. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps. Thank you. I'm sorry, Diana.
Yeah, so Joan, this is not for the 24 fiscal budget, but more of a looking forward long-term and trends. And, as we're looking to be a sustainable community, have you guys done any exploration or thinking about compost and curbside composting for the community?
Would you like to talk about that?
Yes. So you want to take over?
No,
So yes. So I believe in October, I met David and I. We both met with several companies that are taking care of the composting, and one of the biggest in the area is Black Earth, which we contacted, and they will be happy to help us out. They have about 55, 60 customers already in town who are composting with them, and this is one of the projects that I'm also working on to educate town and residents on what they can do with the material. A lot of residents are already composting in their backyard. There was Council of Aging health fair in September, and I had the opportunity to speak to many of them, and most of them said, I already do it. I do it on my own in my backyard. So yes, there is a need of that. Trash will be for sure less heavy, not as many bags at the curb. As I said, it's a process that.
I have kids. I didn't want compost in my backyard, so I was very happy when Black Earth, came to Shrewsbury. But I think there may be some more opportunity there. So thank you for engaging with them.
Yeah, agreed. And just circling back to the comment at the beginning, just around the difference that it makes having a program manager in place and that investment that the town has made. We really have a resource who is very passionate about looking into these things and continuing to determine what those great industry trends are that we can perhaps leverage going forward.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Any other questions from our environmentally friendly committee? The select board, any comments or questions from any member? I open it to the public. I guess we can close on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now move to parks and maintenance.
Introduce Kevin Esposito, who's the division manager for Parks, Maintenance, and Cemetery.
Yeah, you stole my first line. So currently, our staff consists of a Parks and Cemetery supervisor, cemetery program manager, 3 full-time maintenance craftsmen, and 5 part-time seasonal employees. A quick overview of us is that we maintain 17 parks, 2 state-owned boat ramps, 5 school athletic facilities, the Donahue Rowing Center, the front of the town hall, the town common, and the veteran squares. Our 23 accomplishments: the renovation of Dean Park Playground, which is nearing a completion very soon. We've also had a lot of new employees, so we've stepped up training for them on safety and our own operations. The goals for '24 would be pretty much the same goal we have every year, is to maintain the town's parks and school fields by providing safe conditions and increase effectiveness by training staff on new techniques, on mostly on field care, as we get away from fertilizer and pesticides, and carrying out projects that we were lucky enough to get ARPA funding and hopefully CPA funds for. Significant budget changes, I think, is probably echoed in everyone's budget, like Jeff said. General maintenance supplies, automotive and equipment parts for everything from trimmers to mowers, seed and fertilizer and electricity cost. Again, that's all inflationary and supply chain issues. Trying to get anything playground related takes anywhere from 2 to 3 months if we're lucky. So that's been a big impact. Our strategic plan tie-in would be thriving because we're providing active and passive recreation and improving recreation offerings and access through the improved playground at Dean Park. A quick overview of what we went through this year. We had 285 service requests, from storm cleanup to illegal dumping, irrigation repairs, fence repairs, tree removal, sinkholes, and just general broken items. We installed a new donated scoreboard at Dean Park, provided support to the Recreation Department for their event, installed the Story Walk at Lake Street Park on a monthly basis, installed new donated benches at Dean Park, planted 3 donated trees at Edgemere Park. We also assist the Trails Committee with heavy tree removal when it's too much for their volunteer force. and we lined and painted the fields for all the scholastic sports at Shrewsbury High and Oak Middle School. So we already touched on staffing. We had put in for an additional maintenance craftsman. The need is always there for more employees. As we share our staff with the cemetery, we're the same staff for both departments. So we do look to increase. We do sub out as much as we can. Some of that works out and sometimes it doesn't. So we did have that request. And under our capital, we are looking to replace one of our mowers, which is a 2003 with 11-foot mowing width. It's generally been held onto as our backup machine, but as the other machines age and we want to increase productivity, that third machine would probably be out more often than it's sitting. So we also put in for that. That was our only capital. And that's it, if you have any questions.
I had one question, Kevin. Given that ARPA funds will eventually dry out, is the plan to move to CPA to help continue to fund the projects?
Yes.
In the park? And CPA, my memory may serve me wrong, but wasn't that only for historical and sites and?
No,
or do
it
parks
has,
also come underneath that?
It has 4 different categories, and recreation falls under one of them. So this is our first time around with that, so we're getting used to the process. But it's going to be a help in the future.
Understood. Dennis, please.
Are there any plans within the parks to sort of move, change away from having a lot of grass to having some more natural landscaping in order to reduce water, reduce maintenance?
Well, I think where we're using water are athletic fields.
Yeah.
So we really cannot skimp on the athletic portion of it. We don't really have that land to reduce. So, I mean, there are little pieces here and there at some places that we have looked at, but overall, most of our stuff is used for athletic activities.
One quick question on this mower, is it a tractor or a mower?
It's a actual mower.
It's a mower, like a Turo with the
Yep.
wings?
With the wings, yep.
Now, you bought one a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
2019.
It was much more than 90,000.
It was, because it was it cut 16 feet wide. So that's good on the big open spaces, and it's been a very good machine for us. But we also have to have the smaller ones because they fit into tighter spaces. So I wanted to replace an 11-foot with an 11-foot.
Are there any other? Yes, Milind.
Yep. Even, just one quick, and I have talked with Kevin privately also on this one, is about what's the general cost to expand the existing park for, other additional sports utilization like cricket, because considering there is a, 15 to 22% of, folks who live in town or around town, plus newly immigrated from Europe or, Caribbean islands, they all play cricket. And, recently Westboro voted to add a second cricket field, plus they also have a shop which sells the equipment, so accessibility becomes easier, and that's where it generates the demand for that, right? So considering our existing baseball fields are occupied with year-long programs, there is not real opportunity to kind of play this game that residents are looking for. So what's the cost look like in terms of expanding existing parks or clearing some things to provide this additional service?
Well, I think we'd really have to look at other parks than Dean. I think we're we're strapped for land over there now. Everything, like you said, is used for baseball and softball. You know, we have the tennis and basketball courts there, but any additional land there is wooded, and we have a lot of wetland there and waterways that run through, so I don't think there's any way to expand there. We'd really have to look at other places. You know, off the top of my head, I can only think of some of the neighborhood areas like Melody Lane or Hills Farm or something like that that has more unorganized sports use.
There used to be a cricket field opposite the Patton School. I forget the name of that road.
Right, Municipal Field.
Municipal
Still there,
Field, yes.
right? Still there.
It's still there.
Yep, the pitch area is still there. We maintain that.
Brian?
Sorry, go ahead.
You hearing crickets?
Yeah. Just a quick question in regards to seed loam and filter. It looks like there was a small spend on that in prior years and a big request for it, with only 15,000 approved. Just curious where you were looking to use that seed.
Basically everywhere. So getting away from fertilizer and herbicides especially, we're really using seed to combat weed control. So the more you seed and get grass growing, that would handle that. And you know, we looked at numbers, and I think what I really need for fields is what my whole budget is. You know, per acre, we should be spending $6,000 to $10,000 per acre per year. And as you can see, that's not even a drop in the bucket. So, you know, we look at our most worn-out spots first. Football gets a lot of use at Oak Middle School, and they practice at Dean Park, so we end up doing that. But we try to get that seed out everywhere. And over the past year, it's gone from $1,500 a pallet to just over $3,000 for a pallet of seed.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? I open it up to the members of the select board. I open it up to the public. Thank you. That completes the section on parks and maintenance. Kevin, would you be doing cemeteries as well?
Yes.
You can continue the cemeteries.
So we do have a position that started at the cemetery in July. It's an administrative position. He handles all of the record keeping, the grave sales, anything administrative on that end, sets up all the funerals. So that's been working very well. The accomplishments over there, that we have all of our records are scanned now, and it's while it's not searchable for the public, it's a huge help for us. Whenever we need to look something up, it's just a matter of punching a name into the computer. So that's worked out very well. We're also working on updating a lot of the forms to avoid some phone calls with inaccurate information. So we have something set up with the funeral directors where they fill out all the paperwork ahead of time and get it to us when there's going to be a burial required. We're also starting this year, if you've been through there, you'd notice we have a lot of headstones that are tipping, and we're going to jump into that, doing so many a year to get these things uprighted before they fall right over. So that's a big thing. We're actually out on the street now to hopefully do 20 of them, depending on market price and what the bids come in at. If the bid's too high, then we'll probably have to do less, but we plan on continuing this on a yearly basis until we get things to where they're supposed to be. It's the big budget changes like everyone else is electricity. We did put a mini split, electric mini split in the office in that building, but the rest of the building is still on natural gas, so we do have a cost for that. And then any seeding and, well, we don't really do fertilizer in there, but we do seed and fix up whatever graves and areas need to be fixed up, so that falls into that same cost. This does tie into the strategic plan under the exceptional category. We do have a proposed cemetery expansion, which relates to effective long-range planning, scanning and updating the forms, goes along with smart, reliable, and robust municipal services and utilities.
Question. How far along are we now with the new cemetery? I know they've had surveyors out there or pre-surveyors. They've marked a number of trees and other things, but is that starting this year? And
So we're still in the design phase, and we have some schematics and budget estimates came in the last few days. And then just for the public's knowledge, on April 5th at 6 p.m. in this room, there will be a public information meeting that abutters and residents, about all of the notifications to the abutters went out on Wednesday. And then this week we'll start doing some more outreach to the community to make sure that residents are aware of that meeting.
in how many phases will it be? 'Cause it's a very big cemetery, the whole thing, but they're doing in phases, 1 or 2 phases, or?
Currently, we're working on what we're calling phase 1.
Phase 1.
Yep.
And that will take us up how far?
The projected time is 50 years.
No, I meant phase 1 is going to help. And I use the park every day.
Sure.
What is obviously going to be disruption, and I know other people do. What part of the park will be disrupted?
It's about 19 acres. It abuts Merriam and Prospect, that somewhat corner, and goes to about, it goes to the roadway where you enter Prospect Park, like if you were to go to park your car to walk on the trail.
Yep.
So it's that corner of the space.
Okay.
It also abuts a little bit of Route 140.
Okay.
Quick question, are you happy with the outside contractor that takes care of the cemetery?
Mostly we are. The workforce is a little different than in the past, and, we've had to stay on some things. They're there and they're efficient. Sometimes they're a little too efficient. They're too fast. We've had to slow them down a little bit. But I always give any feedback to the owner, and he's very responsive on anything, so.
Is that a 3-year contract?
It is.
3-year. When is that up?
2 more years.
2 more years. And he does the digging also?
No, we have a separate that's a separate contract, digging the graves, yep.
One quick, and correct me if my understanding is currently, you have to buy a lot in order to, complete the last rites. Is that correct understanding?
Yes. So right now, because of the space issues, we only sell, if it's at need. We're not doing pre-need sales at this time, and most likely will not until the new cemetery is running. I guess we've been, if you can say lucky, we've been lucky that a lot of burials that we've had in the past couple of years are people that already owned lots, so we didn't have to sell as many, but we are limited as the number that we have to sell.
Okay, so the reason I asked is because, there are other faiths, they cremate rather than bury, and, we take the ashes back, right? So we don't need a lot, but we need the service, and I know in the area residents, people are driving 45 minutes north, south, east to get these last rites done in their difficult time. And while we are thinking about expansion, I think we should keep this in mind. Our resident population of 25 to 35% that we are talking about are going to be cremating, their loved ones rather than burying. So something to think about, and, part of the sustainability and servicing.
Right. Well, the new cemetery will have planning for different types of burial, cremation being one of them. And we also offer that at Mountain View right now. We have the columbarium, where it's not in the ground burial, but you buy a niche and you can put two sets in there. We have an area there that to expand that particular thing, I think 5 more units is what we plan to go in. So we are looking at different options for the new cemetery, though.
But that doesn't include a crematorium,
No.
if I understand the question correctly. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Carlos, please.
Just a very quick question. The headstone uprighting program, does that include some restoration to those headstones too?
No, these really are not damaged headstones. They're just ones that for whatever reason, the foundations are not holding on them, and we need to replace the whole foundation to get them to stand upright again.
And that's in the modern section of the quasi-modern section.
Oh, okay.
Of the cemetery, not the historic
Thank you.
section, if that's what you're thinking.
That makes sense, yeah.
Can I just say one other thing about cemetery? So our cemetery program manager, Justin Dobson, who started last year, has been terrific, and DPW poached him from the town manager's office. Just want to throw that out.
Those are fighting words.
Are there any other questions or comments for cemeteries? The members of the select board, any question or comment? Open it up to the public. That concludes our discussion on cemeteries. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. We shall now move to public buildings.
I'd like to introduce for the first time Bill Tuttle, who is our new Public Buildings Division Manager, who took over for Keith when Keith was promoted to the Assistant DPW Director.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jeff. I've been working for the town almost just about 2 years. I think 2 years at the end of April. Prior to taking on this job, I was the maintenance supervisor, supervisor of maintenance and repair down, working out of the Oak Street shop down there. Currently, the the department is made up of, I have my sheet. The department is made up of 25 full-time employees, including myself. We have 15 custodians spread out amongst the buildings that we have. There are 19 public buildings. Not all of them have custodians, but 3 of those buildings, the high school and Oak Middle School and Beal School, have 2 custodians that work together. Other than that, there are 5 maintenance craftsmen, including an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter, and 2 craftsmen / swing custodians. The swing custodians are they're meant to fill in when we're down a custodian, whether vacation or sick or whatever, and they generally they generally will go out probably 1 day a week each to cover a school or a building. And lastly, there are 4 supervisors, maintenance and repair supervisor, the job that I came from, custodial supervisor. There is a night custodial and contract cleaner supervisor, and a plant manager at Shrewsbury High School. Our primary division function is basically the maintenance and repair of 19 public buildings. It could include anything up to and above custodial and contracted cleaning, HVAC, maintenance and repair, door, window, and lock maintenance and installation, roof repair, lighting, electrical, carpentry, office moves, patching and painting, fire alarm, and sprinkler maintenance. And we built many new offices this past year also, both at the high school and here at Town Hall. We also do grounds, the custodians and the swing craftsmen take care of some of the grounds here, and of course, snow removal. And that's just to name a few. The job is long. The division's mission is ultimately is user comfort. If the people in the building are comfortable, then when everything's pretty much working correctly. Otherwise, we're usually getting lots of calls. Another goal of ours is preventive maintenance. That's something huge that Keith and I have been pushing towards since I started. And you know, heading something off at the pass before it breaks is much saves a lot of money before, you know, before it does, and it also keeps the users happy. My professional goal is to create a comprehensive HVAC preventive maintenance plan for every public building. This would allow maintenance staff to access important information on critical parts of each HVAC unit. So if the electrician were to was sent up to the library and said, say rooftop unit number 2 was out or not working correctly, and he came back and said that one of the cooling fans was seized up, we could access that information in this plan. It is a big undertaking, and it's going to take some time. My goal is to get one building done, and we could use it as a template for the rest of them, and move forward from there. That way, maintenance staff the supervisor could use it to add other buildings to this plan. Much like everybody else's, the FY24 budget request revolves around increasing energy costs, in particular the electricity line item. The cost for electricity in all the buildings and for FY22, which is what we use for a starting point, was $700,000, and now we are budgeted at $980,000. Natural gas, we have budgeted an extra $9,000, and we made some concessions along the way to take the sting out of the cost of future cost of electricity.
So Bill, if I could just ask a question on this. Some of the initiatives for energy saving, would that tie into bringing this number down in future, you think?
Absolutely. We've done, there was a Green Communities grant that I think it's closed out now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we did, let's see here. As far as energy savings, Spring Street School, we replaced 2 water heaters with hybrid water heaters. Shrewsbury High School, we did a weather stripping project. Town Hall and Senior Center were LED lighting updates. This was a Green Communities grant, and yeah, right, and capital funds at the high school to do an LED project. We did all the classrooms up there. These things, you know, it's it's kind of, the investment was $140,778. The projected annual cost savings, $24,312. So it's a pretty quick payback.
Right.
Some of the other things that will influence the budget are parts and equipment. We're seeing consumables. A simple 6-roll case of paper towels went from $35 to $86. We also seen an increase in parts, paint, wire, cleaning products, et cetera. It's pretty much across the board. Ties to the strategic plan. We went over the Green Communities Grant. This coming July, I have a contractor lined up to retrofit the Oak Middle School auditorium with LED lights. Projected, the investment is $55,000. I was going to use major building capital to do that. The payback is 7.5 years, and the annual savings is $7,300. On top of that, Green Communities is now, they are accepting LED projects again. There is a catch that you have to have lighting control attached to it, and it's got to be in a school. So we're going to look at some more hallways up at the high school. Oak Middle School Cafe is big, has a lot of lights, and there should be a lot of savings there.
Are there any questions on public buildings?
I got
Gene,
two
please.
quick ones. You indicated you had 25 people. You slipped in 2 of Kevin's estimate.
What's that?
Yeah, there's a difference between
Yeah,
the
you had
book and the
23.
slides.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was just gonna, he didn't even know you got 2 more minutes to put on Monday.
Oh, we tried to change that the other day. Alex, sorry.
Yeah, it's right on the slide. It's probably not updated in the book, but.
Oh, the booklet, we changed that, yeah.
I just wanted to ask on the major building repairs, what, just in general, what are you spending it on?
Okay,
The roof separate.
So, yeah, the roof was separate. Major buildings, we did, that was the LED project at the high school.
Yeah, well, the LED project at high school is capped.
Oh, it was capped.
It was capped. Any, we've used, say you did the Oak auditorium, the photos up, Alex?
Yeah.
The Oak Cafe was redone.
We did the floor in front of the auditorium came up too. We did that one over with the same contractor.
All right, just in general, yeah.
Yeah.
Carpet at Floral Street School.
Carpet.
There's multiple lights at Sherwood. You replaced all the gym lights at Sherwood, put LEDs in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for public buildings for Bill? Members of the select board, do you have any questions? I open it up to the public. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We shall now move to fleet maintenance.
Introduce Joel Kimball, Fleet Management Division Manager. Technically, this is his first true budget hearing, though he was here last year when the department was created at last year's town meeting.
All right. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. I'd like to open with a quote from a retired colleague, Tom Collins, from Natick DPW. DPW is a silent arm of public safety. I feel this is extremely true, especially when it comes to fleet management. We tend to not be in the public's line of sight so much, mostly in the background. Since the development of Fleet Management Division in July of 2022, we've learned a lot of what and where we need to focus on the future to better establish a new division in the DPW. One of the areas we looked at was staffing. With my position changed to manager, there was a need for a supervisor support and oversee the daily operations. Being able to promote from within, we were able to backfill the vacant tech position to help build the division personnel. We now have 2 full-time union techs and a supervisor and myself. One part that we've been looking at is the purchasing of hybrids and EV options for the vehicles for the town. Since the beginning of the fiscal year, we have had 2 full EVs added to the DPW and also 3 hybrids added to the police department fleet. The market for municipal vehicles is still in an interesting place as we continue to find out. Manufacturers are limiting vehicles and resources being available. In return, it has slowed down the supply chain in certain areas. Unforeseen prices, increases, make it difficult to budget for vehicles also. To react better to serve the town's needs, we have looked at vehicle uses within purchasing more fuel-efficient vehicles where we can. Such purchases of a smaller SUV, more fuel-efficient full-size van, transit van, and also fuel-efficient smaller pickups to better suit the needs have been purchased to help with efficiency within the town. Another area we have focused on is converting to our records to electronic process. I've had the pleasure of being part of an asset management committee with my peers that was assigned to the task of meeting with companies that specialize in management software to see what's available to the town. It's still a current work in progress, but is moving forward using OpenGov system that is currently placed in use within the town. Our primary goals, again, from the slide, working towards efficiency of what we can better purchase, better turnaround times, keep the vehicles in service, in-service life for vehicles and everything. Training opportunities for our techs is one of my biggest focus because of the ever-changing technology, whether it be for larger trucks, just smaller cars, just the technology and the way it's going. I mean, again, with the EVs, there's a lot of voltage in there, and so any opportunity we can to help keep them on the cutting edge, we do.
Well, if I may ask about that, sorry, I'm
Oh, sure.
interrupting. I understand the sustainable advantage of EVs. Are there any incentives we get from the state for shifting to EV?
So
financially?
we have applied for and received grants for when we purchased them. There are certain guidelines that you need to meet in purchasing certain vehicles. They're not just for every EV that are out there. There's certain ones manufacturing of where they have to, the batteries need to be made here and there and everything. So we have reached out and received grants for the 2 EVs that we put into service. And I know Selco has put some in also.
Mhm.
They have a handful of EVs also.
And we-
Please, Dennis.
And we received grants from Green Communities for 2 hybrid police cruisers that were purchased.
From who? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
From Green Communities.
Green Communities, okay.
Grants for the 2 hybrid police cruisers that were purchased this past year.
Quick question.
Mhm.
What about the repairing of electric vehicles? I've been reading the horror. I've actually been looking at getting one, but I've read the horror stories that sometimes it takes 3 weeks to a month. Most of the shops around here that sell them don't actually repair them.
Right.
So what's that going to do within you're going to have to retrain some of your techs?
Yeah, that's actually a really good question. And I have attended, you know, numerous alt-wheel, like, such as alt-wheel conventions and everything. And I've talked to manufacturers direct, Ford, Chevy, that are offering these, looking for, and also our vendors that we currently work with, looking for those answers, to which nobody seems to have yet. The answer right now that they give me is that it's coming, they're working on it. Right now, everything needs to be dealer maintained. So there are limitations to what we can do with the full EVs, but we're, again, just trying to figure that out, all in the same boat, that, you know, what can we do and what are we going to do in the future when it comes down to them?
Because I'm all for moving the electric vehicles and green, but at the same time, I don't know that we want to be on the bleeding edge of that and put ourselves where we have vehicles out of service for, 2 months or a month, depending on what went wrong with it.
Exactly. I mean, you hear horror stories from one side that they had a broken door handle and it was down at the dealership for 2 months. I heard that story, for a broken door handle. So it's the supply chain and everything. It's good and bad days, volatile days, and
Okay.
do what we can.
Gene?
Quick question as far as maintenance thing goes. What type of a warranty are we getting on these vehicles? Or the deal with the service on number one? And then the basic maintenance you're doing is very limited. You're doing brakes, tires, fluids. Basically, you're not doing anything to the battery packs or anything. They're either good or bad.
Are you speaking mostly towards EVs or for all around?
Well,
Okay,
EVs, no, I know.
For
all
maintenance,
around.
is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what I have found out is, that the EVs and the hybrids, they actually have their own separate cooling system, which needs to be flushed from time to time, on top of brake, suspension components, and everything. So, I can't get answers or training of how to actually do that, or the intervals as to when, without following the manufactured specifications. So trying to keep as much as that in-house that we can is my goal. In your first part of your question about warranties, we look at, such as, say, the police, we get extended warranties for the certain vehicle that fits the vehicle for the vehicle's use.
So you're buying that extended warranty?
On certain ones, for, say, the police. The police is where I mostly see it being used because of the nature of the nature of the vehicle.
The dealers are offering these incentives to buy the
Exactly,
extended.
and on the larger ones, we tend to,
Yeah.
larger vehicles, highway vehicles, everything, we tend to, if it's there, it's an option,
Yeah.
we'll get them when we can, especially with the emissions control systems.
Yeah, just a quick clarifying question. This is my first year. So within the book, is this, like, you've listed out different vehicles. Is this the full fleet that you have and maintain, or is this just the ones that you've done maintenance on and spent on in the past years?
Is that in this project? Was that in the?
If you don't have the
in the
answer, it's
book?
okay, but.
No.
Like with public, oh, you got it, Joel?
Oh, no, go right ahead.
Like with public buildings where we budget, like the utilities in one bucket and then we expend it out of different buckets, we do the same project accounting for the vehicles as well. So we'll see, different repair work, so you can track that on your own records.
Yeah.
So are you looking at the highway budget?
I think I'm at the,
So the highway.
oh, sorry, thank you.
That's okay, so for Joel.
I jumped ahead to the highway, I apologize.
So those are the highway vehicles. The Joel also maintains the vehicles for police, highway, engineering, water sewer, public buildings, some school. Who am I parks.
COA.
COA. Who am I missing?
We're taking, I don't know.
Is that it?
That's
I think that's it. So the ones you see here are only highway
Oh, okay.
listed?
Yes. Yeah, the town has a lot more vehicles and everything in other divisions. I don't, no fire, and no Celco or anything, so. And that doesn't, a lot of those are just registered pieces. So we put our hands-on, so much more so besides just registered pieces. I mean, talking the smaller lawnmowers, chainsaws. The other day, down at the Donahue Rowing Center, doing some welding on that, you know, to help out wherever we can and everything, so.
Okay.
We definitely try and pitch in wherever we can, so.
Joel, I had a follow-up on Jean's point. It may be early days, but do we know anything about battery disposal and what sort of cost that may be incurred upon us? Do we have to recycle those batteries of the EVs?
It has definitely, again, been an area of concern, and the question has been asked by myself and many others, and they don't have a definitive answer that I can give right away. I mean, it's all so new that it's developing as it goes, because another area of concern is the future market as they lose their power. What is that vehicle gonna be worth on a trade-in? What is, you know, in all of these future questions we're trying to ask, we're trying to learn as they're learning, I guess. So it's the best way I could probably answer that. So.
Can I have
Oh,
one?
Melinda had a question.
Sorry. Have you anticipated or do you have to go through any special training for EV specific, you know, if you are working on an EV vehicle, like in case of a fire, right, to a EV vehicle?
Yeah.
You know, as a safety, you know, do you have to, or your team has to go through a certain certifications?
There is nothing in place yet as for certifications to have, but as they become available, and training does become available, I personally have been to training to learn that and just pick up on one thing such as under the hood of an EV, anywhere you see orange wrapped lines, that's high voltage. So I mean, I try to keep my guys aware of that. There are special tools between gloves and everything. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna have to become electricians either. But yeah, as it becomes available, we try to stay on the leading edge of it to keep the safety of our techs and personnel.
Yep, exactly.
At the forefront, so. And one of the larger projects, like I had mentioned, is the asset management. In the past, I know I mentioned it last year, our record keeping has been just file cabinets. Here's a good picture of training. We hosted in-house training for surrounding towns to get our techs up to speed also. This particular one was brake training for heavy trucks. You could see we had a truck set up, broke it down, and did some hands-on training as well. My hope is to have more electronic filing in place for next presentation, that I can have more, how many services have we done, what have we done. But like I said, we're typically not in the public eye, so that's why these pictures, I want to show the main floor of the garage, you know, some of the other stuff that we do on the next slide. We get right into engine teardowns. I mean, we're not just changing oil and changing a tire or anything. The Shrewsbury police boat, I helped re-letter that, give it a facelift this past year and everything. We were able to purchase, many years ago, another division purchased a vinyl cutter, so we can keep a lot of that vinyl cutting in-house and stuff, so. My capital purchase requests, again, keeping it in-house and what we're looking at. The additional upgrades to the shop would be, right now, we currently send out an area to bring the shop up to standards, to expand our services that we can offer to other divisions, that we currently send out to other vendors. Currently, we send out a vehicle, currently when a vehicle from a division including police emergency vehicles are in need of tires or tire repair, we use an outside vendor. An appointment needs to be made. It then requires 2 techs to get the vehicle in need, to get there. After the work has been done, it then requires the additional 2 techs to go and pick up the vehicle. Purchase of a tire and balancing machine will also allow us to purchase the tires to have on hand and have them swapped and done in-house to bring down the service time significantly, and can then be done by 1 tech to get those vehicles back in service. So the larger point of the number on that is for the tire machines. That would keep a lot in-house. Another good the rest of it would be currently our garages, there is 1 workstation that is shared with our 3 techs. Individual workstations for the techs would increase productivity and workflow by giving a tech a work area of their own and supply of hand tools that then they would be responsible for. A workstation would also be created for better organizing the hydraulic hose station, allowing for a cleaner area and safer environment when cutting and making hoses. It's bringing things up to standards and, again, trying to turn them around quicker and more efficiently. And the example of the 2 techs, sure, they don't mind to grab a coffee while they're out. It's just, you know, what more can they then be doing and everything. So, especially with police, we work very closely with them. And whether or not they have a nail in the tire or anything like that, it's better to keep, things in service. Large tire trucks, truck tires and everything, for the heavy-duty equipment and everything would still be done by a vendor because it requires very specialty tools. But if we can keep it more in-house, and keep it more efficient, I'm for the better. That's kind of about it. Can I answer any additional questions for anyone?
Any questions or comments from the committee? So I would just like to say that I thank you, Joel. This is a very important cog in the wheel of keeping our town functioning. So thank you to you and your team for all the great work you're doing.
You're welcome.
I will open it up to the select board. Any questions or comments? Open up to the public. Not, that concludes fleet maintenance. Thank you, Joel, for your presentation.
Thank you very much for your time.
We'll now move to highway.
After you. Nick Rebecca, Highway Division Manager. And he is not getting any royalties for his quote.
I'll put that one in the Washington Post, Kevin.
I trademarked it.
So Jeff stole my first line too. Nick Rebecca, Division Manager for Highway. I've been with the town since 2004. Started my career with the Parks Department, moved to Highway in 2008, promoted to foreman in 2015, and with the retirement of John Knipe, was promoted to Division Manager in August of 18. So 19 years. I actually just started my 19th year in March 1st. So the town of Shrewsbury Highway Division maintains 320 lane miles of road. We maintain sidewalks, line painting, traffic control devices, roadside mowing, catch basin cleaning, repair of storm drainage, and specifically snow and ice control. The objective of the DPW Highway Division is to maintain roads safely, quickly, and as cost-effectively as possible, and to maintain normal traffic conditions to all motorists. Highway currently staffs 1 division manager, 1 highway supervisor, and 9 heavy equipment operators. Past years, we've added staffing so we can be more versatile, taking on more tasks in-house and relying on less contracted services. We've had a difficulty filling these tasks with contractors not only for snow operations, but for construction tasks like catch basin repair, fall street sweeping, as part of our stormwater compliance and the roadside mowing. Highway staff has begun to take over where the contractors have been unable to fill, much to my crew's credit. And I got to thank all them for their hard work. On some of the accomplishments over the past year include purchasing and installing our new brine generating equipment and adding additional storage tanks and spray unit to enhance our snow and ice management program. We also instituted our route optimization plan for snow and ice, and this has redesigned our salt routes and the sidewalk route to make them even more efficient. Our current paving projects that we're planning for the summer of '22 are Mill and Overlay to Pal Drive, Maury Lane, Angela Ave, Bluegrass Lane, Venus, Vega, Mars, Joseph Road, Roger Street, Elaine Street, Janet Circle, Richard Ave, and Morningside Drive, or a portion of it. This will include all the ADA ramps and any sidewalk crossing, and upgrade the drainage to non-conforming catch basins that do not meet the MS4 compliance for sump depth. Current funding for Chapter 90, this fund is funded primarily by Chapter 90 funds that the town receives each year. Well, we also be using additional $500,000 from the supplemental Chapter 90 funds to repair Boylston Circle, and now that all the utilities have been completed in that roadway. In 2023, we'll receive $672,000 in Chapter 90 funding. All the drainage work will be funded out of the Stormwater Enterprise Fund. We're going to continue the in-house fall street sweeping, and that began in 2019 with successful completion in 4 weeks on average. We've seen certain price increases due to inflation. Salt prices over the last 3 years. 3 years ago it was about $46 a ton, and now we're paying roughly $80 a ton on an average, and that's about a 53% difference over the last 3 years. Liquid calcium chloride is no different. It increased from $1.30 last year to $1.72. It's about a 27% increase. And the cost and availability for parts has also increased across the board. Our equipment is also an aging and is a concern. Many frontline trucks from the 90s and early 2000s. We actually have one from 1988 still in service today. The equipment we'd be asking for through our capital purchases is replacement of a 2000 International with a plow and scraper, and a dump truck as well, dump truck body as well. Well, thank you for your time and attention, and I'm available to take any questions you may have.
I had a couple of questions, Nick. Once again, thank you for that presentation. When you said the new equipment you're asking, that's the 20,000 that's in on the slide? The the equipment less trade, oh.
On the capital.
Yeah, in the capital. Oh, okay. I see. And that's just one,
That's one unit. So in the one that's pictured, it's a mimic to the first one in the line.
I see. Okay. You had a question? Go ahead, Gene.
Two quick questions. You said Boylston Circle. You just put that out for bid, so you don't know if that's gonna come in at 500,000?
That just opened the other day, and it came in right around the $500,000 mark.
Quick question. We always have a list of roads that we're gonna do from year to year.
Mhm.
What coordination is going on between water and sewer and the roads that are selected? Because Boylston Circle, I think, was a good example. Did the work there, and then the road, the patching was never right from the beginning. It's just gone to pieces.
Yeah, so there was 2 phases of drainage that went into that road, and then the water main. We coordinate with water and sewer and with engineering for our stormwater projects to make sure all the infrastructure is done, or anything that's, a couple of years out is done, so we're not digging up that road again. We have significant coordination with water and sewer.
Yeah. But even the patching was brutal, especially with the school buses and the traffic.
There wasn't a lot left of that road after you put in 3 different phases of underground work.
And the traffic, with the speed it comes down there, it's scary.
Yeah.
You're on that road at a busy time. It's scary. Thank you.
So just a follow-up question I had, Nick. Is the paving of roads on a rotational basis or a conditional basis?
Well, not so much a rotational basis. They're based on conditions and based on our pavement management plan, which is updated through our engineering department as we did pavement management in 2015, 2016, and it graded all of our roads with a road surface rating. So we look at, of course, some institutional knowledge plus base it off of our pavement management plan to pick our streets. And of course, we Based on complaints, and we're patching a lot, and then, of course, where water and sewer infrastructure work and drainage work is being done, that's how a lot of times we base where we're gonna pave each year. And we try to look 3 to 5 years out and have that list ready to go and design so we can, we can be ahead of the curve for paving.
Is that grading plan done by an external service, external?
It was
company?
done by an external service back in 2016.
And does it have to be done every year, or how does that work?
It is manipulated every year as we pave a road, or crack fill a road, or any type of surface treatment. We give that list to our engineering department, and internally, they plug those numbers in to manipulate that grade,
See.
to put it up, where it could correlate with that, with the number.
Understood. Are there any other, yes, Diana, please.
No, so you had mentioned you kind of have a list of the roads you're planning on. How do you communicate that to the community or the folks who might be impacted by those?
Well, as far as current projects,
Yeah.
so that's kind of along the ties to our strategic plan. Whenever we have major projects going on and when it's gonna go out to bid, we put out news flashes, we put out, if it code red, if it's something, immediate. That's kind of the engaged and connected portion of what we want to let residents know what we're doing, but we can't put it out too soon because contractor schedules, weather conditions always drives that.
Makes
So
sense.
you'll probably be seeing something for Boylston Circle pretty soon if you're in that area.
Thank you.
Any other questions on highway? You open it up to the select board. Any questions from the select board? I open it up to the public. No questions. Thank you, Nick. I believe you will be doing forestry as well, correct?
Yep. All yours. Thank you. So the Town of Forestry, Town of Shrewsbury Forestry Division performs tree trimming and removal to dying or damaged trees along the roadside and on town-owned properties to pose a liability to the public and to property. Forestry Division also has the stumps ground or removed and in some cases adjacent to the roads. This task has been taken over by the Highway Division as we have not been able to obtain a contractor. Cost for the equipment rental last season was roughly $8,000. Highway Division rents the equipment and schedules this work as necessary. Tree removal work is carried out primarily by a private contractor throughout the year, but the Highway Division does assist in that process. Tree trimming also has been done by a private contractor. This usually takes place in September, sometimes 2 to 3 weeks in duration. And the Highway Division also assists in the practice as necessary if we have to trim some branches here and there. FY '23, currently, we've removed 45 trees that were either dead, dying, damaged, or diseased. This contract, this was a renewed contract for this current fiscal year for the tree removal. With this increase in pricing, we have to be very selective in which trees are slated for removal. There's been an increased number of calls throughout the year for removals in backyards and off of the roadside. These are in areas which are town-owned property, abuts private property. And since July of '22, Highway has received over 132 calls for service to either assess or deal with trees up to this date.
So Nick, do those trees, the ones that you've removed, are they private trees that are adjacent to the highway?
No, we never remove private trees.
Okay.
These are only either street trees or trees on town-owned property.
Dennis, you want to-
See, what happens when a tree falls into the road from a privately owned tree?
So past practice and the current practice we have, if it's private and it falls in our road, we would make the road clear.
Okay.
Right? Make it passable, put it back on the property where it came from. Unless there's really no place to put it, we've run into that only a handful of times. If there's no way to push that tree off the road, but we'd basically make it passable for.
But the
most-
town pays for that, pushing the tree off the road, the private resident won't. He'll have to
Yep.
pay for removal of tree or
You'd have to pay for
chipping it or whatever.
You'd have to pay for the cleanup
Yep.
if it gets put back on your property.
Yep.
But as far as making the road passable, we take care of that.
Okay.
Coming back to the tree removal, Nick, if it's some tree that was too large or something, do you replace it with a smaller tree just to keep the green cover up?
So we don't have a replacement plan yet. That's something we're gonna look into This coming fiscal year is a planting program. We have a little bit of seed, so-called seed money, if you want to call it. But we also have to consider right tree, right place, right? So it may not go back in the same exact spot. It may, you know, if we're going to do a replanting program, we have to evaluate and find that correct spot. And it may not be the same spot on the side of a road. Sometimes power lines, you know, caliper the tree, what the tree's going to look like in 25 years it may be detrimental to where it was. So that's something when we look at a tree planting program, right tree, right place, right?
And I'm glad you chose seed, because it's actually a graft.
Are there any other questions on forestry from the committee? Members of the, oh, sorry,
Sorry,
Carlos.
I do have a question, because there's the picture of the Tree City USA program here. Are we a member of that yet, or what is the timeline of us?
I believe Taylor told me the other day that we got the notification that we have been accepted as Tree City USA.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Great, thank you.
Any other further comments from the committee? Member of the select board? Open to the public? Thank you, Nick, for all that you do for our town.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Nick.
We shall now move to weights and measures.
I'm going to do the weights and measures. John Knipe is our sealer of weights and measures, who's our retired highway superintendent or highway department head. He continues to do our weights and measures with us. It's actually administered out of Public Works, but he does that himself. The only increase to the weights and measures this year is a slight bump up in the stipend. And the reasoning behind that is if John retires in the near future or even in the future, distant future, we want to get it up to where the general surrounding towns are comparable. We're getting closer.
Any questions for Jeff on weights and measures?
I guess the big first question is, how much longer, you say getting closer, how much longer would John be providing this discounted service?
Interesting question. He can't answer that yet. One more year, but he's been saying that for 15.
Long time.
No questions from the committee? Any questions from the select board? No questions from the select board? Any questions from the public? And that concludes weights and measures. Thank you, Jeff. We shall now move to engineering.
Andrew Truman, town engineer, who is presenting for engineering, conservation, and stormwater.
Good afternoon. It's Andy Truman, Town Engineer, Engineering Conservation Division Manager. Engineering is kind of the stagehands of DPW. We kind of help everybody else bring their projects to fruition. The nice thing about engineering, we basically spend other people's budgets, so our budget is usually pretty straightforward. It's mostly operating costs. Accomplishments for the last year, up until probably 6 months ago, we were down 3 full-time employees, but we've been lucky enough to fill those. Those include a senior engineer, a junior engineer, and also a Conservation Commission agent. So we are now, full staff of 7 staff together between stormwater conservation and engineering. The thing we did is we solicited and engaged a document scanning consultant last year, so we're in the process of scanning all the documents for building department, planning, engineering, conservation. I think to date we've scanned just over 260,000 documents. That's paper that's going to be, not needs to be sitting in filing cabinets anymore. The idea is to hopefully go electronic with most submissions going forward. We also designed and bid roughly about $2.5 million worth of capital improvements for the road programs that Nick was speaking about earlier, stormwater, sewers. So big primary goals for next year is to take all this information that gets scanned and then incorporate it into the new GIS system that we brought into a plan last year.
And another thing that we did, which has been a long time in the running, is we finally developed a Conservation Commission bylaw, which hopefully will be on town meeting this year. It's been something that we've been trying to do for over 10 years. So that will be on town meeting this year, hopefully. We can just finalize some details. Going to the actual budget, much like public work admin, most of our budget is 80% salary. We do have some operating costs mostly associated with, we had a town surveyor who retired a couple of years ago, and instead of replacing that position, we now have basically a house doctor on-call surveyor, so we just put money into that every year. And as we need property line information, we call him in to do survey work. He's on contract for another year.
Andrew, if I may interrupt, you mentioned 3 new FTEs. Is that in stormwater? Because engineering, you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of half of, some are funded out of stormwater and some are funded out of engineering, so.
So the 7 in stormwater is what includes those?
It's stormwater conflict, yeah, because we kind of have almost 3 divisions under engineering, so it's, like, I always think it's the department is 7, but yeah, it's kind of paid for out of different parts.
So then that means the department is 3 plus 7, 10.
No, it's 7 now, because we had 3 before. We were down 3 positions.
Some of stormwater is not engineering.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
There is some DPW heavy equipment operators within stormwater as well.
So 2 of our highway staff are funded out of the stormwater, and then this year we're asking for a one that would work for Parks and Cemetery, which main purpose would be to maintain our detention basins that we have. The town has roughly 200 and some odd detention basins, and the goal, we started last year having a contract to go in and bringing them back to the way they were intended, the design intent. So instead of letting them overgrow again for the next 20 years, we are obligated under our state permit that we are to maintain them on a yearly basis, and we'll just have somebody come in and the idea is to actually just mow them on a yearly basis.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. So yeah, so basically in engineering, there is myself, the town engineer, senior engineer, junior engineer. We have a GIS coordinator, the stormwater coordinator, and a conservation agent who also basically work with engineering. So pretty, you know, budget-wise, no significant changes in salary. Operating costs went up a little bit. So the house surveyor is 1, and the remainder is just current software licenses that we are obligated to pay every year. So capital improvements, well, grants, I guess. Engineering did manage to get almost over $600,000 worth of grants last year, 2 through the Mass Works for infrastructure improvements. 1 is for looking at sewer improvements at the Clinton-Holden Street area for development in that section. And then the other one is what we call our Phase 2 Route 20. So when we did the Route 20 widening last year, we brought the sewer up to just past Clue Street. This fund will kind of bring sewer from Clue Street all the way up to just past Stony Brook Hill, the 4 points. So it'll open up a lot of that commercial district to sewer, making sewer available. And then the final one was a brick grant through FEMA, which was some money to study, one of the many pump stations that I'm sure Dan will get into next, some of which are located to flood zones, and with current climate changes, we're concerned that some of them may be susceptible to flooding, and they do, serve some EV communities. So we're looking to see what we can do to, protect those.
Was that based on some studies that these areas are susceptible to?
Yes, so we did. I mean, we have, the town's consultant kind of helped us outline, looking at where, we have, 39 pump stations in the town. And we identified, I think, 10 are located in flood zones or close to 100 and 500-year flood zones. And then of those, probably 3 or 4 in the EV communities. So we're trying to see ways to protect them, to make them climate resilient. Capital.
Sorry, Gene had a question.
Those pump stations, how many are still underground?
Probably a question for Dan, I guess, or no?
Well, technically, we're all underground.
One of our problems, we were gonna start moving some of those up because of safety factors?
The sanitary pump stations are they're at the location because that's the lowest point. and to move them would be almost impossible to move the pump stations. We can remove some of the controls, which we have done.
I guess it was the control.
The controls we've moved out of the wet well and put them above ground. We did Eagle Head Cove a couple years ago, and we're doing that with others. Howe Ave was another one we just finished. Don't want to steal Dan's thunder, but we have done a couple of those we move them out for a couple of reasons. One, to get them out of the wet well, make them more accessible, but also for confined space for the workers not having to go inside the wet well to maintain the pump, the controls.
Dennis, please.
I have one question on the department request. It looks like for salaries, you asked for 366 and you ended up with 288. Is that because there's someone being paid for by another department, or?
So we have I don't want to steal your thunder.
I was going to say, so
Or are you just working for free?
Yeah, it was just moving requests around again. So our current GIS coordinator is eligible for retirement next year.
Okay.
He's been with the town over 30 years. So we'd like to try and get someone in next fiscal year to start transferring that institutional knowledge, because there's a lot of, and we don't want him walking out the door. Obviously, once he's eligible, we don't know when and if he'll go, but so we want to have someone in ready to go and ready to take over when he retires.
Yep.
So
makes sense.
Originally, I was going to pay through engineering, but I think it got moved, paid out to Stormwater. We'll go into later.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, it's okay.
Sorry, Diana had a question.
Just a curiosity question, maybe not a budget question, but when a new development happens, and I know there are traffic studies and there are things, but who's responsible for evaluating, like, if a road should be updated because of this new development going in? And I guess my specific question is around the market basket. I know for where I live, the traffic on South Quincy coming to Route 20, or it's Lake there, sorry, Lake coming to Route 20, has become very, very painful. And I think a lot of us have kind of said, oh, if it just had a right turn lane, the traffic wouldn't be nearly as bad. So is that something that would come through the engineering department or be recommended, or?
It's kind of done through various departments. Engineering, typically when projects come in, engineering is one of the many, departments or divisions that, sits down with planning and reviews projects. So, we usually get involved at some point. So, that one's a little different because it's a state highway, even though we, pay through the state money. But yeah, we would typically get involved, and we do traffic studies at the request of, either town members or,
Okay,
residents.
so planning and engineering?
Yeah, we work very closely with planning.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. Capital improvements, we have 2 this year. The town actually owns 3 dams. We're the owners, operators of 3 town dams. Those are Newton Pond, Old Mill Road Dam, and another one, St. Pierre Dam, which is actually just down off of Stony Hill. So historically, we get inspections done on them every 5 years, and then we kind of put the inspection on the shelf and don't really pay attention to it. So I'm trying to get ahead and do some. Those of you who've been to Newton Dam probably see the Newton Pond, see the the brush is growing in the front. So we're trying to get some maintenance done. It's not something that highway can do. It seems like it's a very specialized thing. So I'm looking to do some maintenance on that. And then the other one is our sideway roadway improvements. So this is above and beyond Chapter 90 money. We just had the Central Mass Regional Planning Committee do a sidewalk study for us, a prioritization plan. So now what we'd like to do is take that plan and start looking at filling in some of the gaps in town where sidewalks they're recommended should be installed.
So Andrew, do we have any study that's shown where those gaps are? Or
Yeah, there's I can certainly share it with you. Yeah, Central Mass did a very good study for us, and they've highlighted key areas, obviously within schools, walking distances, and so we now have a plan to start looking at, as opposed to just kind of randomly picking sidewalks, because we know there are some gaps. But okay, cool. So that's all for engineering. Are there any other questions?
I was going to say, is that plan on a website somewhere?
I'm sure we can share it. Yeah, it probably is in the website. If not, we'll get it up there for you.
Great.
Are there any other questions on engineering for Andrew before we proceed to the next category? Any questions from the members of the select board? Any questions from the public? Okay, we can close on engineering and Andrew, we can move to the next, which is
Conservation Commission, so relatively straightforward. You'll see a fairly increase in the budget. This is because what we did is we put in, there is a program for invasive treatments in the lakes and ponds that was historically done through recreation. It seemed more logical for conservation to do it, so really that 13,000 is just to pay for the treatment of the lakes. Everything else is, there are no other fees associated with Conservation Commission.
Okay, any questions on conservation? Any questions from the select board or questions from the public? Thank you. We can go to your final one.
Stormwater.
Stormwater.
So stormwater is a utility fund, so luckily it's, it did self-funding. It's part of the MS4 permit. I think for those of you new, that's an EPA permit that is mandated by the EPA. So we are required to now treat our stormwater. It's probably the biggest pollutant for lakes and ponds, is stormwater runoff. We're actually in our fifth and final year of the current permit. The new permit will be coming out. When the permit first came out, it was actually just before I joined the town, but Jeff took a look at what we thought would be the anticipated cost, because the thing is, right now we're kind of in an investigation period, and then once we get that, the EPA is going to come back and say, these are all the things that you need to fix, and this is how quickly you need to fix them. So, we figured what we thought would be the capital cost for these, and we spread the cost over the 5 years, so that's kind of where the stormwater utility fee was based on. So it's roughly just under $2 million a year come in. We're starting to spend more and more of it this year. Last year we did, just over $230,000 worth of street drainage improvements, which Nick had touched on as part of roadway. We're ongoing with updates to about 118 detention bonds that the town owns through various subdivisions. There's a few in town, so we're looking to start cleaning those up and maintaining them and reinstalling them to where they should be. Stormwater also pays for some of the catch basin cleaning. We took about 500 tons of material out of the catch basin cleaning last year. And we do, part of the permit, we came up with a stormwater permit, so any land disturbance over 5,000 square feet now requires a stormwater permit through the engineering division. So we basically look at erosion control, stormwater controls, because one of our bigger issues for stormwater and erosion control is actually single-family homes, because they were unregulated for a long time. It's very easy with the big projects because the big developers know what they need to do, but someone putting up a single-family home doesn't think about tracking dirt or stormwater and that kind of thing. So the big thing for next year is the final, which is our wet weather sampling. So basically every time it rains, we have to go and find one of our outlets and take a sample and test it for various effluent and other materials in their nutrients. So that's part of our final stage reporting. So we actually, right now we have to outsource most of this. So we hire consultants to help us do this wet weather monitoring. We just got a proposal from this year, so we'll hopefully start getting going on that. And I say then, the big challenge was this year was really we wanted to get one new GIS position, and then I say we're going to pay for half a parks craftsman just to do the maintenance on once we restore the BMPs, have them go in there and actually keep maintaining them so they don't grow back to how they did. So.
Andrew, like the stormwater that we collect, do we currently treat it for phosphorus, or that's still in the plan?
Well, we have our TMDL, which is our lower limit, is phosphorus for most of our lakes, since we have some of nitrogen. So that's one of the things. So now when someone builds a single-family home, we make them treat for phosphorus, and the easiest way to do it is actually just to put the water back in the ground. EPA has some very complicated charts on, what to remove the phosphorus, but the easiest rule of thumb is if you put about 1 inch of water that hits an impervious area into the ground, that will reduce 90% of the phosphorus from runoff. So.
Does single-family homes, their use of fertilizers also add to this?
That's the thing. So obviously we do, as part of the review, it's not only we look at them, as far as stormwater systems they might be putting in, but they also what they have in operation and maintenance. So we talk about, reduce of fertilizers, dog waste pickup, leaf cuttings, RDS removal. So we kind of, give some homeowners some guidelines on, what they should and shouldn't do. Same with dumping, catch. The other thing that really should go down a catch basin is stormwater. So there's a lot of public outreach that we do every year as part of the permitting.
We're still generating enough income from the stormwater to
yes.
cover expenses?
Yeah, right now I think there's about $3 million in the account. So
in the reserve?
Yeah.
Plus this
Plus, yeah, so we're average, I think next year is projected a little bit more, but
If I
yeah.
remember correctly, when we implemented this, it was gonna be a 5-year review.
Mhm.
And we're gonna have to look at the fees again.
You are correct.
Mm-hmm.
The initial thought was, when the permit was done and the stormwater utility was put into place, we did an estimate on our 5-year, what our expenses were over the 5-year and just sort of averaged it, because some years are higher, some year are, so we have some years that we have more requirements than other years. Knowing that year 6 was the year we're gonna have to start really looking at it, I think we're fortunate enough that we were able to, we did things that we initially thought we were gonna do with contractors. We couldn't get contractors to do some of the work, so we were forced to do it in-house. Has allowed us to not, probably, at least in year 6, will not have to go back to get an increase.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're pretty balanced in our budget for 2023 as far as expenses.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly, I mean, it's a lot of, essentially we really have one staff, Vincent Tyler, the stormwater coordinator, so we're outsourcing a lot of it. For instance, the wet weather, it's well over $100,000 for the fee for the, and then obviously, some capital improvements, catch basin cleaning, as I touched, to the detention basin maintenance is a big one this year. And then the other one is really just some software that we have, so, yeah, we certainly have enough funding for now, until we see what the new permit comes out, if and when they release it.
Are there any, yes, Milind?
One quick question, just for my own understanding, is like, so if any new development abates the conservation or, stormwater, what kind of review does it go through? What kind of guidelines do we provide?
So basically, if you do anything within 100 feet of a wetland, or anything within 200 feet of a stream, that's under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. Right now, they just review it in regards to the Wetlands Protection Act. What we're trying to do is get a bylaw in, it's not gonna be an extensive bylaw, but it just give us a bit more protection as far as, for instance, if we do a project, the commission's always had a long-standing guideline, like they didn't want anything within 30 feet, but it's just a guideline. And what we're finding now is as sites are getting tighter and more people are appealing to DEP, and DEP saying, well, it's not a bylaw, so we don't have to hold it up. So that's the real reason to get the bylaw this year, is to kind of solidify our understanding policy. But yeah, anything within 100 feet, you should, if you're never sure, we always recommend reaching out to the commission. We actually put together a flyer last year. I think we pretty much mailed it out to everybody, the residents, and there's plenty knocking around just trying to tell residents what they should and should not be doing. Certain things you can do without permission, but it's always better to check. It's better to ask to get an enforcement order.
Yeah. And if I may ask,
Sure,
follow up, so if a developer is looking to kind of build a bridge, trying to build a duct, so that, the stormwater can continue.
Yeah, wetland crossings get a little bit more, once you start getting into actually disturbing wetlands, it gets a little bit more, intense. Probably most of the permits we get are what we call buffer work, so it's just working that buffer. But yeah, for instance, like, they do crossings. There's a subdivision that's going on right now that had a wetlands crossing. The Centec Park had a wetlands crossing. Obviously, the easy sites are gone now, so the sites that are left are the ones with the wetlands, so.
Thank you.
We would review it.
Are there any other questions for Andrew on stormwater? Members of the select board or the public? I believe we have completed stormwater. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Andrew. That was great, and thank you for what you do for our town. And that brings us to the final item on the list, and it was originally scheduled for 3:10, and we're at 3:48, so we've caught up pretty well. I was afraid we were gonna go beyond 5 o'clock, but yeah. This is the final one, so just hold on for a little bit longer.
I'm a little overdressed, I don't want to outdress the director. I hope necessary. I get a black tie event after this. We get up. Is that John Sanchez?
All right, as you said, the final 2 divisions. I'm going to introduce Dan Rowley, who's our water and sewer superintendent, and he'll introduce his cohort.
Thank you very much. This is Joe Kenny, our Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Before I get started, I just wanted to pick up that question that was raised just a few minutes ago about our sewer stations and over time. Confined space entry was a serious concern going back many years ago. And I'll let Mr. Kenny just weigh in as he oversees the operation of all of our sewer system. But the town has made great strides in bringing, the controls out of wet wells. So would you weigh in that?
Yeah, so daily operation of the sewer stations, all 38 of them, daily operations are performed outside of any confined space. So beyond the daily work, if there is issues or more involved construction or maintenance activities with some of these stations, there's always some form of confined space, whether it's in a valve vault or actually in the wet well itself where everything collects. So, but daily operations, everything is at grade or above grade or in some kind of a building, and does not require any kind of confined space entry.
Thank you. So I'll start with just an overview of our staff. We have one superintendent, two assistant superintendents, one field inspector, two program managers, one treatment plant operator, one water division crew leader, 3 water technicians, 5 water system laborers, 1 sewer system crew leader, 3 sewer system laborers, making a total of 20 FTEs. I always like to start off with just an overview of our water and sewer systems. Obviously, Shrewsbury is a large community, and our infrastructure for both of those utilities is very sophisticated. Our water system is comprised of over 200 miles of mains. We have 8 gravel-packed wells. All of our water is treated at a central location, the Home Farm Water Treatment Plant. We have 3 different pressure zones in Shrewsbury, which is driven by the topography in town. 6 storage tanks, 11,691 service connections, 1,538 fire hydrants. Last year, calendar year 2022, we pumped 1.332 billion gallons of water. Our largest volume pumped in one day was 4.6 million gallons of water. We are a distribution level 3 and treatment level 3 system, which drives our licensing requirements. We service about 95% of the town with water. The sewer system is comprised of almost 170 miles of mains, 39 pump stations, and 4,330 manholes. The majority of our wastewater goes to the regional facility in Westboro. We have some going to the Upper Blackstone, a bit more now with Route 20 expansion, and we have a little bit that goes to Grafton from the Fortune Boulevard complex. Looking back at FY23 accomplishments of the last year, we completed the replacement of the Howe Ave sewer pump station through 3 separate contracts with assistance from the engineering division. 328 feet of water main was replaced on Holden Street, Clinton Street, Boylston Street, Jenny Street, Catalina Drive, and 5th Ave right-of-way. We completed pilot testing for PFAS removal. And I'm going to pause for just a moment on this, as this is becoming a bit more critical as we're watching the federal EPA. They recently published their proposed PFAS regulations, and their approach is different than the state. The state came up with regulations a few years back for 6 compounds, and their approach was it's a total of these 6 compounds has to be under 20 nanograms per liter or parts per trillion, and we've been able to maintain that. We do have PFAS in our wells, but we've been able to stay under that threshold. The federal government's proposed maximum contaminant levels, they're individual, so there are 2 compounds that they're putting a maximum contaminant level of 4 parts per trillion on PFOA and PFOS. And then they have 4 other compounds that there's a formula to calculate out. So these are proposed at this point. We're going to be watching this very closely. They literally came out last week. But it could have impacts to us as we are over the 4 parts per trillion for those specific compounds. So we're going to be watching that very closely and working through that.
Daniel, how significant over is, how much are we over? Do you have that data?
So, yeah, great question. So, so on the PFOA of the 4 parts per trillion, we're at 5.69. The PFOS of the 4 parts per trillion, we're at 5.47. So, not necessarily significant considering it's, you know, parts per trillion, but it is. It will be a maximum contaminant level, enforceable, and so anything over that 4 would be in violation. So, I don't know when they will, you know, put the regulation into effect. You know, I mean, I hope they give us, you know, give time for systems to adjust, but to construct a plant and put it online is years. So it's great, and I'll commend, you know, the community, the you know, Town Manager Mizikar, the Select Board, this board, the support of being proactive in this, and you know, with the state's regulations, we didn't necessarily have to do this pilot testing, but this puts us in a really good position to understand, you know, what those next steps are, and we can, you know, we can move forward. So I just want to mention that, as I think it's just important, especially this will be becoming more in the news. Last year we completed 11. I'm sorry. Were there any other questions on that?
I was just gonna say, that's probably 25 or 30% over what they predict, that we're already doing, about 30% over, so that would be significant, wouldn't it, to remove that extra? You're going from 4 to 4 part per billion.
Trillion.
Trillion. And what were we before? We were we were 5.69.
So we're currently 5.69, 5.49 for those individual components, but
yeah.
the way the state of Massachusetts does it is there's 6, and it's the total of the 6, and you have to be under 20 parts per trillion.
Right, I'm saying, but if we have to get those 2 down 1.29 and 1.79, whatever those numbers were, when they were at 4, that's a very significant amount to come back. You're talking 25 or 30% over.
Yes.
So I was just wondering, is that something doable easily, or is that where we're going to be needing different type of plant, or?
So it will be in addition to our existing plant with filter vessels, and what the pilot study does is you try 4 or 5 different medias, and you see what works best with our water. So they should be able to obtain non-detect.
And when we get to that point, what's the cost of that when that does come through? That's I guess my question is.
So so with this, the way the state's approach is, we were looking further out for this. So now I think it's going to be coming closer, but we're probably
15 million, 14 million,
I think
15
million
million
in the capital.
Could be as high as 15 million.
Okay.
So
And that's an enhancement to our existing plant, or building a new plant?
A new plant. It'd be adding on to the existing plant.
Equipment inside there, what you mentioned, certain devices that would do this?
It can't fit inside the existing facility, it would be an addition to.
Oh, okay, I see.
And depending on the media, will depict which vessels are able to use, then we'll determine the size.
Yep.
I believe they pilot tested 5 different media? 5 different media. Each one has its pluses and minuses. And so our consultant is looking at each of them. Well, I think one of the media was thrown out fairly early on, so it would not meet the requirement. So we're really down to 4 that will be, I mean, all 5 are in the report, but 4 will be the ones. And would they have to look at both, how much is it gonna cost today? But the more important thing is, just because it may be cheaper, but it may be more costly to maintain it.
Right.
So they have to weigh both, and they're working on that report for us.
But we are talking in, I won't say the near future, but it probably is fairly near future, a large capital expense that is probably not already budgeted for.
Correct.
Okay.
And this just came out last week, so it's really changing, I think, what our long-term plan was. So we're looking at it very closely, but I think it's just something worth noting, you know, as we talk about the budget and just kind of where we're going.
That's understood. Just one last question on that. If we were to build that today, would it be a multi-year project to enhance it, or would it? It may be too early to ask if you don't know, but I was just trying to get a feel.
So that's a great question. So getting the pilot testing out of the way, that was a year process. So to construct, to fund, to construct, 2 to 3 years.
Probably.
2 to 3 years. So.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add a comment, so it's, if I'm understanding your comment correctly, it's as good as building a new water treatment plant, because, you know, our existing one that came online costed us like around 12 to 13 million.
That's right, about 12.
Right? So not adjusted for the inflation, you're talking about like 14, 15, we are kind of looking at the similar expense.
Correct.
Let's see, so last year we completed year 11 of the annual inflow and infiltration investigation project. We cleaned the interiors of the 2 Masonic water tanks on at Prospect Park, and we cleaned the exteriors of the Oak Street, Hillside, and Browning Road tanks. Mr. Kenny and I presented at the Massachusetts Water Works Association about the town's unidirectional flushing program. And we also presented to the New England Water Environment and Association spring meeting about the Route 20 sewer expansion. So I'd like to showcase the great work the town's doing. Primary goals for FY24, commence the annual water meter replacement program. We've been gearing up over the last couple of years to bring on staff. We just went through a large procurement for water meters. So we're in need of really getting a program in place to replace about 1,000 meters a year. So we're hoping the meters we've ordered we'll see by the summertime, but that's one of our goals, is to get that in place, and then continue the unidirectional flushing program with town staff. We've been through the town once, and we've done a couple zones last spring. We held off in the fall due to the drought. So significant budget changes. Really, not a lot of changes. There are no additional staff requested this year. We were really impacted by the water treatment chemical costs and electrical costs. Ties to the strategic plan. Under exceptional, the implementation of a tank maintenance program is planned for FY24, and that will be an ongoing program to care for our critical infrastructure. And then under sustainable, this past year I replaced the truck that I drove. It was a 2013 Chevy Silverado pickup with an all-electric SUV. To answer the earlier question, Mass DEP, we were awarded $7,500 grant for that vehicle. So, and then we replaced our field inspector's pickup truck, 2003, with a small SUV that suited his needs in terms of equipment and supplies, and much more fuel efficient. So we're certainly looking at every vehicle we drive and trying to figure out what we can do to save fuel. So just a couple examples there. Slide. This is a slide of our water treatment chemical costs just since FY20, and these are per pound. That's how we purchase them. Sodium fluoride is a granular, but the others are all liquids. And over the past year, we saw a 73% increase in potassium hydroxide, a 134% increase in chlorine, 115% increase in our phosphate, and 118% increase in fluoride.
Is that because the water that's coming in is more contaminated?
No, that's just supply, the cost from vendors.
The cost supply.
We belong to a consortium to the group of communities.
How many pounds of phosphate you use?
And I can.
Or KOH is probably better.
I do, yes.
Question on that. Was that supply chain, that increases, was that from supply chain? Is it tariffs outside, because I don't know if we get this domestically, if a lot of it gets shipped in overseas?
So the sodium fluoride is shipped in, but the rest of it is domestic.
Okay, so should we be
Yes,
expecting
yeah.
as things, you know, ease up, when the supply chain's back, that some of those prices will come down because there'll be more available?
I think it's also, the cost of just shipping it alone. You know, if diesel fuel charges as well, this stuff has to get trucked across the country to our door, so.
Yeah, and those prices have come down significantly in the last.
Yes, yeah.
And so this, this is, really impacts our potassium hydroxide. So that increase, I budgeted for 910,000 pounds of that chemical. So a small increase is pretty significant. So the rest of them are not as bad overall. So chlorine is, we use 78,000 pounds. That's what I budgeted. Phosphate, 39,000 pounds. So they're, you know, those are little, but the potassium hydroxide is significant. Next slide. Okay. And really the increases from FY '23 to '24 are due to just those items. The electricity costs, we saw a 56% increase in electricity. So I budgeted for 3 million kilowatt hours at our water treatment plant. So that 56% increase over that many kilowatt hours is pretty substantial, so.
Gene, please.
I just had one question, and I'm maybe getting ahead of myself here. What is our water loss per day now?
So last year, so we calculate lost water on an annual basis. It's part of our annual statistical report through Mass DEP. And last year it was 26.5%. And that's where.
Can you convert that into gallons? Is that 1 million gallons a day or 500,000 gallons a day?
I can look at our annual statistical report.
We were at one time losing between 800,000 and 1 million gallons a day we couldn't account for one time. And then that gradually got smaller, and then we were still doing a bunch of reviews. I just wondered where it stood today.
So we lost 3.
So we just recently did a water audit with our engineering firm, Tata and Howard. So they went through every aspect of pumping raw water, pumping finished water, billing, metering, water loss, my leak reports and everything else. We just completed that, got that finished, and you know, part of what Dan had mentioned earlier is we prepared an invitation to bid for water meters, and our plan going forward now is to replace about 1,000 meters a year for the next 10 years. All right, so we have about 10,000, give or take, residential meters, and we're gonna, you know, just basically start with that program, start working on the commercial meters, and, you know,
Well,
really
it's gone
start trying
back
to.
the meters. We think it's a metering problem. Okay,
Yes.
that's all.
Yeah,
So it's not an actual loss of water, you think it's a meter misreading of
Yeah,
water?
yeah, we have a fair amount of work to do in the meter area, so.
Could that be that residents are paying more than they actually are using? Does that imply that?
Oh.
The opposite.
Yeah,
The
so
opposite, okay.
as meters age, they bill less, so it'll be more accurate of what their usage that they're being billed for.
So if I may add on to the flip side, you know, are there any programs to rainwater harvesting, you know, that residents can use?
Not that I'm aware of, not that we've looked into. We used to have a rain barrel program that we haven't done in years, that we've looked at maybe bringing back to see if there's interest. I know years ago there was definitely a lot of interest in it, so it's definitely something we would, you know, be interested in
Yeah, I think
researching.
last time it was offered was probably 2014, 2015. I may be off by a year.
Yeah.
So it's, I mean,
I
it's
know.
been 10 years, right?
Worcester just advertised theirs is happening, so.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So when the water department used to do that rain barrel, then over the last couple of years, they'd get 1 or 2.
Yeah.
and therefore, that's why they stopped the program, because it actually cost us a lot more money, because we had them on hand, and then we
Makes
didn't end up giving them out, so we decided or the water department at that time decided it was not worth doing anymore. Because basically, if you wanted to be in the program, you already had it. So I think that's what they were finding.
I mean, it's worth exploring, or other
Yeah.
ways, like, again, I don't know, like, do we want to bring that into, the permitting process, like any new development, maybe we can encourage them, not being detrimental, but we can suggest.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not super expensive, but I would just do a rebate or something, say, if you send us your receipt, it's sort of like the Energy Star rebates the Selco gives. You bought a rain barrel, we can give you a $25 discount on your, on your next bill or whatever, but I wouldn't think we'd want to be in the business of storing rain barrels and then delivering them and all that. I mean, you can get them fairly inexpensively online. And you may want to recommend one that, meets all the standards, but.
It's a good idea. Yeah, it's definitely worth looking at again.
And I think that'd be an easy idea, because those of us that have them aren't going to get a new one. Others that want one, they can get it, and, I think they weren't free, as I recall the last time. It was, you did pay some money for it, so.
You had to pick them up. It was not delivered.
Yeah.
No, right, there was a delivery date out one day at Town Hall.
Right.
Yeah. But you'd still have to store it, put it in there and all that, so. This way, new person moves in, they can take advantage of it.
It's a good idea. We'll look into that. Study.
No, not this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions on the water budget? Yes.
I guess just something that occurred to me. So you're talking about a metering problem. So the meters are old and they're not as accurate, and so people are using more water than they're being billed for. Do I have that right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, they're using the same amount of water as they normally would, but because of the age of the meter, it's not working as efficiently and not essentially logging as many gallons as the homeowner is normally using.
Okay.
So that you're using the same amount every month, but because of the age of the meter or the condition of the meter or the battery in the electronic device that sends out the water signal, it's just not working as well, so it's logging less.
Okay. But overall, throughout the community, your costs are covered, right, as spread out over the community, but might be different in an individual home.
Raising enough revenue.
Yeah, so we are raising enough revenue.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess my follow-up question there, for people getting a new meter, we may be getting some complaints on the bills. Because they now may be paying for what they're actually using.
Right.
We have experience in that department.
Yeah, for example, you replaced my meter last year, and I got a $60,000 water bill for the quarter, which you did quickly fix, but I didn't think I was using that much. I didn't put 3 or 4 pools in.
We got our eye on you, Dennis.
And if I could just, that's going to be expected anyways, because the technology in water meters gets better anyways. So, meters 20 years ago are much different than meters today. They're obviously much more accurate and can,
My point was just, I think as these go out, a little notice that this is a much more accurate meter. And as Kevin said, he's probably heard a lot of complaints already, so.
It does imply that the department is losing money, because we are definitely losing money because of.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yep.
The bills are covered, but they're higher than they have to be,
The rate, yep.
the rate.
Jim?
Dan, could you just comment on the state of the wells? Like, how are they looking? I think we have how many do we have in town?
So we have 8 gravel-packed wells.
Eight.
So that's a great question. So we're in the process of putting a replacement well in at Home Farm, which is expected to produce, I think, 1 million gallons a day. And then we're also in the process of putting in a replacement well at Sewell. And when I say in the process of, The contractors are there, they've put the adapters in, they're running the water main, so we're hoping to see these wells online. I'm hoping before the summer. We had a delay in some of the electrical equipment for the drives for the wells, and that held us up, but it'll certainly be a help for us. And then we have 5 wells in total at Home Farm, and one of them, we call it our 6.5 well, is a very good producing well. And, and through the drought last year, we watched our drawdown levels, and the wells did well, despite the drought. So.
Do all wells have a life cycle?
Yes.
They do?
Yeah. So.
It's different, but they do?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
A follow-up question on that. Every year we get these water bans for people that are on town water, but we don't get them if you have your own well. Are those wells at all affecting our wells if they're still pumping out without a water ban? Because I guess my question would be, why would we want anyone pumping water if there's a shortage of water?
So probably minimally, because our water is coming from a different aquifer.
And we're sure, all the wells, we're sure that's coming from a different aquifer?
It's coming from an aquifer that's really coming from Boylston and West Boylston.
Yep.
If you are on, say, South Street, which we do have a lot of wells down in South Street area, Walnut Street, that's a completely different watershed. All of our wells are all basically in the same sort of general watershed, which is around the Poor Farm Brook and Newton Pond and up to Boylston, West Boylston, and that side. Most of those we do have water. Most of those houses are already connected to town water.
The other question would be, again, if they're pumping from their aquifer, they're putting a strain on that. So
Right.
when they run out of water, we have to connect them in. So I'm just wondering why the regulations, it's not a statewide, it's a townwide, and we only have.
It's actually, it is our state water withdrawal permit requires us to put the water ban on, and anybody in the state who has a permit from DEP is required to have a water ban.
Okay.
And they started putting those in probably in the early to mid 2000s, mainly to combat the fear of what's going on out west with droughts out there. And so Massachusetts was proactive, and they also at the time were having problems with water up in the North Shore.
Yep.
I can't remember the watershed that's up there, but they was having some severe water issues with the wells. So they put that statewide, which again was to be proactive. Our wells, the drought that we just had, and even the drought we had in 2015, 16, which I think was actually worse than this one, and our wells had no issues of keeping up.
And why the ban? I guess I would ask.
So we through our Water Management Act permit, we can only pump so much water, and so the town was really wise back in 2003 to ban the connection of automatic in-ground sprinkler systems. And I'm of the opinion that if we didn't have that in place, then we would be in trouble for water.
Right. No, I'm okay with the water restrictions. Don't get me wrong on that. I'm just saying it just seems you're only hitting the people using town water. People with wells are still taking water out of the ground.
Yeah.
So why? And they must be getting permits to drill their well somewhere. Or can I just drill a well tomorrow at my house?
Yes.
Yes?
The well, a well is in some towns governed by Board of Health, and the town of Shrewsbury does not have regulations for wells.
Okay.
Nor does the DEP as well. So the DEP regulates, all potable drinking water. That they do not regulate, and then we do not regulate any kind of private well installations or anything like that. So there's nothing that we, can actively really do to say, hey, you with the well over there, you have to, shut that off. So it's a private well. It's non-potable water anyways, and it's not drinkable. So.
Well, some are.
Yeah.
But not to
irrigation wells?
Not the irrigation wells.
Yeah.
I'm talking even if I have my own well, I'm irrigating with the same water I'm drinking. So I'd say I'm irrigating with potable water. I'm not drilling 2 wells.
Right.
So, that's all. It was just probably should have taken this up separately.
Happy to talk about it anytime you want to come talk about water. I did just want to mention too, the select board is considering a rate adjustment currently, so they're going to be reviewing that at their 4/11 meeting for anybody that wants to watch. So,
Or attend.
Or attend.
or attend, yes.
There will be a public hearing at a later date, though. So that won't be a public hearing, but there will
Thank you
be a
for that.
presentation on it. Yep.
Any other questions on water?
Just a quick question. We had a mild winter. I mean, that's just a follow-up. Did that have any effect on our water levels in the wells?
I don't think so.
No, our wells are reflecting the, no drought status that we have. We had a pretty significant drought last year leading up to the fall. And then with the October, the spring, the fall rains and then some of the snow and very wet weather we've had this winter, we're back up to, no drought status. So, none of the wells are in a, are not low or no water in them or anything like that, so.
Yeah, our drawdown levels for the wells are where they should be in terms of, this time of year, so.
Milind?
Just one quick question for my understanding. So, does our drawdown levels go up as we, increase more home building and everything? More projects come along or new construction come along? How does that correlate,
So the construction will be a higher demand, but for example, we saw last year, we watched our, we have when the well's running, it'll go down to a certain point and it'll stay there. And then we started to track it more, but we could watch last summer as it, as the drought progressed, we watched it, the wells get deeper and deeper and deeper to get the water out. So it's just the water table drawing down further because of the environmental conditions, so. But in our demand, in the increase of our demand, obviously doesn't help that. The more we're pumping out of the water, out of the ground.
Yeah, what I was trying to find out is does, like you mentioned state allows you certain levels
Yes.
to draw down, right? But as we are building more houses or more residents are moving, our water demand is going up. So does that level, does state adjust that drawdown level also depending upon the population that we serve?
So, they control the volume of water that we can pump out in a day. So, so we can pump out that, a certain volume, and then can our wells produce it? So, so the drawdown is just a reflective of the environmental conditions, where the volume we can pump is more regulatory through Mass DEP. And then to increase our daily permitted amounts is quite a process. So, but I think our average for last year was 3.6 million gallons a day, which is within our permit. So I think we seem to be doing okay so far. But there has been a lot of construction, but the water conservation efforts have really helped. So. Let's see. And sewer, again, no significant changes. No additional staff. Just some increases to the electrical costs for our pump stations. Increase in that. Some minor increases for our vehicle maintenance, just to be more proactive. And that is really the highlights. In terms of capital, we are asking for money for pump station improvements, as we do on an annual basis. We have a construction project planned for our Walnut Street pump station and associated force main and gravity mains. We received ARPA funding for that project, but we're also gonna need some of our own funds for that. We'll be conducting our annual inflow and infiltration investigations, and also our year 10, 11, and 12 construction improvements for inflow and infiltration.
The revenue increases, that's coming from some other surplus funds that, if you see in 2024, we're saying about 11 million, and as opposed to 10 million this current fiscal year. There's a 1.5 million increase in revenue.
So it says surplus, so that's like the retained earnings for the sewer system.
I see.
So at the end of the year, the revenue we generate, less the expenses, there will be some retained earnings. So drawing down additional revenue from the retained earnings. Does that sort of clarify?
That makes sense, that makes sense.
And then the inflow and infiltration fund is a separate fund. Dan, you can correct, those revenues come from permits, correct? And then we pull those in each year, the I&I permit fees?
Yeah, I believe so,
Yeah.
yes. Yep.
Where is the breakout for Westboro and Worcester treatment plants?
What was that question,
The
Gene?
charge for the Westboro facility
Like,
and the Worcester?
It-
What line?
Jeff, I think I can pull that up.
I mean,
You don't need to do it right now, but I think that's important information, because most people don't realize where our sewers go to,
Yeah.
where the waste goes to. It doesn't go to
Yeah,
Shrewsbury.
it's gonna be in our, under the budget where it says separate appropriations. Broken out between Westboro, Worcester / Upper Blackstone, and also Grafton. We can get the breakdown of
I
the
think it'd
three.
be interesting, because it's a very high percentage between Westboro, Worcester's kind of a little less, and Grafton's kind of almost zero.
Yeah, yeah, technically Grafton is a pass-through,
Yeah,
but it is still,
yeah.
we still have to account for it,
We have to pay for it, too.
correct?
I have it. Westboro treatment plant is about 5.9 million of it. Upper Blackstone is 350,000, and then Grafton is 60,000.
Thank you.
And then the Shrewsbury is about 60% of the total flow that goes to the Westboro treatment plant.
And that's up. It used to run about 55.
Yeah, last year was 60, and then FY '21 was 60.4, FY '22 is 58.32.
Thank you.
Could they ever stop saying that we're not gonna take our sewage anymore? And do we have a backup plan?
So Westboro, we have an agreement with Westboro. We actually formed the board with Westboro back, like, in the 80s. So that we have there's a 6-member board. 3 members have to be from Shrewsbury, 3 members have to be from Westboro, and they do take 5% of their flow from Hopkinton, but they are not board members. So it's actually an agreement between the 2 towns, and it's actually an independent, separate board, though it's through Westboro, but it is still an independent board, regulated separately.
Any other questions from the committee on sewer? Any questions from the select board or the public? I believe we're all done. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work you do. That was a great presentation. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the public hearing. If there are no anybody has anything to discuss, otherwise we can have a motion to end the public hearing process.
So moved.
Do I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion so passes, and the budget hearing is now closed. We shall move to item number 3 on the agenda, which is to review the meeting schedule. So we're meeting again on the 13th of April, the 27th of April, the 15th of May, and the 15th of June, corresponding for the first two are for the public hearings again on the town meeting warrant articles. And then we have the annual town meeting on the 15th, and the June 15th meeting will be our regular finance committee meeting. Question for Kevin, we will probably have to have our finance committee report on the budget ready. So last year, I believe your group helped us to do that, so could we?
We can kind of refresh it
Yeah.
and then get it to you
For the April 13th.
for the 13th meeting.
13th, so we'll have a,
Yep.
should we, is it allowed by the process to send it by email to us for our review prior to?
Yeah, as long as you
Okay.
send any comments back individually or just present those at the meeting, we'll be fine.
Okay, okay,
Get it to
so,
you as soon as we can.
okay, that sounds good.
And just to verify, like, that's, so we don't violate public meeting law?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
just so
yes,
everyone's.
exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Any questions about the schedule? Milind?
Just quick question is, so when do we discuss about recommendation? Which meeting would we go through?
So they will be, we'll be preparing a report, and we will discuss that report in the 13th
In the-
and
oh.
27th April.
Okay.
We'll go through that document.
Okay.
So we'll encourage everybody to read it before the meeting, and we'll discuss any things that come up. So we'll put that in the agenda. If you can put that in the
It would
agenda,
need
Alex.
to be voted on by the 27th, so it can be included in the
Right,
finance committee.
right.
town meeting.
Exactly.
So just follow up on that is, so we will need to vote on this as well as the public hearing articles?
That's
For
correct.
recommendation
Mhm.
by 27?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and we will get you a revised budget and provide you with the details of any changes. They'll be confined to a few departments, but we will have some. Yep.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And sometimes we'll review all the warrant articles, and then the voting can happen either the same meeting afterwards or at the 27th. If that's when the timing needs to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
I'll be absent on one of those meeting dates, is that gonna be?
As long as we have a quorum.
Yep.
we're okay. There is no other business, to my knowledge, unless somebody has something. Otherwise, we have reached item number 5, and we're just about 1 hour above expected end time, so thank you for holding in. Really appreciate everybody's patience. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion so passes. Thank you. This is the end of the meeting.